All right, here we go.
Is anybody on yet?
I doubt it. I just went live, so
I'm missing.
Just gonna do that.
I maybe gave a double to somebody. Let me look to see if I gave you two. Which one is it? Okay, a word about physical preparation, yeah. So I think it's stapled. No, it's two stapled pages.
When Caleb was like,
Where again are you going today? I'll
Oh,
just be at school.
Anna should have hers
Oh,
right.
Anna has her entire
Anna
packet,
has
but
hers
still, there's one of everything left except that one.
Conventional.
These all have an extra.
Do you want me to? I'll do that. Anna does not have that one, so I will print out another one of those.
Okay, here, I got it. I'll just copy mine, unless you want to print it from there.
Print it from here,
Yeah, cleaner.
probably.
Caleb was like, so two copies then, right? One for Anna and one for whoever this would be.
About Israel. You're going to Israel already? Oh, it's been like right after school. Why are you already? Chill out. It's not till July.
So good. He's
Freaking out on me already
yeah.
this morning.
Well, what he's doing is he's plotting on how he can pack himself in your suitcase. Is what he's. That's what he's doing. Yeah, it's like I was not ready for that. I'm gonna need snacks. I'm gonna need my stuffy. Yeah, Bobby needs to come along for sure. Yeah.
how were the basketball games last night on TV? We didn't watch them really because we were at,
They were close. A lot of good games.
yeah?
The last one was the best. That was the closest
Oh,
one.
Purdue though, that was a hard.
Purdue and they played
Auburn.
Auburn.
And who won?
Auburn.
By, well, it was,
It was like 8/10 of a second left.
Oh,
And
They had-
Auburn was ahead by 2. They had been tied.
and they
Yeah.
hit a three
but
buzzer beater
it
to
was
win.
tied. It was such a cool play. I mean, it happened so quick. So it was tied. Auburn had the ball out underneath their basket. And they passed the ball in, and then the guy who was out of bounds just stepped in and put it in. They didn't guard him.
Oh, wow.
Right under the basket.
Wow,
I mean, it just what happened so quick. They passed it in, he stepped in, up the line.
that's crazy.
They just missed guarding it.
Hmm.
But yeah, that was a good one.
Heartbreaking for the team that lost. but
Yeah.
Those are the like fun games to watch.
Yeah.
I'd rather that than like they won by 30. Like there shouldn't be winning by 30s anymore. at this
Well,
point.
Duke won by, what, 15? No, it was closer to that, but they were ahead more than them, but.
And they were ahead pretty much all the time.
Yeah, and there was one overtime the other, not last night, but the night before last, there was some overtime. So,
It's gonna have to do, it's gonna have to do some kind of withdrawal program. This is all done.
no, then it'll be the Masters.
Don't you worry, Jenny. There is
There's
something else to
something.
watch.
Always.
That's funny. Ooh.
Please help yourselves to breakfast. The things that are covered are for our mid-morning snack, but everything that's open is
Perfect.
available for now and through the morning.
I'm currently in second place by 1 point in our family bracket.
And your family, perhaps, those ahead of you.
Well, like my extended family,
Oh,
like
okay.
Tim's full family. My
Oh,
niece, Kaylin, who like plays sports because her parents like her to,
Yeah.
you know?
Yep.
Like she does, you know, picking brackets is flip a coin at March Madness. But
Well,
like she
yeah.
won last year too. And we were all like,
Oh, wow.
What is the
Teasing.
the odds of going through and picking it all the way through and being right is like 1 in, you have a better chance of winning the lottery,
yeah, there isn't
really.
a perfect bracket left.
No,
It wasn't after the first weekend.
yeah.
I know.
It's like it lasted
But
2 days.
somebody, but the chance of somebody actually picking it all the way through is
Hi, Gary.
It's- it's so, I mean,
It's like,
the
it's
odds-
astronomy numbers. It's
Yes.
astronomy numbers.
I
Like,
mean, you have a better chance of winning the lottery.
right, yeah. Oh, yeah, probably like winning the lottery 10 times. over.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
So I need Houston to win today.
Okay.
And then I'm,
Well, Houston will play tomorrow, right?
today.
Do they? They played yesterday.
Played yesterday.
Tomorrow.
They
All right,
play
my bad.
tomorrow. Duke and Alabama play today. And who else? There should be another game too. Well, whoever it was 2 days ago who played.
Duke, Alabama played today,
And,
and Florida, Texas Tech
Yeah.
played today.
and Texas Tech, came from
Way back.
way back and won in overtime.
Yep.
I had them
There you go.
in the final four. And then Auburn, Michigan State played tomorrow.
Yeah.
We were Jeremiah was watching the Michigan State game on my phone last night at the big basketball games, and he's like, I said, oh, Michigan State's actually losing, and he's like, Mom, they will win. And then.
Yeah.
He's like, is anybody happy that they won? I said, yeah, there are people passing my chat. It's like, they like Michigan. I said, no, they like Michigan football, but they like Michigan State basketball. It's like, isn't that unfair? Like the best of both worlds? Do what you want when
Yeah, I should.
you pick a team.
I need. Anna's got it. I need a resource map thing here. No.
Basketball.
I need a. I'll print one out for myself.
I'll go get it for you.
The
Okay.
kids were playing basketball at night.
I'm the runner slash facilitator.
Nice.
Yeah, like. I know for the kids though, I like put the points in there, like nothing but nets. Little guy, I was like, wow.
Oh, see, and Houston plays Nancy. I need Houston to play Duke and beat Duke, and then I beat my niece, because she's picked Duke to win.
So is
I
Duke playing?
need Duke to
Duke
go
is
out.
playing Alabama today.
I need them to go
That could
down.
be a really good game.
Duke is so smooth. Man, some of those games, the games yesterday, I mean, those guys were just beating each other up. It was just unbelievable. I mean, balls flying all over and bodies flying and, you know.
So you help me out, Jim, and
So
help me
you asked,
lose.
Tim, you asked about the name of the museum we went to. It's Amaranth,
Amaranth. All right.
and it's south of Tucson.
Okay.
What, no, it's east of
I'm
Tucson.
sorry, it's east of Tucson.
It's just on
And they
Highway 10.
have they have the jewelry collection of the Vander Wagons there.
Yes.
So we went to see it.
How cool.
Yeah, it was really cool.
And
And
were
then
you
you,
allowed to take pictures?
No.
you're not. I asked because
Oh.
I thought it would be fun to have something.
For sure.
They won't let you take pictures of
Interesting.
that collection.
You can, they have a book, they've got 4 displays, they don't have nearly all of it out.
Mm-hmm.
They probably have about 400 pieces now. They have a book for each one of the collections, and it identifies the piece, it identifies who made the piece, you know, kind of in the period of when they made the piece. And it was really interesting to me how many pieces were made by Navajo and Zuni. They worked together a lot. The Navajos would often do the silver work,
Okay.
and then the Zunis would do the
That
placement.
surprises me, kind of.
For sure, it does me too, because I always thought that they didn't get along, but, and then they had,
Especially back then.
like, they had the presses where This one is probably made from a press, I don't know for sure, but they would have a press where they would soften the silver and then they would put the press in it. And then it has all the places where you can put all the different stones in and do the inlays and all of that. They had some of that kind of stuff on display too, so you could get a little bit of an idea how they did it.
Okay.
Anyway,
That's neat.
I was really glad we went.
They have 10,000 different items.
10,000. In the whole
Yeah.
museum?
No, just
of
from-
Just the bandwagon collection?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was so much paperwork because Anna kept all the details on everything.
Okay.
So that all came with it.
So
They have a
Rob
big,
brought
big,
these
beautiful poster with the story.
Yeah, so Rob did all that.
You got it?
I
Sorry.
did, no, you're good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, that's right.
But I was glad we went. And then there was a nice little campground close by, so we camped for the night. And that all worked out really well. And then headed home.
She asked me who made the copy.
Oh,
curious.
is it any good?
When it says right.
It's just right, okay. So I'm not a coffee drinker and I don't make coffee. I just, when I make coffee over there, follow the directions that are on the wall. See.
You made it there? At the church?
You even own a coffee pot in your house.
We used to have one way in the back of a cupboard that I don't even know if it's there. I think we might have put it in your apartment.
Probably because there were like 2 or 3 coffee makers.
Yeah,
in
I think,
Yeah.
so no, I don't think it was.
I know there's only one left, I think. I don't know where all the rest of them disappeared. But we just put them in one of the rooms in the church and Joey said, I'll find a place for them.
Okay.
It could have been, yeah. And now we have our own coffee maker.
Okay.
It's Jimmy's. He likes his coffee. Anyway.
He's a coffee snob?
Well,
So
not as
better
much
not
as
ask
he
him
used
how
to
coffee is then.
be. He's not as much of a snob as he used to be.
Okay.
He really is not. Not so much anymore.
Are we supposed to gather those highlighters? Yeah, so the highlighters, you don't need them yet, so if you don't want them cluttering your desk, you don't need them, but you'll need 6 different colors. We don't have purple.
No purple.
So, if you wanna mark the things that are supposed to be highlighted purple with, a marker, or a pen, or a pencil even, or just something different, right?
Right.
We'll just do that.
You also don't have any red felt. That's something we.
I'll
Is
pick
that
that.
downstairs?
I'll
Like
go grab a
these kind of
few.
pens?
That'll be
Yeah,
fine.
that'd be
Yeah, as long
fine.
as it's just a different color, but a red ballpoint would work fine. Yeah. That'll be fine. Yep.
Thanks, Anna. I'm checking her highlighter stuff, and then I'll go check mine, if I got at least one purple.
Something you're gonna find out about me pretty soon is I do like maps.
So do I.
There we go. All right. You and I are gonna get along just
I
great
love
then.
I look at Google Earth a lot, just
Oh, there
spend
you
time on it.
There you go.
Yeah,
Just for fun. That's
Yeah.
great.
I don't know why my interest in that came along, probably my Navy years.
There you go. Yeah. Water already.
Beautiful day, then all of a sudden, another sandstorm.
Yeah,
Yeah, like yesterday.
boy, it really blew for a while.
Yeah, really.
Then it looked like there was some really black clouds, and I thought, oh, it looks like we're gonna get some good rain. Didn't do anything.
Kind of just drizzle.
Yeah, and then it quit.
Then my son calls, he's out in Cuba, and he said it was kind of raining out there. I'm gonna go do something, and then waiting for the guy to show up. And I told told her all we got was stuff that I do a dribble.
Yeah.
But at least we got a little dribble.
That's right.
Like some places they don't get no rain. Like for months.
Yep.
I stole Betsy's pen,
Oh, okay, all right. I hope she's coming.
and I did find one purple, it's not like brand new. But
Okay. All right. There's nothing magical with the color purple, I just wanted to distinguish it from something else, you know what I mean? Well, that'll work.
it works,
That's fine.
so we can share
Yep,
that
I can
around.
share that one around. Yep.
It was. No, if you look at, they didn't go hardly up at all during that time.
Morning, Betsy. Hey,
24 hours. Well, it went up. No,
oh, I'll run and open it for you.
I don't care how you look at it.
Yeah.
Where's the Jill?
On the vacation. 9:30, okay, so
9:30, we ready for Notify.
yesterday, 7:50 PM, it was 178, and now it went up.
But that's when you read that.
No, I think, but that never pushes it up. Look at, see, this was all. I don't know why.
No gusto. Never.
Right, what's going on? See you later.
No, that's all right. No problem.
I should check before I leave today.
By the way, I stole your ballpoint pen
Then I
from
went
your
back
desk.
to, I am pretty good.
You needed
Okay.
a red pen.
Oh, sure. It's not actually red, it's like dark pink, but that's fine.
Alright.
So looking at the kids who signed up, my whole class signed
Oh.
up for the little
Good
people.
morning.
And Lexa wasn't there.
Right.
There were a couple of middle schoolers in there too. But
As their first
choice.
right?
Sure. I don't know.
She
Yeah.
texted me this morning, right, about
I
something
think so, yeah. She should, I'm guessing that she's on her way. All right. Fantastic. All right.
5 of the 9.
I think they would
This is great.
all do that.
Oh, for sure.
I mean,
This is, yeah.
it'd be fun to mix them up, but like planning wise.
Morning, Betsy.
Good morning.
Thanks for making the drive up.
Right at
That's
the
all right.
end of the,
Good drive over though?
but I just,
So you have 9.
I have decided in my heart, I will just drive 61 miles an hour and everyone around me can do whatever they want.
That's a good decision.
So that's what I do.
They've targeted 602 now for
They
speed
have
enforcement, so
in-
it's,
602?
Like, are you
Was that?
thinking it would be nice to have your whole
Gallup-
class do-
Yeah.
Gallup police and then Navajo police
Yep.
and then Zuni
it's,
police.
oh yeah. They got
And
it
state
surrounded, they got it
police,
surrounded, for sure they
protection.
do.
There's, we've seen a lot more of them on that highway in the
Yes.
last month or so.
Indeed. Yep. Well, and I think that part of that is because they've been
There've been
lately a
accidents.
couple of horrific accidents that have been speed related in there, so they've decided they've got to make it not a racetrack,
Yeah.
which, I mean, I get that. That makes sense. So, yeah.
What happened to the accident? Was it yesterday morning or the morning?
I'm not sure. On 301? I'm not, on the by the bend there. Is it just, yeah, I'm not sure.
Joyce said
Yep.
when she came to work.
Yeah.
Do I need a pen just to have a pen?
There was a lot of.
Here you go. I don't
A lot of
Thank you.
You bet.
And police sirens.
All right. Well, guys, thank you for being here. I'm grateful for that. We got 6 people, 6 groups tuning in online. People or groups or something like that. That's fantastic as well. Welcome on the live stream over here. Again, I gave you my wife's number via that email if something goes wrong with the live stream or if you have a question that you want to ask or want clarification on. So we're grateful that you guys have joined us here too. Let's open with prayer and then we'll get started with this. God, we thank you for this opportunity that you've placed in front of us. We are grateful for the chance to experience the physical setting of your word, the truths in which that we read in the Bible. God, we pray that this trip is encouraging to us and also transformative to our lives and our faith, and that in turn you'll use us to be conduits of your transformation in the lives of the people around us. We thank you for this time of preparation, and we thank you for our friends who are joining us in person, and also online, and for those that will watch this later on. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, a couple of logistic things. Food is over there. Help yourself throughout the time here. Bathrooms are right around the corner over there. You don't need to ask my permission to get up and use the restroom. So just do it. Yeah, Karen. Oh, Karen was asking. Okay. Oh, okay. Yep. School things. Yep, indeed. All right. Then I'd like to, some of you maybe know this already, but I'd like to teach you this, and we'll go through this a few times today over here. This is Deuteronomy 6, verses 4 and 5, and also a verse out of Leviticus here that Jesus paired with Deuteronomy 6, verses 4 and 5. And I'll teach it to you in Hebrew, then we'll say it together in English for this thing. I would like, if you're willing, to stand as we say this together, and you can repeat the Hebrew phrases after me, and then we'll say the English together. All right? So it starts off like this. Shema Israel.
Shema Israel.
Adonai Eloheinu.
Adonai Eloheinu.
Adonai Echad.
Adonai Echad.
Okay, everybody say. Yeah, all right. Hebrew's got that sound to it. You'll hear that often there. Echad. Very good. Ve'ahavta et Adonai Eloheka.
Et Adonai Eloheka.
Bekol levavka.
Bekol levavka.
Uvekol nafsheka.
Uvekol nafsheka.
Uvekol meodeka.
Uvekol meodeka.
Ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha.
Ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha.
All right, very good, guys. All right, let's say it together in English, right? Here we go. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord alone. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might, and love your neighbor as yourself. Amen. All right, have a seat, guys. The next thing that I'd like to do is, at least for the people that are gathered here in person, I'd like to just do introductions. Not everybody knows everybody else on this trip. We've got groups of people coming from 3 very different places. So I want to honor that and do that. I will start for this here, and to honor the place that I live and the people that I live with. I'm going to try to do this in Zuni language to start at least, and we'll go from there. When you're doing introduction, you do not have to do it well, you can do it in any language you wish. I guess we'll do that. All right. Okay. Koton awan dewakya. Saneshi. All right. Ho Tim Bexford Letchina. Ho damu kwakwe de an chemkwe awan chatle. Hom athlashina achi Roger Bexford, da Patricia Bexford. Ho don awan mishinawan tsina yanike ona awan mosona. So good morning. My name is Tim Bexford. My clans are Wooden Shoe and son of Chemkwe. It's German American, if you're keeping track at home. My parents are Roger Bexford, who passed away this past December, and Patricia Bexford. And I'm the principal at Zuni Christian Mission School. I also teach 8th grade Bible here. And I am so excited to be with you on this journey to take you guys to Israel and to experience that with you here. So now I'm going to move this around so our online friends can meet us as well. Hey, here you go. Here we go.
what am I, I don't have to do it in
You
Zoom.
don't have to do anything. Yeah.
I'm Betsy Meester, and I'm a teacher at Zuni Christian Mission School, and I teach 8th grade social studies, 6th and 7th grade social studies, and 7th grade Bible as well here.
All right, fantastic. Ooh.
I'm Anna Zweers. I am a teacher at Rehoboth. I am coming because my daughter, there's 4 seniors coming from Rehoboth. And so my daughter is one of those. My husband teaches the class. Anyways, so that's why I'm coming. I teach music, elementary music, help with band, church music, music, piano. That's what I do.
Fantastic. All right, thank you.
My name is Gordon. I'm a custodian here for 3 years. And that's it.
Okay, all right, you got it, Gordon. I'm super glad you're coming along, Gordon.
Hi, my name is Karen Poncho. I am the EA for 1st through 4th grade, and I am the Zuni language teacher here.
Very good. Thanks, Karen.
Hi, I'm Joe Pentia, and I work in the office. Been here for, I don't know, more than 10 years. So, yeah.
Joe keeps us running. Joe keeps us the school working. Yes, indeed.
Good morning. I'm Jim Van Rye. I'm here with my wife, who teaches here, and I'm a retired teacher and retired from.
Right, Swiss Army knife for volunteers. Thank you, Jim.
Good morning, I'm Jenny Van Rye, and I am a retired teacher who's no longer retired. This is our 2nd year here at Zuni, and I teach 5th grade.
Thanks, Jim.
My name is Amelia Grundon. I am a first 3/4 of a year teacher here at Zuni, and I teach middle school language arts.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Isinga. I teach middle school math and science and 6th grade Bible and PE. And my husband works for the church, but he is not going along on the trip. And my clans are Wood and Shoe and Buffalo.
There you go. All right. There you go. Come on now. Come on.
That's me.
Let's go.
I'm Michelle Bexford. I go with Tim. I'm Tim's wife, and I teach here at Zuni Christian Mission School 1st and 2nd grades.
Fantastic. Thank you. If those of you who are online, if you would like to, at some point, as I plug this back in here, would like to make just a short video introducing yourself, we would love that. We would be honored by that. Yeah, then I can get a chance to send that around to the folks that are here. As Anna mentioned, there are some folks from Rehoboth that are coming, including your daughter Meg, and Meg's classmates Angela, Faith, and Matthew and Azariah.
And his mom.
Azariah's mom is coming. So is Adrian Pete, our athletic director. Did I miss anybody else from Rehoboth? I don't think so, but I'd love for them to introduce themselves as well. We've got six folks from Southern California coming along as well. 7 from Rehoboth, 6 from Southern California. They are Jonathan and Carly Burkhart. Carly was here in Zuni just this past week, and she and her husband are coming, along with Mark and Jackie Hugan, along with Rob and Carolyn Campstra, who are good friends of ours from Southern California as well. All right, so for introduction for this. As we continue for this, the paper, if you want to follow along with notes, I'll not be checking notes. There will not be a test, all right? But if you're following along, it's the one with the 3 PowerPoint slides there and the lines that are there is where we'll be starting with this. I'd like to start off with a few words about the cultural context of that land and the people who lived there, the people who still live there. And the idea is that Western people tend to approach the Bible with a Greek mindset. And by Western people, I mean people who either have lived or have been educated in the Western hemisphere of the world. Okay, so either in Northern Europe or in either of the Americas, typically tend to approach the Bible with what we consider a Greek mindset, because that's where our school model comes from originally, is the Greek worldview there. In the Eastern mindset, which I have found teaching 8th grade Bible here in Zuni, that a lot of my 8th graders think like this too, which is a gift to me. And it's a lot of fun because I'll be telling a Bible story that when I understood the context for the first time growing up, I was like, whoa. And my 8th graders are like, yeah, that makes sense. They're like, yeah, that's how we do it here. It's like, that's fantastic. I love that. So it's not as easy as Western Eastern. Okay, so some of you in this room may look at this and say, "Now, like, yeah, that's kind of how we do it." All right, but I'd like to just talk about a little bit. And by the way, I'm not putting one over the other. Okay, it's different perspectives on this. But the analogy I'd like to use is imagine if this room, okay, in this room over here, every day, you never came into this room, but you stood outside the door. Imagine the door is closed. And you look through the window into this room for just a couple minutes, but you do that every day, every day, every day. You would get to know some things in this room pretty well, okay? And if I moved this desk 4 inches over here, you'd look in the room and you'd say something is different. You notice something was out of place. You would notice that, okay? You get very familiar with it. But then imagine one day, okay, I took you and put up a ladder over here, and we climbed up and we looked in this same room from that window over there. You would see some of the same things, but they would look very different. And you would see some things that you didn't see before. You'd be like, oh, look, there's a table full of food over there. I didn't see that from the door, okay? And you might miss some things. You'd like, wait, where's the whiteboard and the projector at the front of the room that you don't see from here, okay? But you're looking at the same room. It's the same room. It's the same truth, but it's from a different perspective. And that's how I like to think about this Eastern-Western mindset over here. In the Western mind, truth tends to be expressed abstractly. And that means that we have definitions, even in school today. If we have, if there's a list of terms, okay, the homework assignment or the in-class work is probably going to be, we are going to define them, right? That's kind of how it goes. We also deal with systematic explanations, okay? If this and this, then this. This and this, therefore this. It's logic, okay? And again, I'm not trying to undermine that or displace that. That's just how we tend to think. We also deal with propositional truth, like you got to start here, okay? This is the starting place where it's got to be and so forth, and that's it. And also we deal with answers. A lot of times as a teacher, when I ask a question, what I'm hoping for is that a student has got an answer for me. Or if they don't, or if a student has a question, then I give them an answer, right? Is typically how I tend to do things. And these are all fantastic. I want to try something for a moment here. If I say God is, and then I ask you to fill in the blank for that, what are some things that you would say in response to that? God is, fill in the blank. Let me have them. What do you think? God is good. All right. God is what? God is everywhere. Good. God is truth.
Oh, shepherd.
Oh, God is shepherd. Okay.
That too.
All right. Yes. All right. Good. God is truth. Okay. God is with us. Okay. God is love. All right. Fantastic. These are all good things, all true things. Okay. I love those things. Close your eyes for a moment. All right. And tell me what pictures come into your mind if I say the following things. God is love. God is truth. God is omnipresent. He's everywhere. God is with us. God is omnipotent. Open your eyes. Do pictures come to your mind easily from that? Like there's some things it's like, oh, God is everywhere present. Like I believe that. That's true. But what's the picture that I have with that? Oh, you know what picture actually comes to mind with this? Have you ever seen the movie Evan Almighty? The guy where he's building the ark. Okay, that one there. Okay, where it's like he's driving around all of a sudden it's like Morgan Freeman, who is the character who's playing God in this movie. He's like in the back seat of the car and he's like, oh, look out there. And it's like Morgan Freeman crossing the road and he turns to his right and it's Morgan Freeman, the police officer. And it's Morgan Freeman in the car behind him. And he's just a bunch of different places. That's the picture in my mind, but it's still kind of forced in that. It's tricky because when we describe things abstractly, it's difficult to picture them. And when it's difficult to picture them, it's difficult to maybe hang on to them. Okay, the hook isn't there. And the tricky thing can be that we end up knowing a lot of things about God. Okay, and that's okay. I'll get back to that in a second. That's important. Okay, we ought to know a lot of things about God. But let me switch tracks just for a moment to an Eastern mindset or a Hebrew mindset. Okay, truth tends to be expressed in the Hebrew mindset concretely. Okay, what do I mean by that? They tend to express truth through story. Let me tell you a quick little story here that I heard first of all in this context. The story goes like this. A teacher, a rabbi, was walking along a path, and he was walking home from a particularly successful study session with his students. And he was pretty excited about it. And he was so excited about it that when he came to a fork in the road, instead of going right, which he should have done to go to his destination, he went left. And he ended up, this was a long time ago, he ended up all of a sudden at the base of a Roman fort, which is not where he wanted to be at that moment. Okay. And one of the guards, whose job it was to keep track of what was going on, was at the top of the wall, saw him, okay, and shouted down at him as he's like going, how did I end up here? Shouted down at him, who are you? What are you doing here? Okay. And the teacher thought for a moment. And he said, what did you say? He said, who are you? What are you doing here? And the teacher stopped. And the teacher asked the soldier a question. He says, how much do they pay you? The soldier said, what? He said, how much do they pay you to stand up there and ask me those two questions? Okay. And he said, 2 drachma a day, which is pretty good wages. And the teacher shouted back up at him, I'll double it if you come home with me and ask me those 2 questions every day before I leave my house. Who are you? What are you doing here? Okay. Now, I could have started off, the semester with my 8th graders saying, hey guys, it's really important to know your identity and who you are before God. It's really important to think about your purpose. What are you doing here? All right. But instead, if I start off with that story, right, they go home and a parent asks them, what did you do at school today? Let me tell you a story. All right. And it has just that extra hook in it there. All right. So truth is sometimes expressed through story. Truth is sometimes expressed through word picture. A friend of mine a while ago in Israel was there. He was studying and he was having a really hard time with this concept here. He was like entrenched in the Western education mindset. And he was like, I don't understand this. So he grabbed one of his friends who was in Israel and he said, explain this to me. And his friend said, well, what do you think causes juvenile delinquents? He was like, this is not helpful. Like, this is okay. It's like, what are you doing? Okay. He's like, no. Tell me, what do you think causes juvenile delinquents? And my friend said, he said, I suppose that if parents don't raise their kids in God's ways, that could be one potential cause of juvenile delinquents. And they stopped there and looked at it. And his Israeli friend said, now you're supposed to ask me the same question. It's like, fine, what do you think causes juvenile delinquents? All right. And his Israeli friend said to him, if the mother eats onions and the father chews garlic, don't expect the kid's breath to smell very good. Now, what was his answer in the Western way of thinking of what causes juvenile delinquents? It was the same thing, right? It was parents, right? It was parents. It was the same answer that he gave, except it wasn't a very Eastern way. Okay. It was the word picture. It was about the onions and the garlic and the breath and so forth like that. All right. Which again has it's not different. It's the same answer they gave in both cases. And we can argue about whether or not that's true, but they did that. By the way, it turns out that was like a really common saying in that phrase. He didn't just come up with that on his own. So that just worked out. Truth is expressed through a saying or through sometimes a really pithy quote. Another story for you. Okay. One day there was let's say a 5th grade boy. All right. And this 5th grade boy went to public school. But before he went to public school every morning, he was a Jewish boy. He went to like Hebrew school. And like 6:00 a.m., he and his Jewish buddies are going to Hebrew school, and they're talking about today the story of Jonah. And they're super excited about this because it's like, oh my goodness, we love this story. Okay, so they're all going to. So he goes to school, and he is already excited for this thing. First class bell rings at 8:30. He goes in there. It's science class. Samuel, let's call him, loves science. Okay. All right. And he gets to science class and the teacher says, all right, everybody have a seat. Today, we're going to talk about whales. And Samuel is over the moon excited. It's like, this is so exciting. We just did this morning. You ready? Okay. So Samuel raises his hand for this thing. And is like, you mean in the story of Jonah? Okay. And the teacher knew something about Samuel and some of his classmates. And here, the teacher he was a little bit of a skeptic. And the teacher's like, yes, Samuel, it is that story over here. But while you brought up Jonah for this thing, and maybe the teacher erred in bringing this up, but he says like, okay, you got to admit that story's a little bit funky, right? I mean, like a guy is inside a big fish or maybe a whale's, inside it for like 3 days? Like, really, Samuel? Okay, and Samuel is taken aback by this, okay, because Samuel, receives this story from his rabbi at 6 a.m. He's like, wait, what a second. So Samuel's got another question. It's like, wait, don't you believe that Jonah, like that actually happened? Okay. And the teacher was like, no, not really. Okay. I'm sorry, Samuel. I don't. We should move on. We should talk about the whales and stuff. Samuel has another question or another comment to make. It's like, yes, Samuel, what is it? When I get to heaven, I'm going to ask Jonah how that worked. Okay. And the teacher at this point probably shouldn't have done it, but maybe couldn't resist. Okay. It was Monday morning on a bad day or something like that. And the teacher said, what if he's not there? Okay. Then Samuel said, well, then you ask him. So again, the idea, maybe Samuel got in a little bit of trouble that day, but the idea is like the truth that Samuel wanted to express, he expressed it in a way that was concrete through a pithy little saying. But there you go. And finally, truth expressed through questions, which this is wild. And maybe you heard that in some of the stories, right? Okay. Can you explain this difference in Eastern and Western to me? What do you think causes juvenile delinquents? Answering a question with a question. Okay. Who are you? What are you doing here? How much do you get paid? Okay. Answering a question with a question. Okay. Moses says to God in Exodus 4, okay, what if they don't believe me? God says back to Moses, what do you have in your hand? It's a staff. And he's going to show him, like, throw it on the ground, right? Okay. Jesus does it too. Jesus to his disciples, and his disciples do it back to him. Two of these guys, John says, look, the Lamb of God. And two guys trot after Jesus. And Jesus turns around and says, guys, what do you want? And they say, Rabbi, where are you staying tonight? Okay. And Jesus, okay, I'm paraphrasing, is like, I like that. I'll come and I'll show you. All right. So questions and questions and questions and go back and forth. Another story for you. One more story. Okay. A while ago, again, one of my friends went to Israel and walked into a shop where it was a gallery. It was a photo gallery. Okay. And this guy taking these things. And this was a while ago, but this guy was a Holocaust survivor. He had the tattoo and everything. And his pictures were very provocative and very beautiful and sometimes difficult to look at, and others just stark beauty. Okay. So she was marveling at this and just kind of got in a conversation, just trying to make small talk. She asked the proprietor of the shop, and said, did you take these pictures? And he said, yes. Why? Again, and answering it with a question too, right? And she said, which one is your favorite? And he stopped and he thought for a moment. And he said to her, are you married? Which is kind of a, it's like, what is going on here, right? Is he trying to, no, he's not. She understood something about that. So she knew that to play the game, she has to ask a question back. So she said, yes, why? Which that's wonderful that she knew that. And he said, and do you have any children? And she said, yes. And she started talking about her children. Okay. And then after, she talks about her 3 kids and she says, why? And then he says to her, and which of them is your favorite? Okay. Now she could have said, which is your favorite? And he said, like, I can't pick. How could I possibly pick which is my favorite? Okay. But now that he's engaged her with questions and so forth, now she knows the answer to that question as well. Right. So there's a benefit in that. So it's not like this is a good way, this is the right way, this is the wrong way for this. It's a different way of doing it, but it's very Eastern in that. And as you read your Bible, you'll see this coming up more and more. I find that when this question is asked in that context, we get some very different answers. Okay, if I say God is and fill in the blank, I'll get things like God is my shepherd. Okay, and that's a little bit unfair because Anna's been there before. No, that's fine. Okay, so God is my shepherd. God is shade. God is living water. God is my rock and my fortress. Okay, and in this, I hope that you hear the Psalms, right? You hear the language of the Psalms that David and the other writers used in that. Okay, and not automatically, but I find that because there are hooks everywhere, the result is a better chance to know God, not just about him. And now I got to be really careful about this. Okay, I talk about this with my 8th graders too, because we say like, oh, I don't have to know about God. I just have to know God. if I were to say to you, okay, pretend Michelle's not in the room for a second. Okay, if I were to say to you, I was like, oh man, I just love my wife, Michelle. She's just super fantastic. Love of my life. I care so much about her. And I keep on gushing on about her. And if you didn't know her, maybe you'd say like, wow, this sounds like a fascinating woman. I have to know more about her. You start asking me questions like, well, it's like, okay, well, what does she look like? It's like, I don't really know. Okay. How tall is she? Somewhere in here. Okay. Right. What color are her eyes? No idea. What's her favorite food? Couldn't tell you. Okay. If all of a sudden you keep on asking these questions about her and I can't answer any of them, what is your conclusion going to be about whether or not I really love her? Okay. Right. It's like, you have to know something about her. If you don't know anything about her, like, how much do you love her? How much are you capable of loving her? All right. So these two things go hand in hand. I do not mean to separate these things on opposite sides. Knowing about God and knowing God must go hand in hand. But the idea that knowing about God is enough is what I want to run up against here. Let me give you a couple of other examples here about Eastern mindset for this thing. You guys know the story of Samson a little bit. We're going to do a dive into Samson, and I'm really excited about that. We'll take a look. We'll ramble around in Samson's backyard, and we'll talk about that story there. But names in the Bible are more than just names. The names have meanings, and the meanings represent destiny. And the story of someone's life in the Bible often is how well they either live into that destiny or how well or how poorly they do not. Okay? Does anybody happen to know what the name Samson means? No. Okay. All right. I didn't need it before somebody, told me. All right. The name Samson means of the sun, like the sun in the sky. Okay. Of the sun. Now, late in the Samson story, Samson gets mixed up with a woman named Delilah, right? Do you know what Delilah means? Delilah means of the night. Okay. Which, now, so as soon as the original readers of the Bible that understood something about names, as soon as they look at this, they're like, Samson, what are you doing? Okay, what does the sun have to do with the night? How is that supposed to work? What does the sun do to the night?
Drives it out.
Drives it out. Okay, right? In the story of Samson, what happens? Right? The she of the night, like, subdues he of the sun. And what do the Philistines do once they capture Samson? They put his eyes out. Okay, that's not an accident, by the way. Okay, they thought it was hilarious, I'm sure. Okay, now the one who is of the sun is wandering around in perpetual darkness. Okay, we'll talk more about that, but again, I don't think that changes the story, but it adds a layer to it and a depth to this. And it's like when we understand something about names and so forth, that can help us out a little bit. Place names too. Okay, Bethlehem. Here's a place name that you probably know something about. Anybody know what the town name Bethlehem means?
House of something.
House of something. Good. Yeah, Beit or Beth, right? That Beit means house. Exactly. That's very good. Okay. Lechem means bread. Okay. Beit Lechem means house of bread. Okay. So when Jesus in John says, I'm the bread of life, okay, that means something to the people that knew that he was born in Bethlehem. It's like, oh, maybe he is. Maybe we should listen a little bit closer. All right. Anyway, okay, Bethlehem in there. Something else that comes up in the Bible here this is not a way that I grew up interpreting scripture. Okay, but there's this idea of first use. The first times a word or a concept is used in the Bible, it's meant to reverberate throughout the rest of the text. Okay, I'm not going to take a look at a bunch of these things over here, but just to give you an idea of this thing, the word love in the Bible, in Hebrew, it would be ahava. Okay, because there are a few different words, not a lot, there are a few different words for love or kindness or loving kindness in the Bible, but the word ahava comes up in the Bible. Anybody have any guesses? And at this point, it would be a pure guess as to where the word ahava or love first shows up in the Bible. Any guesses? Don't be afraid to guess. Nobody's expecting you to nail it.
Probably in Exodus, maybe.
It's actually, Exodus is a good guess. It is actually before Exodus. It's sometime in Genesis. Okay, so now you only got 50 chapters to narrow it down. Okay, in Genesis.
Is it in Genesis when Rachel?
Okay, when Rachel comes to Jacob, that's a good guess. It is before that yet. It's before Rachel. My 8th graders go like Adam and Eve, okay? Which is like that would be okay. But it's after that. The word love does not show up in the Adam and Eve story. I'm not saying Adam and Eve didn't love each other. Okay, if you look at like Adam sees Eve for the first time and he spontaneously breaks out into poetry. Okay, I'm sure that love was part of that equation. But the Bible, it's like the Bible is saving that word for something else. It is in the Abraham story.
And his son Isaac.
What part of that story?
The second
Yes!
when
Yes!
He chose to take him and sacrifice him.
God says to Abraham, Abraham, yes, Lord, take your son, your only son, Isaac, whom you love, take him to a place that I'll show you and sacrifice him. Whoa. Okay, and what precedes is this remarkable test of this remarkable man and son of faith. It's a 3-day journey away, and there's all kinds of things about that story, all right? Maybe because of this, but there is more in rabbinic literature and the rabbi's interpretation on this story than any other story in Genesis, almost combined, okay? This is a hugely important story in Judaism today, all right? First use of the word love, okay? And it's this idea that love is connected with sacrifice. Okay, like this is what is coming here, right? And we know how that story ends, right? Abraham is there, and Isaac is at this point not understanding, but a willing participant in this. He's ready to go, and the angel stops him. Okay, John, when John writes his gospel, he's using Greek, of course, instead of Hebrew. But where does John first use the word love in his gospel?
For God so loved the world.
It is John 3:16. It took him 3.5 chapters to get to the word love. Okay? I look at that and I say, I think that's on purpose. For God so loved the world that he did what? He gave his one and only son. And that idea of sacrifice, again, is there. Whoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. All right? And John connects that to this. And beyond that, these two stories are connected geographically. Okay? That place where Abraham sacrificed Isaac, we don't know what the square inch of that is, but we know it's on the Moriah Ridge, which is where Jerusalem stood in Jesus' day. Okay, I'm telling you that place would have been within shouting distance of where Jesus said, my God, why have you forsaken me? All right. Anyway, that wasn't Eastern, but okay. Moving on. All right. In the Greek mindset, in the Hebrew mindset, numbers as quantities, versus numbers as symbols and reminders. And here's what, again, with my 8th graders are like, Mr. Bexford, are you telling me the numbers in the Bible are not accurate? That is not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you the numbers that the Bible authors choose to tell us about are to tell us something about the story as well. Now, sometimes the number is just a number, and sometimes they use numbers to point to something else. If you look at the flood story is like this big X. If you look at the numbers in the flood story, it's like at the end they're here, and then their numbers are here. These numbers match, and they're pointing towards something in the middle that the author wants to make sure you don't miss, which is fascinating. All right? So that's how sometimes how numbers work there. And again, I believe the numbers, but they're pointing us to something here. Let me give you a couple of examples for this. The repetition of the number 6. One of my teachers once said this about number 6 and 7, and you can get carried away with this too, by the way. Okay, which is not what I want to do today. But they said this: what was made on the 6th day? According to Genesis 1, what was created on the 6th day? Animals were, right? Animals. And people, right? People too, right? But animals too. What happened on the 7th day? God rested, okay? So it's like the 6th day, this is the animals, okay? 7th day, this is God's, and in between is people. All right. And this person said, the rest of the story is a tracing of which way are people going to go. Are they going to go more towards the 7, towards what God wants for them? Or are they going to go more towards the 6, more towards the animal? Okay. So in the Bible, the number 6, especially the repetition of the number 6, isn't just a number. It means like there's something not great going on here, guys. All right. If you look at 1 Samuel 17, that's the story of David and Goliath. Okay. And in the Bible, the author there spends a lot of time describing things about Goliath, right? And it's like, why do I need to know this? By the way, one of the other interesting things about the Bible, I think, is one person said this: if you read something in the Bible and it's weird, pay attention because it probably is important too. All right. So when you read about this, like, why are you telling us all this about Goliath and his armor and his shield and how much it weighs and what's going on for this thing and his height? I mean, it's cool. Okay, how tall does the Bible say Goliath is?
6 cubits.
6 cubits and a span. Okay. All right. Now there's other ways that they could describe that. A cubit is here to here. All right. That's like really tall. Okay. But that idea is like 6 cubits in there. If it looks at what some of his, I remember if it's his shield or his armor, it weighs something else, but it's with a 6 in it again. So now Goliath has got another 6. If you look at Goliath's relatives, it tells you later on, it tells you something about Goliath's brothers. It says they had a rare genetic condition called, we call it today, polydactyla, which means that they have 6 fingers. All right. That's not because it's like, oh, there's this weird thing going on in Goliath's family. It's like, no, they're telling us that Goliath is evil. All right. He is not doing what he's supposed to be doing here, in case you didn't get that from the rest of the story. Right. Okay. This is not good. In Daniel 3, we read about this image of gold that Nebuchadnezzar set up over this thing. Right. And it tells us the width is, I think, 6 cubits. And it tells us the height is 60 cubits. And it doesn't tell us the length. And I grew up as a math guy thinking like, wow, how what's the other dimension for this thing? Why tell us 2 dimensions and not the third? People want to know. Okay, I want to know at least. All right. And my guess is the author didn't care because it wasn't a 6. Okay, he's trying to tell us that this was evil. This was an evil thing that Nebuchadnezzar did. Okay, again, in case we missed the fact that it was an image of gold and he asked people to bow down to it. All right, but he's saying it's evil, guys. Make no mistake about this. Okay, look at 1 Kings chapter 10 for a second. Here, you got to turn to this. You're never going to believe me if you don't turn here. Turn to 1 Kings 10. All right. 1 Kings 10 talks about Solomon. And the little, starting at verse 14, the section title, in my Bible at least, is Solomon's Splendor. That's going to tell us about how much stuff Solomon has. All right. The section titles in your Bible, you should know, are not inspired, right? They're not a part of the inspired text. Somebody added them later on to try to give us some guidance for this thing. All right. And in this, in verse 14, it says, the weight of the gold that Solomon received yearly. And by the way, there were ways in Hebrew to talk about the amount other than the weight. It's a little bit weird, maybe not as weird as it would be today. Like if you said, hey, Baxter, how much money are you carrying around? I took out my wallet and I said, like, feels like maybe a couple of ounces. You'd be like, that's weird. That's not helpful at all. All right. But that's a little bit what's going on here. That he received yearly was 666 talents. And now look at the next verse. It says, not including the revenues from merchants and traders and from all the Arabian kings and the governors of the territories. Why doesn't he want to include that? Because he wants to tell you something about how Solomon is using that money or how he gained that money. Is that glorifying to God, given what I've told you? Okay, Solomon is getting that money or is using that money in a way that is not honoring to God. And that's what the author wants to tell us about that. And he goes on to tell us about this, about the shields of hammered gold, which is odd to make a shield out of gold, but all right. 600 shekels of gold went into each shield. And he talks about his throne room. All right. And he's got 12 lions on the 6 steps. Okay, and it talks about his throne, and the way that the Bible describes the throne is it looks like this snake. Okay, so that's not good either. All right, and then it's okay. We could go on and on about this. There are other things here as well, including he went to Egypt to get a horse and a chariot, which is not what he was supposed to do. Okay, God says in Deuteronomy, when you get a king, this is what the king should do. This is what the king should never do. The king should never get a lot of money. The king should never build up an army. Don't ever let the king go back down to Egypt. I brought you out of there. Don't go back. Okay? And the king should not marry many women because they'll turn his heart away from me. All right? What's the very next thing in chapter 11 that we have? Yeah. Okay, so it's like the author of Kings has got this checklist from Deuteronomy in front of him, and Solomon gets a failing grade in all these categories. Okay, so I asked my students one time, I said, like, guys, Solomon's splendor, okay, in the Western mindset, that's always like, wow, look at all this money and cool stuff that Solomon's had. All right, how would you rename that section given this? Okay, some of their ideas are fascinating. They're like Solomon's folly, okay, or Solomon's problem. My personal favorite from a student is Solomon's an idiot. All right. Okay. Before we wrap up Solomon over here, I want to come back to this. Okay. There's something else going on here because Solomon is a name that David and Bathsheba gave to this child. God gave him another name. Anybody know what that is? God gave him the name Jedediah, which means loved by God. So this guy was, at many turns, a mess up, but God loved him. And that is important. And I don't want to end up like, oh, Solomon is an idiot. Okay. But we're caught between that, right? Because, right, Solomon's like asked for wisdom from God, and God's like, that's a great answer. I'm going to give it to you. And these other things too. Okay. And it's like, but wait, what? If he's supposed to be the wisest man that ever lived, and then he's also doing this, like, what do we do with that? Okay. And later on, there's a part where Jesus says, one greater than Solomon is here. Right? Because that was their question. It was like, wait, Solomon the greatest? Is he not the greatest? Is he a mess up, or is he really smart, or what's going on? Okay. Anyway. Okay. We're going to back away from that now. All right. One more. Okay. In the Greek mindset, we tend to see faith as intellectual. Okay. Like, I believe this. I mentally affirm this. In the Hebrew mindset, faith tends to be more relational. Not that it's not intellectual here either. Okay, you will meet some people in Israel. It's like when, I don't know. Okay, I've been studying the Bible for most of my life, and I've been teaching Bible for more than 25 years now. And like, I meet people there, it's like, what? They just know it forward, backward, by memory, start to end. And it's like, whoa, there's an intellectual thing there too. But I took Greek in college. The language in which the New Testament is passed down to us. And it was super fun when I realized that's like the Greek word for disciple is mathetes, which means student. Okay. And I was like, oh, I'm going to be a teacher. All right. I'm going to have me some disciples. This is awesome. I love this. Okay. And then I was like, that's really cool. And then I kept on reading the Bible, and I was like, as I got into teaching, I was like, this is different. What Jesus and his disciples have is different than what I've got going on in my classroom, because I realized that the students that I had, their primary objective in my classroom, at least, is to know what I know, or at least what I'll tell them. A student wants to know what the teacher knows. Okay. Why? Because there's going to be a test in 2 weeks. Okay. And they're going to be expected to regurgitate that information. And as soon as that test is over, they're going to shred those notes and dump them out of their brain so that they can fill their brain up with the next 2 weeks worth of stuff. And I was like, that is not what I read in the New Testament with Jesus and his disciples. So I went digging a little bit farther, okay? And people helped me understand that in Hebrew, it's not exactly that. Even though the word in the New Testament is in Greek, the concept behind it is much more Hebrew, because that was the language in the culture of Jesus and disciples. The Hebrew word for teacher today is rabbi. So I'm going to use that here. It's kind of separated, but it's rabbi. And disciple, again, is student. But in this concept, the disciple's goal is not just to know what the rabbi knows, but the disciple's goal is they want to become what the rabbi is. They want to be just like the rabbi. And now that makes a little bit more sense. Okay. I don't want to spoil too much for this thing over here, but you're reading Matthew 14. Okay, Jesus is walking out to his disciples on the water. Okay, and when he's doing that, they don't recognize it's him at first. Okay, they scream because it's a ghost, and Jesus is like, calm down, it's me. And Peter says, Lord, if it's you, tell me to come out to you on the water. Now, what was Peter's occupation before he was a disciple? He was a fisherman. Do you think Peter had experience with how water works when you get in it? I'm sure he did, right? Okay. He knows that when he gets in the water, okay, he's going to sink like a rock. Pun fully intended. All right. But yeah, right. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Okay. There'll be more of that. It's more coming in. That's right. Yep. He knows that. But why does he want to walk in the water? Because the rabbi's doing it. He wants to be like Jesus. Okay. That is his all-consuming passion. And he is willing to drown and die in order to pursue that. All right. Yeah. We'll go from there. The Hebrew word for disciple is talmid. Plural is talmidim for this thing. All right. And the talmid, the disciple, is the one who has an intense commitment to become just like the rabbi. Before the time of Jesus and his disciples, there was a saying that the rabbis used, okay, which was this. It's about 150 BC is where the saying goes back to. Cover yourself with the dust of the rabbi's feet and drink in his words thirstily. Okay. As you will discover, when we go there are going to be some paths where it's like, this is the driest, dustiest path I've ever been on in my life. Okay. It's like this thin, powdery dust where you're like, you step down like this and the dust around goes like, poof. Okay. It's wild. But the idea is, in that context, if you are following your rabbi, okay, and your rabbi is walking along in this thing and he kicks up some dust, you're following close enough that you're going to get his dust on you. All right. So I like that saying there. All right. Cover yourself with the dust of the rabbi's feet and drink in his words thirstily. Okay. All right. Yeah. One more thing here, just to kind of guide you guys around this. The Hebrew Bible is called the Tanakh in Hebrew. That is an acronym. All right. In Hebrew, there are no vowels. So you're taking the T and the N and the K at the end of this thing. And the different things that they've got over here, right? And the Hebrew Bible, by the way, means our Old Testament. So when you see like the Hebrew Bible, you see that around in Israel, what that means is Genesis through Malachi. Okay. That's the order we put it in. They put it in a different order, all right? But that's the order we put it in, okay? The T stands for Torah, okay? Torah is the first 5 books, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, okay? The Torah. Torah is often translated as law. Okay, that's fine. The better sense of it in Hebrew is teaching, okay? The teaching, the instructions of God. Because when we think law, in my mind, I think speed limit 35, okay? Or 55, okay, on 602, right? And you don't want to do that because there's a traffic cop there and he's ready to give you a ticket, okay? And if we get that idea of God, we miss some really important things about the heart and the nature of God, okay? One thing that I tell to my 8th grade students is when God says don't, what he means is don't hurt yourself or others. Okay? N, the N in Tanakh is Naviim, which means prophets. Okay? The prophets. And that includes like Isaiah, Jeremiah, and so forth. That also includes like 1st and 2nd Kings. And before that, 1st and 2nd Samuel. Those guys are like the former prophets. Okay? So the Naviim are there as well as the 12. Okay? The minor prophets, we call them here. And the is Ketuvim, okay, which means the writings. So things like Psalms, Proverbs, Song of Songs, Ecclesiastes, the books of Chronicles, okay, Lamentations are in there as well, okay. Daniel is in there too, okay. So their Bible starts with Genesis and it ends with Chronicles, okay, is the last book of the Ketuvim, the writing section for this thing. Which means that when Jesus says, you did this to everybody, starting with Abel, okay, he's talking about one of the first guys way at the beginning, all the way down to Zechariah. He's talking about one of the last guys at the end of 2nd Chronicles. So when he says that, it's not just A to Z, although that works great for us in English, right? Okay, but it kind of means that. It's like from the first all the way to the end, he's talking about the whole thing, all right? And when a voice from heaven, both at Jesus' baptism and both at the transfiguration, testifies as to who Jesus is, the voice quotes all 3 sections of this, both times. Okay, this is my son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased. Okay, it is direct quotes from each of those 3 parts there. Okay. That's where I want to wrap this thing up. Are there any questions on this first part over here with the culture and so forth? I know that's a lot. Maybe feels like drinking from a fire hydrant and so forth, especially if you haven't heard this stuff before. But I want you to go in there and like do your fire hydrant drinking now, so that when we get there, there are a lot of things to potentially be overwhelmed by there. I'm trying to knock one of them out now, so that we get in there thinking like, oh, we talked about this. This is okay. This makes sense in that context. All right. All right, let's do this. Let's do like a 5-minute snack, potty break and stuff like that. And then we'll come back and we'll talk about some preparation for the trip as we go here. All right.
Can somebody let me into my classroom so I can see?
Sure.
I got you, Betsy. Maybe it's unlocked sometimes. Yep. 4 of us. We're on it.
We got keys. We got keys.
Oh my gosh, you made all these kids.
Yeah, I'm just so used to seeing.
How's your market going, Joe? You're fine.
I think
It's
so.
not like you were like traveling this week at all.
Thank goodness. Yeah.
Gordon, how are you doing?
Okay.
Good.
And like, oh yeah, it's Saturday, and I look at the time, it's like 6:30. Oh yeah, then. I'm thinking about what to do to the day, and
No, this is what
you know,
you're
like,
doing.
so phone rings, and the neighbor says, "You can get me an unload of firewood."
Oh.
I'm like, oh yeah, might as well get up now.
Take a moment.
It's just the next door.
Okay.
These other firewood so get warm.
Oh, okay. It was chilly this morning. And
It was nice. I liked it. Oh.
Yeah, no kidding. The clouds though, I was like, what's happening?
Yes. And
I think I shut that, I put it down.
my son called, so.
Oh, yeah?
I talked to him.
How's he doing?
Doing okay, driving
Yeah.
Cuba, like you get to Albuquerque and go up north. It's somewhere that they can neck and forth. Somewhere way up there.
What is the church building?
It was
I
so
think I
fun.
had working around the neck.
Yeah, always.
Maybe
You
it's
saw
not.
me and rescued
On the
me.
catalog.
I was like, I've never been up there.
How will I ever get home? I
You
thought.
can pick some fences to another, you know, the
To,
picture.
oh, Betsy. And then Joe said, next time you could go across the street to Kelowna and call police dispatch.
Feel free to take cheese and crackers and.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for breakfast.
Okay. How was your break?
Hi, Tim.
Do you want anything?
I don't know if you, are you gonna,
We go to California.
this flight, this travel insurance thing,
My family's from Visalia.
they want a date when,
I went to
everything
California
is
for
gonna
the
be
first
paid.
time over break.
because
I went
a
to San
lot of
Diego,
them
I know
will
that.
not
LA is
insure
north
if
of that.
it's
Yep,
I
beyond
know
30
that
days.
San Francisco is way north of that.
Yeah. So if you take
They-
San
they won't-
Francisco and
they-
LA,
I don't know
and you
why,
do like a
but I've
triangle
noticed that
into the
this-
Central Valley.
For some of them, they
It's
say,
like right
you have
there.
to get
It's,
travel
we're like
insurance
an hour and a half away
within
from
a
the
certain
biggest
time
train
period
world,
after you
Florida.
paid for your trip.
So I went there all the,
The
actually we
full
went to
payment
Kings
is
Canyon.
finally due, and I think it's May
But-
16th.
And the road
Okay.
isn't as
That's
bad.
what I saw on
Okay.
We went.
So I,
but we
because
went to
every
Elsa
one of them that I looked at, they wanna know,
Snow and-
what day do you have
We had
to pay?
somebody with us who'd
Okay.
never been.
As
farther
I
than
think,
Grand
so May
Canyon.
16th.
May 16th is, I believe, the day.
I think I saw that too.
We took
Yeah.
her there.
I'm not
and
sure
we
what
went
I'm
to
gonna
Pismo
do
Beach,
yet with it, but.
Which
Okay.
is closer to
Yeah.
San Francisco.
You know what?
So
Okay,
it's
I'm gonna
not
give
that
you,
Because if you go
like,
from Raglan,
Martin's
it's like
got
2.5 hours.
$2. No,
And
because
then
Martin
we also
runs the
went
travel
to
guide,
the foothills.
and offers travel insurance.
That and Silver
Okay,
Slopes.
that. So I don't-
Yeah, they give you a quote,
Yeah.
they tell you a quote of what it's
So,
gonna cost.
because I don't know exactly how it goes, but he
said he did that.
Yeah, the one that I have. for
Yeah, we
other
were just
trips,
like,
they won't
yeah,
do
we were
this.
just watching.
It's a travel bond that's.
Oh, just-
Yeah, there's no problem.
Yeah.
But I'm sure in the fine print, there's something.
Red button.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or you pay for it.
Yeah.
So-
Woo, yeah, so even my daughter.
Yes.
Oh, you wanna go to that red one?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yep, indeed.
Because here it's gross and dead and it's windy and.
It's not like it's so bad, I just
Raining. It's
haven't smelled it before.
It's green.
It smells so much like vinegar
Summer,
downstairs.
yeah,
Oh.
like it's
Woo,
disgusting.
vinegar.
Yeah.
That's not
So
good.
you're like, this is when we go.
Yeah.
She said
So
that
we also
they-
often go to
Bellingham
summer
had
because
that
then we can
cleaning
camp.
vinegar.
But
Right.
Cedar Grove, ever
And
since
maybe
COVID
it
has
got
opened
used
up
or
all
something,
those
but.
And that's go up to 7,000 and back down to 4, and they have it, and so there's not, now they're reservation only, and you gotta get it on the day of, immediately when it opens,
Wow.
otherwise there's no spot.
That's
Which
crazy.
is weird, because our whole life, we left it because there's nobody there. You go on even the main trails and you see a few people, and that's it. But I think there's enough people who that's just where they love to go.
Yeah.
And there's Cedar Grove and Keys, my Sequoia and California.
Okay.
So that's what we did. Did you go somewhere too?
Yeah, I drove myself out to San Diego and,
All right, guys, you can continue to
Yes.
get the food and so forth, but gradually kind of make your way back to your seats there.
That is the best.
This kind of thing reminds me of what I have to do for stuff that's happening all the time.
Yes.
All right. Okay, I'm wondering if this is part of my plan to kind of lock this in at least a little bit. And I hope you guys don't mind. I'm not going to try to inundate you with emails and so forth like that. But at some point, maybe in a few weeks, I'll send you another email with just some video links in it where it's like, here's us saying Shema together. Okay, just so we kind of get to that. Here is, when we talk about maps, like here's the different zones of geography that we talked about earlier, so we can review that together. I also want to do this, guys. I want to get some of my friends together, and I want to record us singing a song in Zuni. Okay, the song in my mind that I have is "How Great Thou Art." Okay, and just to kind of, I'll put the words before you as well, so you can do that. And it's like, why this, Bexford? Okay, first of all, this is not going to be a super churchy trip. Like there are groups that go to Israel and they go from this church to that 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 church, and that's all they do. And then they get on the airplane and they go back home. Okay, we're not going to do that. Okay, because I am not very much a square inchy kind of guy. All right, by that I mean like people are like, this is the square inch, this is the exact spot where this happened. First of all, I don't think you can often know that. All right, and by the way, if you're ever curious about that, it's like, hey, Bexford, on a scale of 1 to 10. What is this? Where 10 is like the Sea of Galilee. Nobody disagrees that's that body of water. That's it. Oops, sorry, guys. Sorry. Oh, it's me. Sorry. Okay. Nobody disagrees on that one. That's a 10. Okay. 1 is it. Okay. Let's say that 2 is it might be there. Okay. But it also might be any place else. All right. 1 is it's not there. Okay. 1 is they got it wrong for sure. We know that now. Okay. But if you're curious, like what are we talking about here? All right. I'll answer that question as best as I can. But we'll go to a lot of cool places where it's like, anyway, my point, my idea of going there is when we go there, I want to show you something that's like where this story happened. Okay. So that you have in your mind a mental picture now, or maybe a physical picture of what this looked like so that, you can understand that story. That story goes from black and white to color, so to speak. All right, that's my goal with that one there. One church that we're going to be in has amazing acoustics. All right, and it's incredible. All right, it's got this like a 13-second reverb. You know what I'm talking about. Both you know what I'm talking about. Okay, and in there we go in there and we sing a few songs. Okay, just so you guys can experience this and we talk about it. The reason that there are amazing acoustics in there is actually fascinating. I'll talk about that when we're at St. Anne's in Jerusalem. All right. but people come from all over the world to, to sing with their little group in this church. And I wonder if Zuni has ever been sung in this church before. Okay, I don't know. If it has been, what was that?
If Chad was in there, he did, I think, because I sent him lyrics.
Oh,
I mean, we did later,
Side.
but not at
He
that.
made me
Okay.
do all that work and didn't.
No,
he
he did. Yeah, I know.
Well, there you go. All right. And again, that's again, I think that would be cool. It's not like that's the most important thing we're doing, but I think that would be meaningful. All right. So anyway, so I'll send it so that if it's like Zuni is not your first language, then you get a chance to join in us in this with those who are singing that. So anyway, that's my goal. But I'm not going to inundate you with emails. The point is there. We'll do that. But I would like to go through Shema again, and what I'd ask you to stand up or.
If at some point we want to watch, one video has come through.
Oh, really?
Carly and Jonathan.
Okay, all right, yes, we'll maybe cue that up in the next break or something like that, and we'll do that. Can you send it to email on your computer, something like that? We'll do that, okay. All right, okay. Let's repeat this after me again. We'll say this together. Maybe by the end of the thing, we can say this all together, but right now we'll still repeat it here. Here we go, all right? Shema Israel.
Shema Israel.
Adonai Eloheinu.
Adonai Eloheinu.
Adonai Echad.
Adonai Echad.
Ve'ahavta
Ve'ahavta
et Adonai
et Adonai
Eloheka.
Eloheka.
B'kol
B'kol
levavka.
levavka.
Uvekol
Uvekol
nafsheka.
nafsheka.
Uvekol
Uvekol
meodeka.
meodeka.
Ve'ahavta
Ve'ahavta
l'reaka
l'reaka
kamoka.
kamoka.
All right, let's say it together in English. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord alone. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might, and love your neighbor as yourself. Amen. All right, have a seat, guys. Oops, wrong one. I just went to advance the PowerPoint slide on that one. Hopefully I didn't pause the live stream. We're still good? Still good. All right, good. GTI, the tour company that we're working with, which we decided stands for Good Times Imminent. I don't know. Okay, hopefully so. I don't know. Well, I'll ask them what it
It
stands for.
doesn't really have anything.
Does it really?
Dan and I have asked. Yeah.
Okay.
Go to
Just
Israel.
go to Israel. All right, there it is. I don't know what happened there. Oh, you sent me the thing. I see. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Oh, no, that's great. Okay. Rather than send you like, okay, as the address is due here, I turn it into a tiny URL. So you can go to tinyurl.com/IsraelTripPrep. Okay. Or if you're more of a QR code type of person, you can plug that in and you can look at GTI's travel guide for this thing. They have like a download the PDF travel sheet, which is part of your packet. Some of you have got that on the top of your packet right now, the GTI preparation guide for this thing. Okay, that is really good. Okay, that's a good thing, and it gives out. The thing I like about that is it says, hey, 3 months out, this. Start with this. 1 month out, this. 1 week out, this. Okay, before you get to the airport, this. Right, passport. Yep, got it. Okay, all this types of stuff. Right. Okay, so guys, next week Saturday, April 5 is exactly 3 months out from our trip date. So we are a little bit ahead of the 3 month out time, but yes, it is breathtakingly exciting. Okay, so but you can look at that over here. I am not going to go through that list point by point. I do want to highlight a few of the things about that. Okay, so about this, and I also have my own document here. Okay, that hopefully between the two of them we get everything covered. All right, but the first part of this document here is a word about physical preparation that you can see over there. And it starts over here. It's like, okay, what are we actually doing in here? And it is not my goal. In fact, it is against my goal to hike so much that we become exhausted and all you come back from the trip is like, I'm just really tired. I saw a bunch of stuff, but now I'm really tired. That would defeat the whole purpose of the thing in the first place. That is not my goal. There are some places where the only way to get there is to do it the same way that Jesus and his disciples did, okay, which is by walking. And I would hate to miss some of those places just because we can't drive the bus right up to the parking lot there. And there are some things that I want to show you that it's like the journey is part of it. Okay, that goes back a little bit to what we just talked about with the Eastern Western thing over here, with the following the disciples. I did this a little bit with my classes. It's like, hey guys, let's go for a walk. Okay, and there's something I want to show them, and they say, where are we going? And my answer is, I'll tell you when we get there. Or maybe I won't. Maybe we'll just get there and so forth. This is also Jesus and his disciples would have gone there. The rabbis did not typically say like, hey guys, today here's the schedule. We're going to go here, 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 here. Okay. And then we're going to see these things. We're going to do that. The rabbi would just say, guys, follow me. The disciples are like, all right, here we go. Okay. And if someone asks, where are we going? The rabbi would say like, that's the journey's part of it. All right. If we see, I don't want to tell you where we're going because sometimes if we encounter something low, it's like, oh guys, stop. Look at this. Okay. Like check out the ants. Look at how busy they are. Right. Sounds a little bit like Proverbs, right? Okay. The rabbi would stop and would talk about those things. So the journey is part of it as we go along there. Okay. There's that. I will give you a rundown like the night before. It's like, hey guys, tomorrow we're going to need these things. Okay. And here's my general plan. Plans can change. And but I'll give you that. Okay. I'm not going to make every day like surprise. It's like, oh, I don't have that with me today. Okay. That's not my goal either. But Isaiah 40 talks about this. Isaiah 40 talks about in the great day of the Lord, every valley shall be raised up, every mountain and hill made low, the rough ground become level, and the rugged places a plain. Right. And where I grew up, I was like, all right. Okay. And then I went there and I was like, oh, this is kind of a big deal, okay? Because most steps in Israel are either up or down, okay? And a lot of steps in Israel are, it's like there's rocks around here, okay? So for part of your physical preparation here, treadmills are great. And also, get yourself out on a trail, okay? My New Mexico people, we live in a place where it's like, oh yeah, we got trails. Let's go, okay? We can do that. My Southern California friends may have to work harder at that, okay, to get out of the concrete jungle, but you can do it. I have faith in you. You can do it. All right. There we go. My general idea for this thing is to gradually work your way up to these things by about a month ahead of the trip there. Okay. Walking at least 3 miles a day. Doesn't have to be all at once. All right. Walking 3 miles a day. And one of the things that you'll get from GTI, Good Times Imminent, is a travel pack. All right. That has got, it's like a Camelback. I think it's maybe off brand. I don't know if it's Camelback or not. I don't think it is. Okay. But it works okay. All right. It's.
Yeah. Last time they were Ospreys.
Oh, look out. Oh, all right. Hey, if anyone from GTI is watching this right now, I did not mean to cast aspersions upon you. All right. That's right. Okay. There we go. Okay. Woo. I would recommend that at some point, once that arrives, that you go ahead and put a little bit of water in it, even if you're not going on a hike that's like, I'm going to need water in this hike, just so you get used to the weight and the feel of it and so forth, and the slosh, and all that fun stuff that goes along with it. Okay. I would encourage you also to not just go on things that are flat, but to find stairs someplace. Okay. My friends in Gallup, I guess, have got that stadium there. Okay, you do that one. Or you just hike Pyramid if you want to. That's great. My friends in California have got Gar Stadium. I don't know if that's still open or not, but there you go. Okay. Yeah, or find a trail that goes up, like you said. Okay, we got Pine Mesa over here. We're good. Check with your doctor, okay, to make sure that you've got all the things that you need there and that you're in a good spot for this. Okay. I'm wearing my hiking boots right now. Okay. I wouldn't wait until a week before to get yourself some hiking boots or walking shoes because you'll discover, I think, that these things often have some breaking in time. Okay. The hiker that I'm going to defer to on this one is nodding her head. So I'm going to say that was right on the nose there. Okay. So you want to, this is on GTI's 3 months ahead. Okay. Get some kind of footwear. I know that some of you are like, Beckford, I can't do the ankle thing. I just can't. Okay, that's fine. I understand that. Be mindful of what I said earlier about, the ground in Israel and so forth. Okay, involving rocks and stuff. And so if you're not going to do that, work on ankle strengthening things just because, a turned ankle would not be ideal. That's understating, obviously, right? Okay, that would put a crimp in your trip and it would make the rest of us sad as well. Okay, so don't do that. Okay. The next page on that is reading preparation for that. Okay. Here's my recommended minimum reading list for this one. A lot of it's Bible. Well, all of it on this one is Bible passages. Okay. You see from Exodus there, Deuteronomy, Joshua as well, the Samson story, something about David, to Psalms, desert Psalms, and Psalms of Jerusalem. I would recommend reading all the way through at least one gospel. I recommend Matthew in that one, but you can take your pick. We'll be all over them when we get into Israel. And also some of the sections from Acts. If you wait until a month before to start reading that amounts to about 2 or 3 chapters a day. Okay. If you start now, that's about 1 chapter a day. Okay. For all these things there. If you've got that all finished there, I've got some additional things that you can look at as well there. Okay. A lot more reading. And if you have any questions about that or about other books and so forth, there are books. There's lots of books. If you are a voracious reader with a lot of time on your hands between now and then, a good book is James Michener's The Source. Okay.
It's a great book.
There you go. It is. It really is. And that'll give you a lot of context. Something you should know about if you're like, oh, I'm going to order that on Amazon today. Something you should know about James Michener is he can sometimes take 4 pages to describe what a rock looks like. Okay. And he'll think that's awesome. Okay. But the topics that he engages in that thing, he really gets them. Okay. The Source is a frame story. The outside story is this archaeologist and his team are digging at this fictional site there, but they find different things. Okay. And as they find different things, each of those things kind of pops out and becomes a story in history. All right. It's remarkably well done. I think I read that in high school. And when I say I read it in high school, I mean, most of my high school years were taken reading that book. Okay. Like it took me that long to read it. Okay. And I was not super into reading when I was in high school, but it was about a 2.5 year read for me. But if you're, you really trying to jump in, that's a pretty good one. All right. Yeah. I'm still unclear about whether GTI is going to get us one of those things or not. Hiking Bible.
They did last time.
They did last time.
Yeah.
That was 2 years
From
ago.
the room.
Okay, good. Okay.
It's
Good.
not on our list.
It's not on the list of things that GTI is
It might
giving
not.
us.
I don't know.
So I'll ask. That's a good question. I'll ask on that one there because, yeah. Okay. Yeah,
If
that's
not,
good.
I've got like 3
Okay.
at home.
All right, fair enough. Indeed. Yep. Indeed. All right. Turn to the packing list over here. I'm not going to go through the whole thing detail by detail. You guys can see that. All right. I'll go through some of the highlights of this. And if you have questions, please feel free again. We're going to ask you to bring 1 suitcase, a carry-on, and a backpack. Probably your hiking thing over there. Just because of not because of the airline limitations. Okay. Although GTI will tell you what the airline limitations are. I think the suitcase is 50 pounds either way. And there's a weight limit on the carry-on as well. Okay. So yeah, anyway, you can check out what they've got over there. And I think because it's international, I think it is free. I don't think you have to pay at point of service. I hope so. I'll check into that as well.
One
Yeah.
thing that worked well for me in the past is to pack 1 suitcase, and then I had a carry-on suitcase, but I put my backpack in it.
Okay, good.
And then that way I only had to carry 1 other item onto the plane.
Mm-hmm.
And I just left my backpack empty in my,
Perfect.
but if that's not enough space for you, that's
Yep.
something, but
Yep.
yeah.
One other suggestion is to pack 1 change of clothes in your carry-on, because we have had luggage get lost. It happened to Tim's
My
mom.
parents. Yep.
And it was, Tim's mom had what she was wearing and the outfit in the carry-on for the entire 2 weeks.
Oh.
2 outfits. So it was either a pink day or a blue day is what she would say. She would wash every night in the hotel, and so it's good to at least have one.
That for sure won't happen to us. I hope.
Or if you're going with someone, you can, like spouses can pack half and half.
Right.
Half of your clothing in each suitcase. That
Good
way
idea.
if one gets lost, you
Yep.
both got clothes.
Good idea. Indeed. One other idea, and again, you can take this with a grain of salt or however you want to take it there, is inside this bag over here, you've got like a duffel bag that's just like smushed down. Okay. On the way back, like I think you'll be allowed to pack, 2 bags on the airplane. It's just on the bus there. But you can ride from our last stop in Jerusalem to the airport with like a bag on your lap if you want to, if it's got, whatever, dirty laundry or souvenirs or what have you in there. Okay. That's another idea. Some people like that. Some people don't, whichever. Okay. But a couple of ideas along with it. Okay. Clothes. All right. I mentioned the hiking boots over here. Hat, definitely. Okay. This is the one, unless something happens to this hat between now and then, this is the one that I will use. Okay. It's got a wide brim. It keeps the sun off my eyes, nose, ears, and the back of my neck. Okay, people have done different things with that, with bandanas or whatnot there. But one of the other things that's really neat about the GTI website that you got over there is it tells you it's like different times of the year. Here are the average temperatures in the different places over there. They got a beautiful chart. Okay, and it can get hot. Okay, and most places it will be sunny. Going in July, and I'm going to say this, and as soon as I say it, it's going to happen. We will probably not have rain. Okay, July is not their rainy season. I know in New Mexico we get the monsoons and so forth. Don't really get that in Israel. Okay, different kind of climate, Mediterranean climate. Okay, a lot like my friends in California have got, and they don't get rain in July generally either. But just so you're aware of that, it mentions in there too taking a light jacket along, maybe and like a sweatshirt along. Maybe one.
I did wear my sweatshirt even once and I get cold all the time. When we were there in July
Right.
2 years ago, I brought a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt, didn't use either.
Didn't wear either.
It was
Okay.
So hot.
This, okay.
You should bring.
Probably. There you go. If you're always cold, bring a sweatshirt. Yep. Okay. Modesty kit. Let me explain what I mean by that. There will be some places where they won't let us in if the men don't have long pants. And the women long pants too is fine. Okay. Or if you've got like shorts and you've got like one of those wraparound skirts, I don't know, because I've never worn one. Okay. But they tell me they exist. They go like mid-calf length. Okay. You can just wrap around and so forth and put them on there. There's some, for different reasons, there's some Catholic Christian sites where you got to have them in to get in. And there's some Muslim sites in Jerusalem, like the Temple Mount, has to be the case there as well as like sleeves. Okay. Sleeves, like even this is fine. What I'm wearing right now is fine. Okay. Like even like this, they'd probably have you put on a scarf, or like if you don't have one, buy one. Okay. Or something like that. So tank tops would be like, nope. But yeah, so I find like I'm wearing right now pants that I can, they're shorts. Okay. I've just got the leg sleeves on there and I can zip them on for when I go into Capernaum. And then as soon as I get out of there, I can zip them off. I can be comfortable again.
Generally speaking, mid-calf would be like the lowest, or do I need to like think conservative and do feet length?
That's a great question. I looked at the GTI stuff and they said mid-calf length.
Okay.
I'll check on that also though, because that's an important question. If you didn't hear the question, it was asked for the online people, would mid-calf be okay, or should there be some that come down to like ankles? And the GTI stuff says mid-calf, but I'll check with them on that one. Can you write that down? Like start a list of things that I've got to check with GTI on. 1, travel Bible. 2, modesty kit for different places there. Right. Excellent. I know like in Capernaum, mid-calf is fine. The one that I'm thinking in my mind, Temple Mount, that might be. Yeah. Just for different reasons. Okay. Yeah. No, that's a good question. Yeah. 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 All right. Some people make like a shawl, bring a wrap or something like that around there, and that will work as well. Okay. That should do it. Cool. The GTI pack, like I said, they'll send one along with us there. Snacks. Okay. All your meals are provided for. Breakfast and dinner will be in the hotels. Here's another question I get is like, someone asked me this, what am I going to have to eat when I'm there? Like, am I going to be forced to eat like a completely different thing I'm used to eating? No. Okay. The breakfast, you can. Okay. The breakfast spread at the hotels that we go to is wide ranging. Okay. But if you're like, I really like a piece of toast with jam on it, you'll be good. In fact, you'll have probably more kinds of jams that you can shake a stick at. You have like 9 different kinds of jams.
Or honey
Okay.
dripping from an actual comb.
Right.
We had that at one
Honey
place.
dripping from an actual comb. Yep, indeed. Okay. And then lunch is usually on the road at the site. Okay. Our bus driver and our guide will, when we're out hiking or doing a faith lesson someplace, they'll take the bus, they'll go to the nearest grocery store, they'll buy that, they'll come back. Okay. We'll have lunch together and we'll keep on going from there.
Sandwiches with pita bread and beef cheese.
Right. Usually a sandwich variety.
Lettuce, tomato.
Okay. Yep, indeed. But between those things, this is a good idea. All right. Like a paid, okay, it's not paid promotion. Okay. I didn't check that on YouTube. Okay. I'm not advertising them, especially here, but something like that, of the nutty protein variety. Okay, things with chocolate in them are 1 star, do not recommend, because that will melt and make a mess of everything. We have had like the little trail mix packs, the individual packs before, and those go okay, but they'll melt. Guys, they'll melt. Yep, they just will. All right, and then then it's like a candy bar, right? Because it all melts together and it's like, that's not what it's supposed to be. Yeah.
And these are things we should buy ahead of time and pack in our luggage rather than like expect to buy there.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes, yep. Yeah, you'll find things generally less available there and generally more expensive there than you would here.
Like,
Okay.
how much should we be packing of that?
The question is, how much should we be packing of that?
How much snack we pack?
Right.
So we need a mid-morning snack and a mid-afternoon snack, maybe like 2 to 4 snacks per day.
Okay, there we go. The hiker says 2 to 4 per day.
Well, it depends
Right.
on how much like walking is happening, but if you like.
I really only
experience-
did one, if even that.
Okay, there we go.
I
Partly
like
you're
to
so
have
hot,
the
you're not
salty,
Yep.
like a beef, for me, a beef jerky in
Oh,
the
yeah.
morning.
Yep, there you
There's
go.
a saltiness and you can chew on it for a while and then like and something, nuts and stuff usually was the best. But also sometimes at breakfast, there's whole pieces of fruit.
Right.
And whole boiled eggs.
Yeah, so I take out.
And you can I would just put a few in my backpack for later in the day
Yep.
too.
That's good.
Yep. Indeed.
Yes.
Yep, that's a good question. Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Mhm.
I have one quick kind of backup question.
Sure.
Since I'm probably gonna be coming from Wisconsin and meeting you in Los Angeles, I'm wondering if I can like pre-pack before I leave for the Midwest, the suitcase that I leave with you guys to take,
Sure.
and then
Yep.
stuff that I don't need when I'm in the Midwest.
Yep.
That it's already there, and then when I'm flying, I only have like my one carry-on.
Yep.
Would that be okay?
Yep.
The suitcase bag?
For sure. Yep. And we'll talk more about that later on, probably not today, about logistics of this, okay? From New Mexico, the flight leaves out of LAX, for instance, Southern California. Yee-hoo. All right. Those are from New Mexico. My plan, my hope is if you're here, we're going to drive to California on July 4. All right. And then we'll talk about how many there are. We're going to find friends for you to stay with on the night of July 4. Oh, July 4 in Los Angeles. Oh, yay. All right. And then we'll wake up in the morning. The flight out, I think, is about 3 p.m. on July 5. Okay. So then we'll get to LAX, which is you can be thankful that it's a Saturday that we're going to LAX. LAX is still an adventure, but we'll get there with plenty of time and we'll be all set. Okay. But yeah, we'll talk about those details later on there. But yes, if you got other things there, let us know there. Okay. While I'm thinking about this, if you have dietary concerns or restrictions and so forth, communicate that with GTI directly, and they can communicate that with our guide, and they can do their best to be aware of that, and they will be aware of that and to accommodate that as we go along here as well. So that it's like, well, I can't eat anything here. That would be a bummer and not okay. So we'll do that. Our guide, the guy that is scheduled to work with us, his name is Waleed. I have worked with him before. So the last time I took a tour officially to Israel was 2013, and Waleed was my guide there. So we're both a dozen years early. W-A-L-I-D. Waleed is how you spell it in English. So yeah. So it's good. I'm excited to get a chance to work with him again. So there you go. All right.
Wait, what's that Gatorade packet?
Oh, it's like, it's one of those little 16.9, yeah, powder thing. Deborah, you put it into the thing of their electrolytes. Yeah.
Like a crystal light.
Uh-huh. Yep. Because, I mean, I don't know.
Crystallite, like that, I don't think that's an electrolyte.
No, it's not. I'm just
Yeah.
saying it's powdery like that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Yep.
There's that hydro, what's the newer one?
Liquid IV or something like that.
They got
Yeah.
liquid IV, they got salt, they got, the cheap one is the powdery one. That's the cheapest that I found, and it has the electrolytes.
Okay.
And it's like 7 different flavors.
We do Tailwind.
What was that?
Tailwind. There's
Tailwind.
lots of different.
Lots of different things.
Tailwind doesn't have the sugar,
Okay.
so
All right.
it's easier in your gut.
Okay. Something to give the water, one, a little bit of flavor, two, replace the electrolytes that you're sweating out, like the salt and that type of stuff. It's a good idea to have some of those along with you as well.
Put that in water bottles, not your camera.
Right,
Mhm.
right. That'd be, yeah. Yep, yeah. Yep, or yeah.
But they don't need to bring their own water bottles, right? 'Cause
I don't
DPA
think so. I gotta
All right,
add
all
it.
that
Yep,
goes-
thank you, thank
We
you.
did, and I got really good insulated ones too.
Oh, okay, okay. Did they come with a water bottle or not? They used to. It's, I don't know, okay, Okay.
And we would wrap our water bottle, we got a yoga mat, and we cut it into little seat cushions when we're sitting on the everything there
Is hot.
is spiky
Okay.
and hot.
right,
And so we would sit on those, but then we'd wrap our water bottle in it, so it kept it even better
okay.
in the pack.
That's a great idea. In case you didn't hear that on the live stream, she said take a yoga mat, you cut it out into a little seat cushion, you can use it to wrap it around your water bottle, and that'll keep the water in the water bottle cold. And you can also haul that out for the thing over here. The phrase we used when we were there is that like, that is a 5-minute rock, which means you can sit on that rock for about 5 minutes before it becomes really uncomfortable, which led to the additional expression, more uncomfortable than a 30-minute faith lesson on a 5-minute rock. So there you go. But the seat cushion thing is, that's a winner. That's a great
But
idea.
the
I've not
yoga
heard
mat-
that
and then
before.
you get one yoga mat, share it with 6 people.
Boom.
You all have
There
a-
you go.
Lots of yoga mats in the storage
Yes,
room
we
out
do.
there.
Oh,
that we use, so.
Less up.
Or
There we
especially
go.
ones that are falling apart, yeah. Just
There we go. Yep.
They were
Great.
free from.
Oh, they're new.
CIP,
Okay.
so Thank you.
Or-
Might be-
We could cut up my old ones that I've been using for
And give
years
you
and
the-
put the new.
Hey, there we go. I like it. I like it. Okay,
And
great.
these were the, I mean, we used the thicker, cheapo ones as opposed to.
Right, yep.
But just,
I get it. Good.
but it kept the water cold.
Okay, nice. I like it. Good idea. Thank you.
Oh, they don't have ice.
Right.
Right.
Yep. There's no ice you're gonna find there. Or washcloths.
True.
Okay, in the hotels. That's so if that's something that you want when you shower or anything like that, bring your own because you're not gonna find them there in the hotels. All right, towels, yes, of course, but washcloths, no. Medications, okay, super important. Make sure that you have enough to get you through the end of the trip. Plus a day because we'll be arriving in, at LAX on the 19th. That's different than being back in New Mexico for us. So, yeah, yep, okay.
Yeah, if you use that cold pack.
I would recommend bringing tissue packs as well, okay, or some kind of wipe, just in case. Restrooms are generally well stocked there, okay. If we end up in a spot where it's like, oh, there's a restroom that's not well stocked because there was a group here just before us, and okay, then it's nice to have a backup plan, so to speak. Electrical adapters. I think GTI is giving us one. Okay.
Says it.
Now, keeping in mind that an adapter is different than a converter. Okay, the adapter just means the adapter plugs into the wall and you can plug into that, but it does not convert the power voltage. Power voltage in Israel is 220. Our voltage here is 110. So if you take an old electric razor and you plug it in to a 220, it'll run really fast for about a half a second and never again. All right. So, so be mindful of that. Sometimes in hotels, they have 110 plugs. All right. But I would still check different things like something like phone adapters and stuff says this is rated for 110 to 220, and that will still work. But check what it says. It usually is printed in super small print right on the thing, but you can take a look at it there.
You can get a little box plug in or
USBs.
Yep. USBs and whatnot.
plug
Yep.
in and everything
Yep.
for, I guess, $6 or something.
Okay. Perfect. Wonderful.
You go to Europe, then you're gonna need it too, so just, hang on.
There you go. Yep. Hang on to it. Yep. Indeed. Okay. All right. Cash. If you want to, again, I tell the stripper saying you can go on this trip without a dime in your pocket and you'll be fine. If you want souvenirs, there will be a few opportunities to do that along the trip there. Every place that we'll go takes American money. You won't have to worry about changing it at the airport into shekels or anything. But they'll all take American money. Small bills would be better than large bills, I think, generally, I find. I will also say this. The tips are included in the price of the trip here. In the interest of full disclosure, I will give you the opportunity towards the end of our trip. If you would like to do an additional tip for our guide and our driver, I'll give you that opportunity. When you see the places that our driver and our guide can get us into and what they do for us, my guess is that you'll be compelled to offer them a somewhat additional tip. But anyway, I don't want to give you that. Don't want to spring that on you. But if it's like, nope, that's not my thing, okay, that's fine too. All right. But there you go for those guys. They are, yeah, we work with some of the best in the business in Israel.
Most
There's
places do accept credit cards too.
That is true.
Check with your credit card company because.
Right.
they
Let them
might-
know you're traveling
and
because
they might
otherwise,
Charge a fee
right.
in addition.
Mhm. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Is there something else I was going to say on that one? I don't think so.
We just say it
Oh, with dinner, okay, bottled water throughout will be provided for you. Okay, that's part of the cost of your trip for this thing. If you would like something else with dinner, okay, either a bottle of Coca-Cola or something else like that, that's an additional cost for you. All right. So what they do at most hotels is they'll ask you for your room number and they'll charge you your room number. Then before we check out of the hotel the next day or a few days later, something like that, before we leave for the thing, square up with the front desk and you'll be all set. All right. But there's that. All right. Any missing anything else on
Just.
If you're really a coffee drinker, it's only served at breakfast.
breakfast? Okay.
Along
the
with the
milk.
best chocolate milk you've ever had.
That too.
Yeah, so just because they don't, so if you want coffee at night, they don't.
Don't have it. Okay. There you go.
And did
Yeah.
you want to comment on souvenirs? How we will have very few opportunities, but.
Right. Not a ton. Right. Well, there's a spot in Bethlehem they're planning on going. He's got a lot of olive wood stuff in there, which is made like down the street from the shop, which is pretty cool. And potentially up by Galilee as well. Okay, we'll see there. And then, yeah, if we have a chance in Jerusalem too, we'll see there. Okay, a lot of different things. While I'm on that with the souvenir things here, in Bethlehem and in Galilee, it's not it's like that's the price. All right. In Jerusalem, in the old city, there's no prices on anything. Okay. The price is what he thinks he can get you to pay for it. Okay. So there you can do a little bit of negotiating with them. All right. With one exception, there's one I'd love to have you meet. My friend Shaban is his name. When we lived there for in 2010, Shaban was a good friend, became a good friend, and he was really good to our family. And Shaban's shop is different than every other shop. His prices are the lowest there, and we just don't negotiate with him. But he's completely honest with you, and that he's got even a sign in his office or in his shop that says, I don't remember what it says. It's a proverb, but it's something along the lines of better to have a little bit and be honest than to be rich and be a liar. Okay, and that's a paraphrase of that, but it's like, all right, there we go. So yeah, we'll see. I can't promise because Shaban is only there in the daytime, but we'll see if we can see Shaban. That'd be fun. Okay, bring your passport. We're again, like I said, next week, Saturday is 3 months out. If you don't have a passport, you haven't started getting your passport yet, now is the time this week. Okay, you definitely want to get on that. And I would recommend taking the page that has got your picture on it and making 2 or even 3 copies of that. Okay, if you're making 2, keep one with you, not right next to your passport. Okay, not tucked into your passport. Okay, because if you lose one, you'll lose the other one. Okay, and then give one to somebody else on the trip, a second copy with somebody else. Okay, so that if it's like your stuff is all of a sudden gone, then it's like somebody else has got a copy of that. If you want to leave a 3rd copy at home with somebody else you can get in touch with, that would be good also. We've never had that happen, but if it were to happen, it's easier to get that cleaned up if you've got a copy of the face page of your passport, and then you can go from there. Okay, cool. Didn't make this list over here, but a swimsuit, okay, or something that you can get swimming with. Our hotel at the Dead Sea area is across the street from the Dead Sea, okay, which is amazing. Okay, it's the salination is so high in there, you float. Okay, not doing that. You got to. Okay, you have to. All right. The hotel that we're staying at in Galilee is right on the Sea of Galilee. Okay, so if you get a chance to get in the sea, for me, it's like, yeah, you got to. Okay, if you're gonna be here, you might as well do it. All right. So something to get in the water in is going to be good. Along with that, I think the GTI thing talks about footwear, and it talks about like potentially three things, like your hikers, okay? And then after you spend your day hiking, you probably want to be in something else at dinner, right? I understand that. I will, all right? And the third thing is some kind of water shoe or something like that, okay? Not flip-flops. Flip-flops are not going to work well for water shoes. I've got Chacos, sandals, or Tivas or something like that I wear. Some people prefer, I don't know what, okay? Something else like a water kind of hiking shoe, okay? That's fine too. There'll be a few spots where we're getting our feet wet, which I'm super excited about. One of those is walking through a tunnel that King Hezekiah had carved to get the water from outside the city wall to inside the city wall. And it is exceptional, but you're being water up to about here, okay? Just for that time.
For anybody of our group who doesn't have water shoes and needs sandals for that, I have probably 6 pairs of saltwater sandals, which are just a very flat, plain leather sandal that you can wear in the water. I have them in size 9. And anyone is welcome to borrow a pair. I've got all the colors.
There you go. All right.
So,
Fantastic.
and they pack super flat too, and they stay on your feet. So
Nice.
you don't want
That's
to spend
great.
a day hiking in them, but for that,
That's fine. Yep.
they're really
Yep.
good.
Very good.
If Carolyn Camps was listening, she texted me about whether they should be open or closed toed. And I think I may have been wrong when I wrote her back. We should have something with closed toes, shouldn't we? Like for walking in the tunnel, just because it's rocky underneath. If you bump
Oh,
your.
mine are open toe.
No.
Yeah, I wear
Our
Chacos, which
Chivas.
are open.
Okay.
So you can, but when you do that, just like step up,
Yeah.
I mean,
So we
you'll be
don't
fine.
go closed
And
toed.
it's okay. So, and I'll say this also at Hezekiah's Tunnel. Hezekiah's Tunnel is a lot better than it used to be. It used to be that there were holes where it's like everybody stepped in these holes. So it was like you were constantly negotiating that. And now they like fill them in. They like cemented them up and so forth. It's great. Well, we'll have flashlights. So it's great. But yeah, anyway.
We need to bring headlamps in.
I think so, yeah. Yep. Yeah. But it's good. Okay. I don't think there's anything else. Are there questions, things that I'm missing that you got questions about on this? Yeah.
Cell phones. I mean, is Wi-Fi available in the hotels?
Mhm.
Because, I mean, I don't know how that works.
Right. Wi-Fi generally is. It'll depend on the hotel if it's free or not.
Okay.
Okay. But Wi-Fi is generally available in the hotels. That is the case. As far as cell phones go, there are some cell phone plans that, like there's a Verizon plan where you can prepay it, but it's like if you use it on a day, then it's like $10 for that day. Okay, then you can use it for the rest of the day on that one. And if you don't use it on a day, then it's nothing there. Okay, I don't know what check with your cell phone companies what they have and so forth.
If
Uh,
you want like data, you can buy a SIM card in the country, or you can download an app and pay for a virtual SIM card, which will allow your phone to work with data in another country. So like I can connect you with an app that if you want service all day long. But
Yeah.
there are options for you.
We were able to call our kids every night. That was
Using Wi-Fi.
2021. Using Wi-Fi at every place.
Okay.
Okay,
The
great.
kibbutz was a little spotty, so it wasn't
Yeah.
always a great connection, but other than that, we didn't use our phones.
Yeah.
Unless they were cameras.
Cameras,
Yeah,
yeah.
we use them as cameras. Yeah.
Indeed. Thank you. All right.
I'm noticing plastic baggies on the list. We're gonna talk about why we need those.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want me to?
Go for it.
Well, a couple reasons. One, sometimes we'll be in such remote places that there's no restroom nearby. So if you need a restroom frequently, sometimes you just have to go find a rock or bush. And so it's nice if you have those tissue packs, use those and put them in a Ziploc baggie rather than leaving them out on the trail. And then also, I don't know if you are planning on this or not, but sometimes there have been cases where we've found something that we're allowed to take and put in a bag, like a rock or dust or, shells.
Potsherd,
Potsherds, yeah.
little piece of marble.
And we recommend a Sharpie bring the Sharpie along. Because you might end up with baggies of stones or sand or, things from different places and they'll end up at your house and a few months later you'll go, oh man, where did this rock come from? I know it's from here. We've got so many of those at our house, and still don't know.
There's a big difference between like, this is a rock that I took out of the same brook that David took his rock out of,
Yes.
okay, versus like, this is a rock from Israel.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like, I don't know, it's like, what's with the rock? I don't remember. Okay, so if you label it, then it can,
Like a snack size bag or what?
Yeah, just little.
snack size, yeah, snack size is good. Yep, that's good. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Isaac came home with lots of porcupine quills.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah, African porcupine, what you got over there, so
Now
like,
they sit around our basement and
There you
cook things.
okay, there we go. There you go.
Maybe thicker Ziploc bags. These are ones that you're planning to collect porcupine.
There you go. There you go.
Put 'em in a
Same kind of
plastic
thing.
water
Yep.
bottle. Yep.
Indeed. There you go. Plastic water bottle. Yep. That's right. Ooh, you could. Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
The question is, I'm reading here, and maybe some of you can answer this. It says that medication, prescription medication has to be in its original container. And that's a question because, if you take your medication and put them in daily separate, like that, I mean, are they saying that you should have, if you take any medication as carry-on, it's gotta, because a lot of times what I do is I take mine and I put a whole bunch in a small bottle.
Sure.
For carry-on, and then in my suitcase is the separated.
Sunday through Saturday.
And then some of my injections I have to take in a cooler thing,
Okay. That's a good question. I don't know why it says that, because I'm sure I put that there for a reason. Add that to the question list for the GTI folks.
I think the idea is that there shouldn't be any question about what kind of drugs you have with you.
Yes,
Okay.
right.
So you need to be able to say, to prove this is a prescription medication, it's not fentanyl.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
That,
Maybe you
yes,
take pictures and have them on your phone to
Yep.
show them if they ask.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
would be a good idea.
I don't know. You could ask GTI.
We never run into that, we never run into flying domestically.
Right.
I mean, in
Right.
fact, they ask you, do you take enough medication in your carry-on?
Right.
That in case we lose the suitcase, you're okay.
Yeah.
Maybe a list of medications in case of an emergency too, if you
Yeah.
end up in the hospital unconscious and you
Right.
need to know what you're on.
And they don't want that either, right? I mean, it's like if you, it's like they don't want to create a medical situation for you. But we'll ask GTI as well, what kind of proof they need. They need the bottle, the container, they need like a picture of the prescription thing. My guess is that'll be fine, but we'll ask you just to make sure.
Okay, so could you do a recommendation for backpack? Is it, when you take a backpack, it's something you leave in the bus and then you just have your camelback on when you're hiking?
Mhm.
Or, okay?
Yeah.
And
Bus is safe. The bus is safe and secure when we're gone out of it. Yeah,
so what's it, we don't have backpacks anymore.
Okay.
To walk.
That's fine. Any bag.
In a bag.
Yep.
Alright.
Yep. You kind of
I
tell.
usually like to I would just keep a bag on the bus that had like my important documents, my passport, whatever I kept on the bus.
Okay.
The bus is secure. I didn't take that around with me. So I left my money, my wallet, my passport in a small bag on the bus. And then I just had the backpack that they gave me from GTI with my water and my notebook, my Bible, basically, of snacks.
That's helpful, thank you.
Yep, you bet.
He lists anti-diarrhea medication too in that same spot where Jim was just looking. That's just for if your stomach is extra sensitive to different cultural food and, the produce they wash in the regular tap water. So if that ends up bothering you a little bit, it's nice to have, Imodium or something like that. But we'll be drinking bottled water. You can drink the tap water. We don't usually at first. We let our bodies adjust to just eating whatever produce is washed in the water. And then by the end, then drinking water. And brushing teeth too. You can choose if you want to use bottled water or tap water, either one. But the water's generally okay. It's just that your system might
Right.
need a couple days to adapt.
Any other questions? Good questions, guys. All of them.
Laundry.
Oh, yeah. Right, like what do we do with laundry for this thing? In some places, you can pay the hotel to wash your clothes. That's generally pretty expensive. What we've done in the past too is if we're staying at a hotel for a couple of nights, which most of them we are, then especially Galilee, then you do like laundry in the sink and it gets clean enough. Okay, with Woolite or something like that. It gets good enough.
Bottle of liquid detergent.
Yep. And then you can wring them out and you can drape them over the shower or whatever in your
It
hotel
is
room.
more humid there, so I had certain things that did not dry. It took them 2 or 3 days.
Yep, it's true. Galilee is more humid.
Yeah.
Yep, that's true. Yep. Indeed. Okay. I think you guys, when you sign up for the trip, you can see like the general day-by-day itinerary of what part of the country we are, where the hotels are and so forth. Like the first hotel we're staying in, I'm pretty sure is 1 night. The next one is 1 or 2, and then we pop down to the south end of the country for 1, and we come back up to that same hotel again for 1 or 2 nights as well. And then we're up in Galilee for about 6, and then we're in Jerusalem for about 2 or 3. So yeah, so we move around a little bit, but we go there. Yeah.
So
Yep,
the
indeed.
weight limit on this page, it says the weight limit for check bag is 50 for economy and 70 for business. Are we going economy?
We're going economy. Yep, yep,
So 50.
yep, yep, 50. Yep,
Good, I'll cover that in the next one.
yep, indeed.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, you mentioned different shoes. One more quick thing.
Yep.
I see the sunscreen. So
Mhm.
sometimes, especially now that summer's approaching, you might be able to find these little sunscreen bottles that have a carabiner attached. Those are so handy. If you bring a little mini one and then you also bring a refill bottle, those carabiner ones can clip onto your backpack, and then out on the hikes, you have this little bottle that's always ready and you just refill it. So keep an eye out. I think Walmart has had them in the past.
Those are handy. Sometimes even like it's a twofer. Like you get the little bottle of carabiner attached to the big bottle with the thing over there. So that's the sweet spot. Yep, but that's nice to have as well.
We found, probably people aren't gonna do that here, but we were in Costco a week ago in Albuquerque and got Orvis hats like that. There, you can change the size of them inside for $12.
Wow.
Oh, that's a great deal.
Yeah,
Not bad.
3 different colors.
No, there are 2, tan and.
Yeah. Olive green, but they're really nice.
Yeah.
Even got a secret pocket in them.
There you go.
And they fit all sizes because you can adjust them, you know, but they're really nice for $12.
Not bad.
That's
Nice.
a fantastic price.
Yeah, it is. Really good price.
You try to go with light colored clothing.
Yep. Generally.
Thin,
Yep.
dry
Then
fit.
Kevin.
Right. If you look at the GTI stuff, the GTI stuff says like dry fit everything. And it's like, okay. Dry fit shirts I can see there. They're like dry fit underwear. It's like I'm not, no.
No, but
Okay.
the shirt, Kevin
Okay.
tried a cotton shirt one day and he was like, oh, massive difference. It was not good. So he just goes to
Yep.
Walmart.
There you go. Yep. Get a
So
cheap
cotton
dry
was
fit thing.
not.
Doesn't need to be like a Nike dry fit thing.
No, it can be Walmart cheapo. I think
Yep.
it's worth $4.
Yep. Like that.
They work great.
And don't wear denim. Denim is just be uncomfortable.
Yeah. Jeans. No. Yep. That's right. Fair point. Good. Thank you. Okay. As other questions come up, please feel free to email me. When I sent the email out, guys, I put everybody in blind carbon copy for that thing there because I didn't really have your permission to share your email address with anybody. As we get closer, if you're like, no, I don't want my email in there, okay, let me know and I'll put you in the blind carbon copy. But if you're like, no, it's fine. These are people I'm going to be spending 14 days with. It's fine. Then when we get closer, I'm just going to start popping everybody's name in that thing there. So when you hit reply all, it doesn't just come to me. It goes to everybody, and then we can share that way. All right? Cool. All right. Okay, if there's no other questions, then let's do another little break over here again. Stand up, sit down, get some more food or restroom, whatever. Yep, indeed. I'll see if I can queue up the hello from the other people here a second, and we'll go from there. All
You
right.
want to put a ladder by the window now?
Right.
I don't remember taking I don't remember taking a converter.
I didn't either.
Your phone chargers should work
He said they're usually.
with the thing. They're usually test rated for like 100 to 240, which fits in the American range and the European range, but double check it.
Yeah, I know.
That's a
I
bad
wrote
place
it
to
down.
find out that it didn't
Yeah.
work. Okay. Oh, this is me. Okay, let's see here.
Actually,
These things show it's me.
But you have to do that in order to access, I just airdropped it to you.
You did?
Yeah.
Good of them.
So it should be.
Oh, this is
Exciting.
Yeah, there it is.
For you guys.
Oh, 16 seconds?
What?
Yes, you were leaving the last.
No, we're good.
I think it's like the 30th, 29th of August, we're leaving again. And then we're flying to, well, we're getting to Lucerne, we're not flying there, but we're getting to. Yeah, the town in Basel, and then we're going to Lucerne for 2 days. Then we go back to Basel and we get on the boat. And then we go to the river until we get to Amsterdam, and then we get 2 days in Amsterdam before we fly home.
I'll go standing on your foot. One
And
foot.
this time we've learned our lesson, we have to.
Yeah, just standing on it.
Like you're doing dishes?
Yeah.
Reservations like
Cooking.
to, Anne Frank's.
Tortillas.
You can't just walk up. It's always
It's a little harder
long,
for
long
me to stand on my right foot and right left-handed. I
Mhm.
have a harder time with that because I'm right-handed, so
Oh.
to draw with my left.
Yeah,
hand
my
is-
balance is not as good.
Yeah. I feel like I have a feeling that I'm not thinking about it.
Because I could.
It's really bad.
I tried my food.
Yeah. This is what I wore 2 years ago. But they're trail runners, so they're ready for traction. And if I did, my ankles were strong enough to handle it, so.
Look at the reviews. See something else?
I love those Band-Aids that are like, they're not, it's not a moleskin for blisters, but like you put it over your blister and it like gets puffed and it makes a,
Oh.
it makes like a soft spot.
Wait, see if they're.
Those work really well.
Yeah.
The only place I
It's called a
ever got blisters,
hydroseal.
blisters in between my toes. I don't blister much, I just count.
Like this. So it's.
Wow.
See, look at that insulation. I mean, not insulation, Oh, cute.
Oh.
Looks like you can fit the size of. Very nice. Oh, nice. Cool. Oh, you can. Nice.
Okay, no, yeah.
You're either gonna love it or hate it, right?
Right?
As is with all things in life.
Staff or not.
Yes. What's your plan about coffee?
Bring some instant coffee packets.
I don't need to drink it at
So
night.
other parent staff,
So if it's at breakfast,
teachers,
I'm good.
classroom teachers, just like third and fourth, like Dr.
I'll just
That's my
pretend I
coffee.
like it black when I'm there.
Mostly just down here. Everyone else was gone.
Mike is going to Spain this summer.
Yeah, he is. And walk the Camino.
Ah,
So it's close, that's so.
One of those.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Retirement age, but isn't retired. And then our other custodian is not going.
So the lighter the color, the better, less hot,
yes.
Like
Yep.
Joy,
Definitely.
and she's not a
I wouldn't be
classroom
that
teacher.
this kind of hat, or that color? This
Oh,
color,
this is my
does
dad.
this hat look good?
Oh.
Will it look good on her? Will it make her look fat?
Gordon, it's only $7.99.
Oh, hey, that's a great hat. I like it.
Gore.
Do you?
Yeah, it's nice and
And
wide.
it has air breathers at the
Wow.
top.
No, they got stuck one
It's
time.
not one of those ones that has like a bigger in the back than it is in the front. It's, mine is an OR
outdoor research.
I think then.
But I just bought myself a nice big brown, like a big one.
Yeah.
All right.
That will be good for not days windy, that are windy.
Yes. I got a Tilly. So
Yeah.
Oh,
that'll work.
Dan always wears a Tilly too.
Yeah. This, I mean, okay, this also, like this little, yeah, literally, because this is my second one, because the one I put a hole in it hiking in Rama Falls. And I just said this, and it was like, send it back. I was like, okay, show us a picture of it, cut a hole in the top and send it to us, and then they want to make sure that you're not double dipping on them, but they sent me this one. So it's like guaranteed for life. So something like this will be helpful on windy days. This was mentioned earlier, so you're not walking around like this. So, yeah. Okay. All right, I'm gonna have some friends introduce themselves remotely here.
Yay!
Okay.
We just saw this lady.
Hey, yeah. All right, here they are.
I am a teacher at Valley Christian, and I was a student of Betsy's back in the day. I'm going on this trip because we love Jesus, we love learning, and I just really love the community that you guys have there.
Okay, fantastic. Wonderful. Thank you. Jonathan, Carly. Super excited to have you guys with us. Yep. Indeed. All right. Okay. We'll get the highlighters in just a moment, but that's this part over here. Okay. I was talking with some of you at the start of this thing, and I said I love maps. One of my teachers that I had Jenny right away points out Jim, but I heard more than one person say me too when I said that. So that's fantastic. One of my professors that I had in Israel said maps are like a love letter.
Oh,
no. And I'm not sure everybody feels that way about maps, but
Jim is so angry when we travel. Look on the map, and I'll say, I can't find it.
well, we're hoping to fix that today. But before we haul out the maps and all that type of stuff, if we stand up, should we say this again? All right. I'll try to do like last time I did it like 1 or 2 words at a time. I'll try to do some longer phrases here, maybe one line at a time as we go across here, but still repeating after me as far as this goes. All right, let's say, repeat after me. Shema Israel.
Shema Israel.
Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Ve'ahavta et Adonai Eloheka.
Ve'ahavta et Adonai Eloheka.
B'kol levavka.
B'kol levavka.
Uvekol nafsheka.
Uvekol nafsheka.
Uvekol meodeka.
Uvekol meodeka.
Ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha.
Ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha.
Very good. Amen. Let's say it together in English. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord alone. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might, and love your neighbor as yourself. Amen. Have a seat, guys. Right. When I talk about maps and so forth with my 8th grade class, and we look at a little bit of the land that we're looking in here, I start off with something like this. I said, I have a little knight chess piece. And I said, can anybody tell me about this? Like, oh yeah, Mr. Beckford, that's a knight. It's like, great. It's part of a game of chess. How does it move? It's like, oh, you go 2 up and 1 to the side. So then I hold the knight and I go like this. And I'm like, no, like right and left. It's like, oh, okay, like this. And it's like, no. And they get all frustrated with me on purpose. This is part of my plan. And it's like, what am I missing? And it's like, you need the board. Okay. And it's like, if you're going to understand the game of chess, you have to have the board. All right. And I say, yes. And if you're going to understand the story, you need the board. Okay. And now a chess board, forgive me, is relatively simple. It's 64 squares. They're all the same. There's nothing special about each individual square. But now imagine trying to explain Risk without the board, or Settlers of Catan without the board and the pieces there. That would be difficult to do. Okay, so I'd like to take a look at the board for a little bit here. Not that we're all going to become experts in this, especially in a half-hour session or whatever. But I like to throw this question out here too. What are the 3 most important cities in Israel? Do you think? What do you think?
Now, right?
Yeah, now.
Tel Aviv.
Okay, Jerusalem, Tel Aviv. I hear. Good. Any others come to your mind? Maybe then, maybe Jesus time, or even Old Testament time. What else would you add to that list? Okay. Capernaum. Okay, right. Place that Jesus called home. Yeah. Okay. But the place that Jesus came home is what they thought of it. Okay, they thought of it as his home. Okay. Was that?
Mikado.
Okay. All right. Very good. Where else? Those are good answers, okay? Good answer. Maybe Bethlehem might make your list, or Jericho might make the list, or something like that, okay? These are all good answers. And I'm pulling on you a little bit over here because none of those answers would be, maybe the one that Jim gave would be there. But strategically or militarily, especially in Bible times, none of those answers would be there. Okay, location is a pretty important one as well. Yes, indeed. All right. But in order to understand this question, as I'm asking it here, we need to back up. We need to zoom out for this thing. And to do that, okay, here. Michelle, will you hand these things out just for a second, just so we can see this? Okay. Woo. All right. My love letter to you guys. I need one of those back, maybe. Do you maybe have yours by any chance? Yeah. Thank you. Okay. All right. You recognize it? Here we are. Here's what I just showed you right there. Here's the Dead Sea. Here's the Sea of Galilee, Jordan River in between them. Mediterranean Sea is over here in black. Okay. Do you recognize this down here? Yeah. Okay. There's Egypt. In the ancient Near Eastern world, Egypt was one of the superpowers. Okay. And the most important thing about Egypt was the Nile. Okay, the Nile River. You can see in this picture, here's the Nile River from above here. In ancient times, today they've got canals and stuff because they got the dam built there, but the Nile would overflow its banks on a regular basis. This is because the Nile, 2 of its tributaries are the White Nile and the Blue Nile. Okay, in the headwaters of one of those, the rain was pretty constant and the snow melt and so forth, and it just flowed regularly. In the other tributary, the rain was very seasonal, very monsoonal, which means that that's getting the regular from here, it's getting almost nothing from here, all of a sudden it's getting a lot, which means at that time of the year, the Nile River downstream overflows its banks. And wherever the Nile did that, it left this really rich dirt silt deposit that you could farm in. Just past where the Nile River overflowed its banks, nothing. You can see it. That's not a cloud, that's desert. Okay? And I've been in some spots where you can be standing in a spot that is green, you take 3 steps this way, and you are in the desert. Nothing will grow under my feet. And over there, you can grow anything. Okay? It is that clear of a line at some places in Egypt, even today, right? In the ancient world, perhaps even more so. It's like 1 step between life and death. All right? The Nile River. Pharaoh, in fact, would gauge how much tax he could collect from his people based on how high the Nile flooded its banks. All right, that's the extent of what it is there. So the Egyptians had food, but they wanted to trade because if you were going to have, a certain afterlife experience, according to their mythology, then you had to be buried and embalmed with certain spices, which were not native to Egypt. So they had to have some connection with the lands to the east over here. And at different times, it was Assyria or it was Babylon. We're going to refer to them generally as Mesopotamia. It's a Greek word meaning the middle of the rivers there. Okay, these 2 places and these rivers they were not like the Nile. They did not overflow their banks. Okay, well, they did, but not regularly, not predictably. So if you're over here, the Euphrates can overflow its banks. Like, great, now the seeds go in. 2 weeks later, the same thing happens, and now all your seeds are gone, and you're in a 1-year famine unless you're going to get your hands on some food. So they had to trade. Okay, now if you're in those 2 places, you can't trade here because this is desert. If you take a train of camels through here, they will all die and you will too. All right. You can't, that's pretty bleak, but it's honest. All right. You can't go through here. Maybe if you knew that land like the back of your hand, you could make your way from oasis to oasis, but not with a group of camels, not with a trading caravan. So you went like this. Okay. Generally you stuck to the rivers and then you stuck to the coast. And then you came back to down to Nile, and now you're by the river again. Okay. By the way, even in Egypt today, 95% of the people live in 5% of the land right along the Nile. Okay. Out in the desert, it's empty. Okay. Almost nobody lives there. Okay. The other 5% are probably in the Sinai Peninsula over here. Anyway, and that runs right through this land over here. Okay. I call that road the International Coastal Highway. People call it different things in the past. Via Maris, maybe you've heard of that. Probably it wasn't the way of the sea. It's maybe a little bit sensationalistic, but it was a major trade route. And it wasn't the only one, but it was the big one between Mesopotamia and Egypt. And perhaps predictably, that road runs right through this land. And there are 3 good places where it has to pass kind of through a pinch point. All right. And if at each of those places there is a city, and if in the ancient world, if you could have any kind of presence at that city, you could tax that trade route and make a fortune. If you could be present in that city with any kind of military might, you could bring the ancient Near Eastern world to its knees before you, because you would be taking the life artery of 2 superpowers and doing this to it. Okay, which is why Egypt was always in this land, because they wanted the trade route. Okay, and why Babylon and Assyria are always in this land, because they want to control those pinch points of the trade route. Those 3 cities, there's one in the north, one in the middle, down in the middle north, and one over here in the south. And those 3 cities are Hatzor, Megiddo, and Gezer, right? So in 1 Kings, where it says that Solomon married Pharaoh's daughter, and for a wedding present, he gave Solomon Gezer. He just gave him control of the world. Okay, it was like the best wedding gift ever. Okay, of these 3, okay, Megiddo was probably the most important of them. Right, if you could be at Megiddo by itself, you had to pick one of those 3. You wanted Megiddo. When Pharaoh Thutmose IV came out to Megiddo, probably one of Egypt's most prolific warrior kings, he said taking Megiddo was like taking 1,000 cities. He would rather have Megiddo than 999 other cities. Okay, Hatzor is in the north. The trade route in Jesus' time, the trade route jumped back across to the other side of the valley over here, and actually comes through a little town called Bethsaida, all right, which is where a lot of Jesus' disciples were from. The implication of this is, well, I don't know. When God is taking the people out of Egypt, and I didn't understand anything about the chessboard of the land growing up, and he said, I've got a land all picked out for you. In my mind, God was taking his people and he was putting in some kind of secluded corner of the world someplace, all right, saying like, you guys chill out over there. Okay, I'll be your God, you'll be my people, and we'll have this great thing going on. Okay, he put them in a spot where the world was passing through all the time. And the implication of that is, I think God wanted his people to be, not to do this to the world, but to be influencers of the world, to bring others to him. And we'll be at some of these places here. All right. Anyway, let's look briefly, make sure we got the bodies of water all squared away here as you're looking at that map over there, and then I'll get you the highlighters and we'll take a look at those things. This big body of water over here is the Mediterranean Sea. Okay, you can see it. It's the biggest blue thing on your map over there on the left side. This down here is the Dead Sea. And the Sea of Galilee is right there. And the Jordan River connects them. The Jordan River is also above, north of the Sea of Galilee here. That is also the Jordan River there. And there you go. There is the Jordan River at this point is almost nothing flowing into the Dead Sea today, because both Israel and Jordan have water rights to that, and they pump it out of the Jordan River. So there's ecologically, there's a little bit of a crisis situation going on in the Dead Sea right now, because there's not a lot of water that comes in, and of course it evaporates out in the desert there. So the Dead Sea is getting deader. It's going down each year, right? Let's talk about land features here. I'll do this too, but I want to talk about very generally some land features from west to east, and then from south to north, and then we'll take a look at some of the cities that we've got as well there, and we'll do the highlight.
And you want us on here, right?
Yes.
We're not, okay.
There's not another map for this part here. There
Okay.
isn't. Yep.
No,
Yep.
I didn't
No,
know
fair
if
point.
it was, this one with the two, but no, okay.
Oh, later. We'll get to the Sea of Galilee specific one later. Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's very good. I appreciate that. Right along the coast over here, you can see it on your map. It is just this light colored flat spot, right? Okay. We're going to call that the coastal plain. It has different names depending if you're the north, like the plain of Sharon, maybe, or farther south, it's something else. But the coastal plain, generally speaking, is there. Right next to the ocean there, there's just flat, green land, pretty fertile for a little bit of time. By the way, in terms of scale here, about from here to here is about 45 miles. Okay, and about from here, does it say that on your map too? Does it give you that? Across the bottom maybe and across the top? Oh yeah, across the bottom it says there's 135 miles across the bottom of the map there. All right, does it say anything from north to south? I don't see anything there. It should. Okay. The point is, the state of Israel is the size of New Jersey today, about. So it's not real big. It's got the geographical diversity of California. Okay, if you can find it in California, you can probably find something similar in Israel. Might not be a lot of it, it'll be a smaller scale, but it's there. So this part is going to be easier for my friends in California because they can picture it's like, oh yeah, I know what the coastal plain looks like because we got one in Southern Cal. Okay, I know what foothills look like because we got them. I know what this looks like. Okay, but here's a picture of the coastal plain there. You can see the Mediterranean Sea and a place that we'll get to when we get there. And then it's like, it's just flat. Okay, you can see for a long time there. All right. Next in from the east, from the west rather, is some lowlands. We'll use the Hebrew word for that. The Hebrew word is shephelah. Say shephelah. Shephelah. Shephelah means low or lowlands in Hebrew, and it is these rolling hills here. My California friends think La Mirada. All right, something like that. Okay, here's a picture of some of those low rolling hills. They're not mountains. Okay, they're not mesas exactly either, but they're these hills, and you got some valleys winding through here as well, right? And then in this picture too, you can kind of see in the background that it gets more serious, right? If you go farther to the east, from the west to the east there, you see that as well. And that next region we're going to talk about is hill country, okay? And that has different names here too. This is the Carmel Ridge right here. This is the Sumerian hill country. This is the Judean hill country, but generally refer to it as hill country going across.
That highway kind of goes right through that.
It does, right? Which is why that city at Megiddo is super duper important, right? Because there's a pass that's there, right? There's another Egyptian writer that talks about, he's kind of taunting another guy who's a little more inexperienced, but as he writes this, he's like, you have no idea what it looks like to ride through that pass. And he says, well, you're riding through there and you're trembling because your chariot wheels are touching each side of the canyon that you're riding through. So it is a narrow thing in some points. So if you're at Megiddo, you can, yeah, it's an important little spot. Okay.
Are we going to Megiddo at all?
I hope so. It depends. It depends a little bit. Yeah. Yep.
We didn't go there last time.
Megiddo is one of those places like it's, today it's an archaeological jumble. Like it's one of those places that you can go to and see a bunch of things and not have any idea what you saw because this is Canaanite and this is 1948. Like it was strategically important in the War of Independence. Okay, which is wild. Anyway, and so yeah, yep. Here's a little more of the hill country. Okay, again, not mountains with snow on the tops or anything like that. Not Mount Taylor, but hill country here. All right. Next, there's this thin band over here. It does not go all the way north to south, but this over here we're going to call the wilderness, specifically the Judean wilderness. All right, oops, let's say it. There we go, wilderness. Okay, and this is a piece of land that is just brutal. Okay, so when it says that Jesus went into the wilderness for 40 days, I mean, pick your spot. I mean, it all looks the same after a while there. Not much grows here at all. Not much rain falls here at all. If it's not spring fed, probably won't be green. All right. And it's a hot, dry, dangerous place. There are some places that you should not go to because for the same reason that was not safe in Jesus' time because of of robbers and people that'll try to waylay you there. Right? And then we have this. This does not stop here. It does not stop here. This is the Great Rift Valley. It continues all the way down into Africa. All right. But the lowest point, lowest over water point on the earth is here at the Dead Sea. All right. That is about 1,400 feet below sea level. Considering that the Mediterranean Sea, about 45 miles away from here, is at sea level roughly. Yeah, that's really quite something. And this is not a great picture, but you can see land on the other side, and I'm standing at a little bit of a height over here, and there's this just that cuts through the earth right through here, and there's a little bit of green wandering through here, which is where the Jordan River goes. All right, the Jordan River is not used for commerce. One, today is an international border. Two, it meanders, it winds. Okay, you could take a camel caravan faster than you could sail a ship down the Jordan River. So it's never been used for shipping, for getting stuff from south to north or north to south. Right? It's not like the Nile that way. Okay, so I'm wondering if we can review these 5 geographical areas from the west to the east, and we can say them out loud. Can we do it? We do it? All right, here we go. Starting in the west, right? Let's just go 1, 2, 3 here. All right, here we go. Coastal plain, Shephelah, hill country, wilderness, Rift Valley. All right, let's go the other direction from east to west. Ready? Rift Valley, wilderness, hill country, Shephelah, coastal plain. All right, very good, guys. Excellent. Shephelah. Shephelah. S-H. And then sometimes you see with an E, sometimes an apostrophe. And then P-H. E-L-A-H. Shephelah. You bet. Okay. In the south here, it's not a circle. It's actually like 3 basins connected by little channels over here. Is the Negev Desert. Sometimes, depending on your translation in your Bible, it may say N-E-G-E-B. In Hebrew, the letter for B, when it's not the beginning of a word, sounds like a V. So the Negev or the Negev, that's how you would say it, the Negev Desert. Think Abraham and Sarai. Abraham and Sarah out there. Right? There's a little picture of a city that kind of guards one of the basins for the Negev. All right? All right. We'll end up here too. This is a place called Arad, the Negev Desert. And then back on the map here, when we go from south to north, we say it, we're going to say Negev, and then we're going to say middle stuff. Okay? To compromise the things that we've got over here. Middle stuff. Okay? All right? And then there's an arrowhead-shaped valley over here. It's not a perfect arrowhead. I can do that. Can you see it, guys, on your map?
It's the Jezreel.
That's right. Okay. It looks like Jezreel Valley. You can see right in the middle of that little arrowhead there. Okay. The Jezreel Valley is there. It is. Yep. So it doesn't come as far down as it's really up here. Yeah. But the Jezreel Valley is probably the most strategic place in the land. Okay. That's where Megiddo is. Megiddo is on this little outcropping. I didn't really understand. It's like, okay, I get it. I understand what's been said historically about Megiddo until I stood on Megiddo on a clear day. And on a clear day, you can see the whole Jezreel Valley because you're out just a little bit from the mountains on the south side over here. And if you're there with a point of power, nobody flinches on the Jezreel Valley without you knowing about it. Okay, and that is a place of remarkable power because it's where the trade route came this way. There was also a trade route that came this way from east to west. So it's like if you're there, you can't. Yeah, anyway. Jezreel Valley is where that is. Okay, and then north of here, Jezreel Valley, there it is. This is actually from Jezreel, what it looks like on a clear day. I mentioned before. Okay. Yeah, that's a clear day.
Was that spring or something?
Yeah, or something. We're not far from the Harod Spring at this point, but probably the Jezreel Spring. Okay, and then there's mountains that look different along here, and there's like 6 different names for these mountains. We'll group them all together, and we'll call them the Galilee Mountains, guys. All right, there's actually a skiing resort up here. Okay, so there's some snow in the right time of the year. You can go skiing down Mount Hermon if you want to. Okay. All right. So should we try that from south to north? Here's a picture of the Galilee Mountains and a fortress up there. That's Nimrod's fortress, a crusader fort. And Mount Hermon is in the background of that one. Yep, that's right. Yep, you got it. Okay. So let's review going south to north over here, including middle stuff. We'll give that away here. In the south, we have Negev, middle stuff, Jezreel Valley, Galilee Mountains. Okay, let's go from north to south. Galilee Mountains, Jezreel Valley, middle stuff, Negev. Good. Let's go from west to east across here. Ready? Coastal plains, Shephelah, hill country, wilderness, Rift Valley. Very good. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Can we do it?
We can.
We can? We can. Okay, here we go. Let's go from west to east, and then east to west, and then south to north, and north to south. All right, here we go. Ready? Coastal plain, Shephelah, hill country, wilderness, Rift Valley. Good. Going back. Rift Valley, wilderness, hill country, Shephelah, coastal plains. All right, I lost my spot there. All right. Okay, and then south to north. All right, here we go. Negev, middle stuff, Jezreel Valley, Galilee Mountains, and from north to south, Galilee Mountains, Jezreel Valley, middle stuff, Negev. Very good. Nice job, guys. Okay, now let's take a look at our maps for this thing over here. And you've got, as part of your packet, there was like it says map exercise number 1 or something like that. Okay. Okay, let's grab some highlighters for this. Okay. Okay. Blue and green are Old Testament and New Testament colors here. And again, the colors don't really matter, I guess. It's just that they don't all look alike. Maybe it's that we're all looking at the same things for this thing over here.
So what do I need?
Help each other find things. Help your neighbor.
I need orange or yellow.
On the maps, generally
Maybe purple
speaking,
and red.
if it's regular, oh yeah, I'll use this.
Oh, we need you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
I don't know. I just took it as it said, take one of each.
Yep.
Tim?
Yeah.
I don't know if this will help or not, but if you put the screen up and tape it to the whiteboard, or she's got magnets. Otherwise.
Oh,
Oh, I
Oh,
know.
you
guess
can use
so.
the document?
I can use a document camera, but it'll adjust here. Will it adjust to it?
Oh, we're highlighting this nice map.
Yes, we're highlighting this nice map we've got here. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, no,
No, this doesn't ruin it. This makes it better.
It's like taking notes in your Bible.
Uh-huh, you got it. Okay, now notice here, guys, if it's just regular font, okay, then it's think Old Testament. That's the Old Testament name for the city. If it's italicized font, then it's Greco-Roman, think New Testament time. If it's in parentheses, that's its modern name, okay? And sometimes it's the same, all right, in which case they just put it on there once. They don't put it, but if the name changed at any point, then it'll do that, okay? And if it's like got a question mark behind it, that's like, we're not exactly sure if this is the city, but it's around here someplace. This is the best we can do. Okay, so for instance, this city over here is Akko. It was known in Old Testament times. The Greeks called it Ptolemais, okay, from Ptolemies, right? Who got up this far. And today it's Tel Akko, all right? That's what it is. The T with the period there.
So
what that is.
so you want us to just kind of work our way on.
You got
through
it.
this.
Work
Okay.
your way on your own through there. Help your neighbors do this. Let me steer around a couple of different things. Okay, so we make sure we got the right things in here. I'm on the second. Whoops. The second part of the. Nope, I was wrong.
Here.
Ah. Okay. Do you see right here, guys? You see there? Yes. And what do you see right below Jericho? Jericho. Jericho. Like, wait, why is there 2 Jerichos?
Because you couldn't build on Jericho.
Aha, all right. One is the Old Testament Jericho, and one is the New Testament Jericho. The one that is the Old Testament Jericho, which we'll put in blue, is that right?
Yes.
Blue is the top one, is the northern one, which is in the regular font. The green one is the southern one. It's like, what? Okay, Jenny's got part of the answer there. It's like you weren't supposed to build on Jericho. Okay?
But they did.
They did. They did that in the Old Testament time. They did too. In the New Testament time, it moved a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody died because of it, right?
Yes, all of his kids died. That happened in Ahab's reign. Anyway, there's a story in the New Testament where Jesus heals a man born blind, right? And there's a few accounts of this one. And one of the accounts it says, as he's leaving Jericho. And one other parallel account it says, as he's coming into Jericho. And it's like, wait, is he coming or is he going? And the answer is yes. He's doing both. Probably is he's leaving the Old Testament Jericho, coming into the New Testament Jericho, right? Nowadays, those two things is just one big area. Okay, that's a lot of houses and a water park and all kinds of fun stuff. Banana land. There you go. Okay.
And why is Shechem listed in the Old Testament ones, but we're supposed to do it in green? Oh, Sychar is in green.
Correct.
Shechem is in blue.
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
Here they are right there. It's the same city, but a different name.
Gotcha.
Yep, you got it. Shechem is the Old Testament name for it right there. Sychar is the one there. Okay, and the Samaria is the same type of deal, a little bit to the left of the thing there.
I appreciate the notes here. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah,
for the
you bet.
directional
Yeah.
notes.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
It's way up there.
Okay, let's see.
Damascus is way in the upper right-hand corner. Way up here. Where is he? There it is. And that's where Damascus is today. You see, it's not terribly far, right?
I love how you put the nails got 2 inches of
I'm trying.
I appreciate it.
Yes.
It's just south of that.
Right. One of the things that surprised me, I heard someone say it there, is how close Jerusalem and Bethlehem are. Like they are right there.
Tim walked.
I was
Say, if it's New Jersey, we can do that.
It's what, 5 or 7 miles?
About 5 miles.
That's
It's up higher, should be. Way higher.
Oh, whoops.
Tyre's along the coast.
There,
yeah.
Yep.
There's one down south.
Here, I'll just
I
What?
think I did the southern one. Whoops.
Side
Oh, well.
coast.
It says they're 3 inches to the right of here and to the coast.
Damn, where's the sea go?
Why can't I find
Yeah.
Jerusalem?
It's small. That's why.
Small, yeah, it's small.
Yeah.
It's almost on the fold.
To remind me,
There's the Herodian,
Hill country.
Bethlehem.
this one, Beershebas, remind me what the TESSABA means.
Oh, yeah.
Tel Saba is
Like, why can't I not find this?
Hill country is here.
Tel Saba is that's the Arabic name for the city. That's the yeah.
Sidebar. Oh, here it is. Shechem and Sychar. So when you do blue, Shechem you do blue.
Shechem is blue, Sychar is green.
Sychar is green.
You got it.
It's right across, you see it says Succoth in the valley plan. And Shechem is to the left about 2 inches.
Once you get to the end of the blue and the green ones, pause for a moment. I put the next two in the wrong order for the colors. All right.
Say it again.
Once you get to all the blue and the green ones, pause. Don't move on to the coastal highway yet.
Okay.
I'll do the coastal highway together with you so that we're marking along there. I checked with the tour guide place, and all the sites in northern Israel as of right now are open, which is great.
Which means we get to go to Dan.
Which means we get to go to Dan and Caesarea Philippi,
Dan the man.
Omrit.
Are we going to Omrit?
I hope so. If we can get a bus there.
I know. Mike.
I think we can. I think we probably did the sketchy way with the car.
There's Sheba.
Probably.
I need to send them a high.
Mine's here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you do?
4 inches.
She'll just take my glasses off, maybe. Check them. Hill country.
Hello, Beersheba. No, you don't have to, that's just the everything's for it.
Green.
We're doing green, okay. I only messed up one, I'm counting that as a win.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's there's a lot going on.
I have both of your sheets.
Okay. Got 'em. All right. Got them.
It's just
Yep.
below, that's what happened.
Yep.
Wow, you did all of them. I'm still on the
It's
middle.
just below. And then
Check 'em.
I have. Ooh, look at Garrett, Julia, Carolyn's Southern.
I did that one.
Got 'em. Got it. Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark and Jackie.
Yep.
Carolyn says, where is Shechem?
Oh, Shechem.
Says to the right is just east of there.
I can't find that.
Shechem is here,
Here's Sharon.
right here.
Go to the right.
All right. So here's Samaria. If you got that one, this is Samaria.
Yep.
Shechem is a little bit down and to the right from there.
I am. All right.
Got that one.
Right between Mount Ebal and Mount Gerizim.
How do you say Chorazin?
Chorazin.
Chorazin. Yep. Chorazin.
Chorazin.
Sometimes the Bible says, oh, we did.
Yeah. Yep.
They're all
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we do, yeah. And then even with the bottom of the Sea of Galilee.
Oh, good. Okay.
Is it?
Did you send it, Carly with maps for it?
Yeah, I did. Yep. Yep. So I got maps now
That's
too.
so exciting.
And Anna-
Are they on campus or are they just watching the live?
They're watching the live
It's
stream.
not a Zoom?
Yep. No, it's not a Zoom.
We
Nope.
just have one map, is that okay?
Sure.
You don't want me to do mine too? Jim's better at this.
Okay. No, that's
But
great.
you're doing
If you're a
it,
team,
Jenny.
if you're a
You're doing
team,
a
that's
great
great. I
job.
hear you guys working as a team. That's fantastic. I love it.
Is you're sharing a hotel room, so you'll be able to, like, I think this is useful, I don't carry it with me on all the hikes, but it's useful when you go back to the hotel and go, okay, where were we
Where
today?
were we
today?
Look at the
Yep.
whole map, you go, oh, that's, you know, make these connections.
Since you guys are sharing a room,
Google
you'll be all
Maps
right.
right there?
It should. Although what I did is I downloaded it ahead of time.
Did you?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
if you download it and it's like, oh, here, and then I used that to help navigate around when we went 2 summers ago with a family.
And then we didn't have- we don't have to
There you go. Yep.
use the-
Yeah, you don't have to use the.
You don't want to
Right.
be in the car with us.
You better.
Oh, no,
I did. After the candle dances.
That's great.
I put him on and have him talk to me and he gets lost.
Okay. All right. There we go. There we go. That's great.
I still don't know east, west, north, and south here. No, here.
Oh,
Here.
oh, here.
Right,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what
Yep.
Just
Fair
figure
enough.
out Albuquerque, east, and
Yep.
then go from there.
I always point that way when I talk
I
about
have to,
California.
I use.
even though
Oh.
it's east.
Yeah.
When you lived in.
Oh, wait.
Florida,
I always
had
get
to
turned
know
around
the
when I'm
Atlantic
in
Ocean
school
building.
for some reason.
Yeah.
And then I have to imagine, okay, when I look out my window, I'm
Cascade
looking
Mountains
towards
were, and I was
the
okay.
Mesa, so that's
When we moved to
east.
Iowa,
There you
Oh, it made a difference
Yep.
because it was all flat.
Yep.
So I know.
So no, I always say Mesa, California,
It does.
east, west.
Okay. What I'm about to tell you guys is not actually a good idea. But I have joked with my classes before and said this. I said, what you should do now is you should take your map, fold it up, tuck it in your Bible, and bring it with you to church. And when the pastor on Sunday, if the passage that he's reading involves that exactly, take out your map. Okay? I've dared my former students to do this, like take out your map. It said when the person next to you gives you a funny look, you lean over to them and say, where's your map? Right? But again, to the extent that it could lead to arrogance, it's not a good idea because arrogance is bad all the time.
But
So
this puts things in perspective
for sure.
because the whole thing is you hear these, so we've heard these names
Right.
for so many years. And you end up not figuring out, well, how do they relate?
Right.
You know,
Yep, that's
where
it.
are they?
Yeah, they're different. And when you find out where something is, sometimes it's just a cool bit of information. And when we get there, you can see like, oh, this. Okay, now I've got a picture for what that story happens over there. If that was the only thing that happened there, it'd still be pretty cool, I think. All right, still be pretty cool. Sometimes when you find out where something happens, it's like, oh, well, that means this, this, and this that happened here. And it's like, why didn't they tell us that? And the answer that I think to that question is because people that originally read it would have known the things that it took me, forever to do that. Okay. And again, I hope this doesn't lead to arrogance, but guys, if you find the blue and the green cities on that map over there, you know probably about 6 times more about the geography of Israel than the average seminary graduate. Okay. Which is, yeah, I mean, not saying that's all there is to it, but it is too bad. Yeah. Yep. Indeed.
Comment.
Yep.
Carly just said she never took out her map as a teen, but she is considering it now.
Hey, yo, let's go. Come on. Nice.
Go Carly.
Sometimes I'll look in the maps in the back of the Bible.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Are you ready for orange and yellow yet or not? Not quite yet? No, not yet. Not quite. Okay. Okay.
Which one are you on?
I didn't realize, I thought Shechem was closer to the Sea of Galilee.
No.
Like in my little mapping in 6th grade Bibles, like our map, it's like,
Right
they're
there.
next to each
It
other,
is.
and we remember they're next to each other
Right.
when we learn it
Oh,
because they
no,
both
it's
start
right by
with
Tel
S.
Aviv.
Yep.
And
It's
Jerusalem.
that's
I
a
knew
tricky
was
place to
across
get
from
to.
the Jordan.
There you go.
Start with
So
a
we're
J.
gonna fly.
That's okay. There you go.
Mary goes to see Elizabeth, doesn't she go to the hill country?
Hill country of Judah. Yes.
And I knew where Sheba
Yep.
was by the
The,
Dead Sea, where Sheba starts with deer and died.
Trying to think if it's here a second.
Dan.
But like,
Dan tried
in
to
my
do
mind,
that.
it's like Sheba, like I was putting things that roll across.
The traditional spot of that, Jenny, is Ein Kerem. I'm not saying that that's where it was for sure, but Ein Kerem would be not far between Jerusalem and Kiryat Yearim in here. Kiriath Jearim.
Somewhere
as I
in
said.
there, that's where Elizabeth and.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one of the.
Not far from Jerusalem because he had to be on priestly duty, right? A couple
Right,
times a year.
right.
So,
Yep.
yep, that's right.
And Mary came from where at that time? Was she in?
Nazareth. Yep.
Oh, in Galilee. So
Yep.
it's kind of the like, so did she
Where
have
is
a?
she? She's up here.
Yeah. Is a pregnant woman walking that distance?
Probably.
That's where.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep, and probably not like this. Probably like here, and then here, and then here. Yep. Oh, sorry, you can't see.
That's all right. Okay, so I get orange as well.
Zoom out.
For which one?
There she goes. Oh,
Ah, wrong way.
But
Yeah.
remember, some
Yep.
Now I done it.
I know.
Oh, not yet. Okay.
Okay, got it. No problem.
Were you supposed to be working on the next quarter?
No,
No.
Herodian is on
Yeah,
the side.
it's-
So he has rules for those that he said.
I'm back.
He's got them wrong.
Okay, I'll get to that.
Syria, Jordan, Gaza.
Wow.
Right here.
Right, you see Gaza
You will need to
on the map there too?
Because Bethlehem is right here.
Yeah, that's where it is, guys. That's where it is.
How far up does
Well,
it go?
that's it. Gaza itself is about as far north as it goes there.
Rafia is
No,
the south.
Gaza. That's about as far, and then it keeps on going south along the coast.
To Rafia, there's like
Oh,
a gate there,
so-
right?
oh,
By
the
the-
city, so you're talking about the city of Gaza.
The city of Gaza, the Gaza Strip that you see in the news today.
Gaza is-
Yes,
is-
yes, that's right.
And we won't go there. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's,
No.
the closest we'll be there is probably,
Which one is it? Jericho?
no, we're not going to Ashkelon, I don't think. We're gonna be at Azekah.
Caesarea?
We're gonna be at Caesarea. We're gonna be closer than that. We'll be at Azekah, which is near Gath.
I got that one.
And we'll be at Arad,
Why is Gath familiar? What happened there?
Goliath's hometown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Goliath's hometown.
So he was, oh, yeah, that's the one you're doing right now.
But how far is Tel Aviv from the
There's one
Gaza,
more right here.
the Gaza Strip?
Tel Aviv is right along the coast there. The Gaza Strip is down there. What is that? Maybe 40 miles or so?
Okay.
Did most of us stuff. Nazareth.
These two.
No.
So Eden with, oh, so Eden with all of this will go. Did you find it? I still.
Okay, can we look at the orange ones now?
Yep.
3 orange cities, Hatzor, Megiddo, and Gezer that I told you about there. Okay. Okay, Hatzor is here. Okay, put an orange dot on the dot for that one right there, right about the corner.
Oh, wait, we're in orange?
Orange, orange, yep.
No.
Hatzor, yep.
An orange.
The
Is that
Z-
like the TZ?
Yes,
Then why don't they spell that way?
I don't know. It's like the Z, I keep on telling myself it's like the Z's in pizza.
Yeah, but there's only one Z. Got it.
Uh,
Okay,
yeah.
Hatzor. Mozart does the same thing.
There you go.
Yes.
Yep.
Depends on
Yep.
who you listen to.
Listen to Mozart.
Mozart.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mozart. It's like pizza.
Okay, everybody got Hatzor there?
Mhm.
Okay, and follow me down this way over here to Megiddo is right there. Put a dot there for Megiddo.
Yeah, he's giving you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dot on Megiddo. Yep.
Oh, Hatzor is
At an angle.
no, is it right here?
Tell me you need.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
What other ones do we have to do?
Hatzor,
Just
Megiddo,
those two
and
so
then
far.
those two.
Okay,
Are we ready for Gezer?
yeah. I am.
Okay, Gezer goes south. Okay, kind of jog over from Megiddo down to the coastal plain. We'll follow the right hand edge of the coastal plain down here, and it's there. Gezer is here.
We already did that one. Yeah, we'll do it twice. Oops. You don't Gezer. Gezer is down the river here. Down this.
We're going to tell guys.
Down
Yeah. Tell Gezer it's probably gonna be our first stop on our first day.
Orange.
It's a good lay of the land site because you can look this way and see the coastal plain. You can look this way and you can see the Shephelah and even the hill country behind it. So
And all the foliage. Is all that. Like there's nothing there.
that's pessimistic. That's
Oh,
not inaccurate, I suppose. In Hebrew, okay, to a little context for that comment over there. You know how it is in different languages, like the more words you have for something, the more common the experience is for that?
Yeah.
In the Hebrew, there's one word for a body of water, whether it's the Pacific Ocean or it's your bathtub, it's yam. Yam is a body of water, okay? There's like 17 words for thorns in Hebrew, all right? So different kinds there. So there you go, all right? Okay. You got Hatzor, Megiddo, and Gezer, the dots?
Yes.
Okay, now we'll take our yellow marker and we'll, oops, whoa. Let's do the trade route as we're going through here. All right. As we go through here, I do not have you notice the orange or the orange dots or the yellow and the blue, green and the blue things over here. When you come to those spots, my recommendation is pick up your pen and skip that because you draw through the blue one, yellow and blue makes green, and all of a sudden you got a New Testament town. So, all right. So anyway, so we will start up here. Yeah, up here, even at the edge of the map by Damascus. Okay. So we're gonna start all the way here, and we're gonna come down through Damascus. All right. So that's why there's a huge city there, guys. That's big. Okay, we'll come right down through here.
He's going right
Okay, and right there, pause there, a little bit above Quneitra. Okay, and here we're gonna go straight now along this road here to the west. All right, are you still with me?
Oh, to Panyas.
Yes, you got it.
Okay. Go to Dan.
To Dan, maybe lift up your markers there, right? Come along this over here, the Hula Basin there. It was a really swampy area, so the trade road has to stick closer to the Galilean mountains there. All right.
Oh, I went a little south.
And then it turns, yeah, that's all right.
The idea.
Okay, the idea. Then it turns south over here.
The town that goes through.
And it goes along the coast of the Sea of Galilee.
You got it.
Oh, thank you.
Is there?
Right down to Hatzor.
Down to
And it
Hatzor.
keeps on going to Kinneret. And then it turns again out this way, okay? It's going to turn away from the Sea of Galilee, past Adamim, the horns of Hatim, what they call them today. And then it kind of keeps on going south from there.
Towards Mount Tabor?
You got it. Okay?
Yeah, down that.
We're there so far? Ooh, that didn't show up as well as I liked it too.
No, it's
That's all right. You're
This
all right.
way.
And then it's going to zigzag a little bit. We're going to go to the north of Mount Tabor around over here. And then we're going to turn towards Naim. Okay? Naim?
Oh, I see. It's like that.
The widow of Nain?
That's the one.
Okay.
Yep. By the way, do you notice how close Nain is to Shunem? Right over here?
Shunammite woman.
Yes. Okay. Who is the person at the widow of Nain? Who's the Bible character there? Do you remember? It's Elisha.
Elisha.
Yeah, it's Elisha. Who's the person at
Oh,
Shunem?
Elijah.
It's not actually. It's Jesus. Okay. There's. We'll talk about it from time to time, but there's Elijah and John the Baptist connections, and there are Elisha and Jesus connections
Okay.
that are geographically linked because at Shunem there's this funeral procession that Jesus comes across, right? And it's a widow with her only son, right? Okay, it's not a procession for Elisha, but it's something very similar at Nain. Anyway, okay, I digress. From Nain we come across over here, and now we're going to cross the Jezreel Valley, right past Megiddo, and through that little pass over there to Aruna, and then we turn south again. Okay, the coastal plain at that time could be swampy also, so the trade route tended to stay towards the foothills here. Come all the way down over here. We get to Aphek. Once we get to Aphek, we're going to turn toward, oh no,
I don't see it.
Aphek is there.
Where?
Antipatris.
Oh, here. Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh no. Okay. All right. And you can kind of see that right here. The trade routes crisscross significantly, right? You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, take this route over here. There's Ono and follow this here. And now maybe as we're going down this way, you're thinking, Bexford, you said that like Gezer is like super important. Look how far Gezer is off the way over here. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll tell you now. I've stood on Gezer before. In the evening, where you can see the sun glinting off the Mediterranean Sea. From Gezer, you stand in a position of elevation and power over that entire section of the coastal plain again. And again, from Gezer, nobody flinches on the coastal plain and you don't know about it. Okay? Yeah. Yep, very much so. Gezer is also important because there's a major trade route that comes from west to east across through here. Gezer's at a bit of a crossroads, all the way through Jerusalem and Jericho even too. So Gezer gets both trade routes there. All right. If I could only have two of the cities, I want Megiddo first, I want Gezer second. That's what I'd pick of those cities. All right. And by the way, it's very short amount of total time in the history of the kingdom of Israel that Israel had all three of those cities. It's very, very short. It's like decades, probably, if you piece them all together. And that's if you count when they were divided kingdoms. The northern half had these two and the southern half had Gezer. After Solomon dies, one of the first things that you read is that a pharaoh comes up and takes Gezer back. Right? It's like, hey, we're not connected anymore. I'm taking that back. All right? Okay, continuing down there through Yabneel. At this point, you just follow your nose. Through Ashdod, Azotus. Okay, that's where the Spirit dropped Philip after he had his conversation with the eunuch. There's Azotus there. Go through Gaza. Oh, I'm sorry. And then Raphia, and we're off the map.
Cool. The live stream people are having a hard time seeing that.
Oh, shoot.
I sent a picture to Carly, but the others are having trouble now.
I don't know if this is going to work or not. Sorry, the words are small.
City list.
On the International Coastal Highway,
And that it's
then it's helpful.
helper, kind of a little bit better. Okay. With the pink marker, I've just got the 5 Philistine cities. Okay, the Philistine Pentapolis is what archaeologists call it there. They're all kind of in the same area. Yeah, they're all on the map as I've got it right here now. Okay. Here's Gath right there. Gath, do pink, yeah. All right. Gath, that is Goliath's hometown.
Here's Ekron.
Ekron is just north of Gath.
Okay, so there's Ekron.
Okay, there's Ekron.
The dot.
Yep, the dot, yep.
Oh, I highlighted.
That's okay, it doesn't matter, it doesn't really matter. It's fine.
It's following directions.
That's okay, you're all right. Okay. Ashdod is on the coast here.
I'll have more compassion for my kiddos.
Ashdod Yam or Ashdod? This is on the.
Ashdod,
Oh.
yeah, Ashdod. Ashdod Yam means Ashdod by the sea, probably a connected community.
Oh, Yam is water.
Yam is water, that's right.
Nice.
Yep. Ashkelon is farther south here,
Okay.
and Gaza is farther south yet.
Okay, so they were kind of a water country, huh?
That's correct. The Philistines were water people. There is some discussion amongst scholars as to whether or not the sea people that are referred to in history became the Philistines. There was this raiding group of people that kind of left from Greece. They came around and just like locusts, just took everything, tried to get into Egypt. Egypt stopped them, and they settled. It's a compelling argument. I don't know that I'm willing to commit to it and stake my life on it, but I don't have to. So
So is the Philistine language similar to the Greek language? So you could connect them that way, or we don't know what the Philistine language is? So
we do. Ugarit is there's a lot of Philistine stuff in Ugarit, which is farther up the coast. At least they think it's Philistine. We don't know, but this idea of a challenge, my best versus your best, is very Greek.
Right.
Yeah. So that, I mean, there's that cultural connection at least between the Philistine people and the people even before the Greco-Roman time. That was still a very Greek idea. All right. Gaza is here down the coast. So you notice that the Philistines aren't in any of those positions, those 3 cities that are listed as positions of power along the trade route, but you notice they're all over the southern part of this trade route, right? Okay, like as a group, they're really kind of trying to take their own chokehold of this trade route as well. Okay? Yeah, for sure.
So we should do purple too?
Okay, yeah, if you can do the purple ones there, right? Just the different. Edom is to the right side of the Dead Sea. Oh no,
It's lower, isn't it?
it's lower. Yeah, yep. Edom. Sorry, I was looking at Moab.
Are they,
So-
okay, so purple highlighter, box around.
I do a
the
box
region
right here.
name.
Let me. Just kind
And the
of-
region names, are they in capitals or anything?
I got Michelle's up here. You can see kind of what she's. Oops, it's not moving around. See what she's done with that? On this map, sometimes they're kind of like, oh, they're curved around here. Like here's around Damascus up here,
Okay,
right? Okay, here's Galilee over here. Doesn't mean it's just here, of course, but they're trying to give you a sense for the
right.
expanse of it there. Okay, and Samaria further south.
Sharon.
I don't have Sharon on the list over there. That's just the plain of Sharon. The plain of Sharon is the northern end of the coastal plain.
What connection does it have to the Rose of Sharon?
Yeah, that's the idea, right? Right? Yeah, that's an area for sure.
I see Edom Gateway, is that where I'm looking?
Moab and Edom are. Whoops, let me get this here. Okay, here's the Dead Sea. Here's Moab is over here, even with the Dead Sea. Edom is further south here.
Where? Like this.
There's like 4 letters and there's like an inch between each letter.
Oh,
Yeah.
Moab,
It's
okay.
not
Yes.
Not great. Moab is here, M-O-A-B. And then Edom starts here, E, D, O, and M is even off my screen here. There they are. It's way down there.
What is that one?
This is Edom.
Edom.
Edom is way down here.
It's in the-
These were desert people, the Edomites, as well as the Moabites, actually. Maybe a little bit less the Moabites.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
So how many do we have in purple? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there more than 4? 8.
I got 8.
Okay, so what are the other ones?
Okay, Judah and Samaria are over here. So, whoops, off the screen, sorry. There's Judah, just south of the fold.
South of the fold.
You know, everybody's got the same fold, right? And Philistia is over here, where those are the pink cities that we marked.
Judah country, we do all of Judah country or just Judah?
Just Judah.
Okay.
Judah.
And
The country actually
Oh,
goes with the
so
hill
it's a
country.
hill.
Yep, it goes with the hill country.
What cartographer? I want to talk to this cartographer.
I know, right? Use a different font or something, right?
Galilee.
And Samaria is here. Samaria is there.
Okay. So you've got, what is this one up above here?
You have Galilee.
Oh, that's what I
See
got.
it now.
Galilee is here.
Galilee is Canaan. There's a curve one.
Amen is north of Moab,
It's in
north
it's
of
in the
Medina
hills. Or it's
Plateau,
in the mountains. It is.
east of Adam.
Did I get them out? It kind of
Amen
makes
and
this, I'm sure, is there a word that goes like that? Judah to.
You guys find Ammon too or not?
Yes.
Ammon is north and west of the Dead Sea, the northern tip of the Dead Sea.
North and west? North and
East, my bad, my bad.
East, yeah.
North and east. Sorry, you're right. Ammon is here.
It starts at.
Okay, just south of where you do that purple box there is Amman. That is the capital city of the Hashemite kingdom of Jordan today.
Just above
That is also the place where a man named Uriah lost his life.
Samaria.
Oh, I see it.
And then
Yep,
there's Galilee. Okay, and then we. All the outline purple curvy. What was another one that Ruby didn't know?
There's 8 of them in all.
Is that Galilee?
Did you get around Damascus in the way typical
Yeah,
order
got
here?
that one,
Okay, then there's Galilee over here.
Yeah.
yeah. got that
Okay,
one.
then there's Samaria right here.
Yeah, we got that one.
Okay, and then across again there is Ammon right here.
That's what I have.
I feel like I'm
Kind of across from.
like
Right
on
on
the
it here.
inside of this side.
It's
It's
just
just
a
the
little
mitochondria.
bit.
Then what's red next?
So red, one,
This
two,
is
three,
Yeah.
4, 5,
All
6,
right,
7,
Herodian.
All right,
Belt tip
are we ready for the reg?
triangle
For Herod?
around the dot.
That's Herod.
Yeah, put a little triangle around the dot for Herod's palaces and fortresses here.
Okay.
All right, that guy was, we'll get a chance to, I feel like, in some ways, like meet Herod, or get a sense for the man at least. You won't always like it, but we begin to get not an appreciation, that's not the right word, a familiarity for what the guy was on about. Okay?
Are these all kind of in the same area, the fortresses?
Not necessarily.
No.
The one that's harder to find, hardish, is Hyrcania, which is there. Oh, I can't see. Okay? Hyrcania is there.
Look at the top.
Okay? Right near the top of the Dead Sea.
Oh, Alexandria.
I did not find the Alexandria.
Oops.
Why do you say it has 2 S's on the map?
Oh, it doesn't. They fixed it. Sorry. On my old map that did. Okay? Masada is here. Yeah, no, you're good. Masada is here. Oops, I can't see it. Yep. Masada is
Did
there.
you find the Alexandria?
Not Masada.
Yes, it's a
Herodian to the northwest, south, or east of
Herodian.
Hyrcania.
Okay, we've got those. My friend it's not gonna work. Herodian,
Oh, that's a different Sebastian.
Masada we got.
We want the one that
Did you
goes
get that one?
with Samaria.
Okay.
Expert.
Yep.
Jerusalem.
Herodian, north, south, east, west.
Herodium is just a little bit south of Bethlehem, right there. It's in green.
Goes Jerusalem, Bethlehem.
Yep.
And there's,
And that's on the east side.
Machaerus is on the east side of the Jordan River. Machaerus is here.
east side of the Jordan River.
Okay. Herodium is on the west side of the Jordan River here.
Sebaste, is that the same
Just
one?
point
as
Samaria.
Samaria?
Where?
Curious?
Machaerus is there.
Oh, it's down here somewhere.
Machaerus. Did you guys find Alexandrium?
Yep.
Okay, good.
We highlighted in.
Sebaste, Samaria is here.
Is also one, so you can put it down.
Did you get Caesarea as well?
No.
Caesarea is there along the coast.
Jericho, we highlighted it.
Yep.
Jericho.
So.
Herod gets the green one for Jericho.
Oh.
That's okay. Sorry.
No, that's okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jerusalem also.
Yeah,
green.
good.
Jericho.
Alexandria
and Jericho. partway
I'll just have a little red now.
Jericho.
Both of the Jerichos were places where you had fortresses.
Green, the green one.
Green one.
The green one. Yep.
Caesarea, and then
nope,
Sebaste.
just
We've done that one already.
Sebaste is up here along the Samaria track.
Yeah, that's
We got
green.
And
So
on our map, it says SE.
Are Moab and Edom and Ammon, are those modern day Jordan?
Yes.
Sebaste
Yep, very much.
on our map is in E.
And then the
And there,
But it's an A on our
You like to be by the
Is
water.
it?
oh, you're right, you're right.
I mean, that's something, yeah.
Yeah, yep.
Is that, yes.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
Masada is,
Like good, my eyesight is so bad. All right.
Where did you say, Jim? He liked to be by what?
The water.
Yeah.
do you have that?
I mean, just in general, it seems
Yeah.
like he was close to where there was water.
Yeah.
Be like building your big houses
Right.
in Miami or something.
You also, I mean, just from looking at this, I want you to appreciate the fact that the Magi found Mary and Joseph and Jesus here in Bethlehem. All right? And just look at the triangles that are around every place over there, right?
Oh, wow.
And it says they went to their country by another route to avoid going back to Herod. That is not an easy trick. Herod was everywhere. Okay, here the person could only be one place, but he had eyes everywhere. All right. I mean, wherever they're going, they maybe had to go like down this way, around the southern end of the Dead Sea, maybe even in order to get out of there. And then you're going into Herod's like his homeland, which is Idumea, Edom, down there. So it's however they went back home. It was inconvenient to say the least.
I think when I was a kid, I thought Samaria was like somewhere way far away and that these annoying Samaritans would come over. I didn't realize that they were part of,
Kind of in the middle.
yeah.
Kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
Yep, they are. Yep,
Yeah, no kidding.
yep, indeed.
So
That's good.
why did they come up with the fact that they Jews didn't like them?
Oh, that's such a good question, and it's the shortest answer I can give you, without doing justice to it, is because the Jews viewed them as a mixed race, because these are the people that got left in the land by the Assyrians, and they intermarried with all kinds of other people the Assyrians brought in. Meanwhile, the Jewish people saw themselves as the ones that got exiled to Babylon as a whole group and came back from Babylon as a whole group. So yeah, so there was that. And then there was this argument too. It was like, well, are we supposed to worship God in Jerusalem? Or are we supposed to worship God it's not on here yet, in Samaria? Like, and that goes way back to Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy never says Jerusalem's the spot, guys. It says in the place where I'll put my name. And the Samaritans said, well, that's up here. It's Mount Gerizim and Mount Ebal by Samaria. And the Jewish people said, no. In fact, the woman in John 4, she's like, hey, you say this, we say this, who's right? Like, that question lasted for hundreds of years, right? So anyway, it was that. And, we read the story about Jesus and the Jewish people like being unkind to the Samaritans. It went both ways. The Samaritans did unkind things to the Jewish people as well. For instance, on one Passover, a bunch of Samaritans snuck into the temple and started throwing bones all over the place to make the whole place unclean for Passover. So, I mean, it was, it was bad blood both directions for this thing. I think I see that Mrs. Bexford has prepared lunch for us, and this is a great spot for a lunch break. Okay, thank you guys for hearing me with the maps there. I think that's fantastic.
That's fun.
We can
Does it
do
matter
that.
Probably, but on here it's an A and on here it's an E.
Oh, yep, sorry, I'm dealing with an old map with that thing there, so E is fine. You're good. Yep, you're good. Yep, indeed.
Are we gonna need our
Yep.
highlighters in here? No.
No, if you got those things there, we can put the highlighters back. Let me pray for us, and then we can do lunch for a little bit here, and we'll give our live stream people, a chance to break for lunch as well, and give them a time frame before we're gonna be back. All right, let me pray for us. God, we thank you for this morning together and a chance to dig deep into some of the things that we're excited to experience this summer. Lord, we thank you for the food and for Michelle who's prepared it for us. We thank you for our time together today and our upcoming time all together in July. We pray that you'll continue to lead us by your Spirit to show us what you would have to do, not just then, but each and every day between now and then and beyond that. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. What do we say? Should we say a half hour? Is that good for lunch?
Yep.
All right. So about 12:35, we'll come on back.
We tried to make it similar to what you'll be getting for lunch in Israel. So we have pita, non-pocket pita bread, and hummus. And then there's meat and cheese. There's also King's Hawaiian rolls if you prefer not to have pita. And then there's fruit and lettuce and tomato and cucumber if you want to put that on the pita. Chips. Oh, and the snacky things are moved over here by the door. Ahab diner.
And he was anointed king in the camp before we met Jordan. So.
Amelia, thanks for letting us use the room.
Smart. So smart. Oh. Glad I know you.
Did you say non-pocket pita?
Yeah.
It's the softest that I can.
So you could just make it open.
Exactly.
Is this your uniform or the one that I gave you? So sweet. Making a key.
Yes,
ma'am.
Oh, nice. It's all Fridays, so I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's true.
Sounds like white is here.
I was so tired last night. How did the game go?
We
It was fun.
lost, but they played really well, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mira, they beat Navajo Prep last week by like 20 or 30 points.
Who did?
So
This team?
Mira did, the one we
Okay.
played last night. So
Okay,
we're
and
expecting a really big loss. but we only lost by 7,
Okay.
and we didn't score any, it was 0-7,
Okay,
but.
One of our guys made it to third base, which was awesome.
okay.
And they fielded pretty well, they fielded quite well. I mean, if Mamira is only able to score 7, then
Yeah.
Our guys
that's
made it
pretty
to
good.
third base.
That's good.
Who pitched?
I was just like, I'm not gonna know.
Trey did that, and
I'm
Jay.
gonna be like, oh wow, look at all these green places. Oh, that's a good idea.
Trey and, oh my goodness, what's the other?
Unless you really cut it. Right. But you could do that, so. What's that?
I can't remember who the other pitcher was.
Okay.
But that is.
I,
orange.
On the way home, I was just like struggling to.
Trade.
I was like, isn't that what it was?
With,
Oh, the breathing, yes.
the breathing and like my
allergies.
nose was so congested. I was like, I am not sitting out in the wind.
Yeah.
No, it was cold.
It was
We all
cold.
had blankets on.
When
and-
I was like, when I got home, I determined, okay, I'm gonna put a bunch, I had these wrapped hot dogs. I was like, I'll just throw those in the oven. I'll bring them and the salad and it'll be fine. And then when I walked in the door, Tice was like, I don't feel like going. And I was like, okay, I don't really
Somebody
either.
has
I was
to
gonna
say
do
it
it for
first,
him
though.
and, yeah.
No, it's understandable. I mean, it was windy and the wind was cold and it was dusty.
But your pictures look
It
great.
wasn't too bad.
Okay.
Oh, well, there's not a real. I just like to. Did you do enough highlighting before your last trip?
Nope.
Is that your only other trip? Or have you been multiple times? This is your second time?
Just a second.
And how old is your daughter that's
Senior.
senior?
So the 4 of them are seniors.
Yeah.
So Ray Vanderline, nothing.
Sorry.
It's okay.
He's a good Christian Reformed man who does tours all over that area.
Awesome.
Like,
So-
I think they're
Mitchell
free
sons
or
are
something.
one of them.
Got the world made
Got
up.
the, thank
He
you. I
has
was
a
like,
whole
come on, I
video
know
series. It's like
this.
18 different
Places he's gone.
units or whatever, and each one has 5 to 8 videos in it.
Cool.
And he at Holland Christian would take his seniors
Okay.
every year. So he's last year teaching, he taught a class. And all along the lines of all of this that we'll learn when we're there. And so my husband is a Bible teacher at Rehoboth, and he facilitates that. So the first year it was just, like my son was in it because he's in college now. They'd watch him take attendance and like just basically teach. Whereas now they've edited the videos and they made a whole
So
curriculum
it's
with
more
that.
like video user friendly.
Yeah.
Here's what it is.
Yeah, so, and they have a whole curriculum, worksheets, and so my husband has also been there, and so he is able to really facilitate discussion and. So, kids in that class were offered the opportunity to go, and more of a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I shouldn't put it again.
I'm assuming the
No.
war, there
ESP.
right now keeps some of them from coming.
I will help you to do the right thing.
Okay. I'm gonna.
We're gonna give each other the copy of our passports.
Probably a good idea.
Good idea.
And put them in the same place.
Which is right next to passports. Yeah, right.
Which
Perfect.
is Central, yay.
Yay! You had your appointment.
Good for you.
Oh, so tell me about
Yeah, for
your.
you guys, it's just.
Oh, yeah.
So did she ask you, you wanted a copy?
Live stream is still going.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
The lady kind of
Let's do
helped,
it
but it was
because
mainly the young
people
guy
will
that
be able to fast
helped me.
forward things when the video's
So
up.
I had my paper all
So,
filled
since there
in, I
might be
had
like,
done it
wait,
online.
oh, we got
and printed it
22
off,
minutes. Let's go.
And he just checked the
Maybe
certain
right at
things,
the
and
end
then
of that
I
would be
had, when I went in, I brought a copy already of my driver's license, I copied it here,
Okay, thanks.
and a copy of my birth certificate. And he just looked at that to verify. And then I had to go back
Yeah, I
home to
was
get a
impressed
copy
that
of my
I knew
marriage
only-
certificate, I didn't know.
He called
I
me from
needed
the
that
Zimmer
much.
post office.
Oh, you did? Of your name
I was like, wow. And
Yeah,
he
she
had
just said,
all
if
the
you married on time, it'll
I was
probably
very-
be
I mean, he
fine,
looked
but I
like his
don't want
mom,
something to
but still,
happen
it's not
and
like that
we
family
have a
was
problem,
kind
so I
of
ran back home and got that.
We feed
I was so afraid he was gonna get there and not have all that he
And
needed.
then,
So I had sent him a couple of
they
texts.
had me come in the back room and take my
Yeah.
picture.
He just called me because he was like, do I need it immediately or
I did
like, do I
my
need to pay the
oath,
extra
yes.
for rush?
Oh,
Or
this
can,
is
and I was like,
true.
3 months,
And
you should
I
be.
paid,
And the lady
and
was
I left.
there. And that's sometimes I feel like why you have,
I
you
paid
put
for
right,
the
you're gonna
picture
leave.
they took.
Right, and I wonder if they're like,
Payment
oh,
to
we're really
the
gonna
US
cry.
Did they shoot a little
Yeah.
picture?
You know, these need to get out, you know?
Juliana's came in really good time, and we
you'll
did not
get
do
to
a
see
rush.
Right, but then, was it Meg's?
I
First of
did
all,
not
ours
receive
came really
my
fast.
passport yet. but I
Meg's, when
did
she
the
got hers, took a
application
long time.
and sent it.
Okay.
So.
It'll take a week
Or
or no.
they
But
sent
that
it.
was,
You'll get it. in
ours was
May.
right after COVID. I
The
wonder if people
cost
weren't
of
quite
the
traveling
check
yet
that I wrote to
as
the
much,
US
right? Whereas
Department for the
Meg, maybe,
processing of the application, I think is 130.
hers was
There
there
was
next
more of a
year.
business.
And then you pay for the like.
Yeah, a year later, and when
the
more people have started traveling
the
again.
picture, and I think that was.
Hey, Levi.
I wouldn't think
Potentially
mine would be good
potentially
anymore,
Yeah, I'm
but
like,
I think
we're in a
that
class.
one I
remember
paid with
when
my
I
credit
got
card instead of a check.
but it's good through March of
That one you can
26.
pay with whatever, because that one's like.
It has to be good through June.
The application one.
Okay,
I had to.
I was gonna say, it's a
write it,
6
or
month.
you can do it.
Yeah.
Cashier's check or something. but
I'm getting
I have
under
to
the
use
wire
it
by
with
a couple months. How long
They're
did it
very
take?
fast. I mean, when I came home already, I went home to get my marriage certificate, but that was like 10 minutes after my appointment started. And then not long at all. The longest part was when I went back, there was a long line to get into the office. And the person that was in the office was in there for a long time, but then the lady saw me through the glass window and she just opened that back door and grabbed my papers and then I left. I was done the rest of the appointment.
So I know why we didn't have to have our marriage certificate, Jim and I was here together. Oh, so we didn't have to show ours.
I see. Proof was in person.
Don't you just need the marriage certificate if the address isn't on it?
Oh, sweet. Where did
I read very carefully what I needed to bring, and then she said, you don't have your marriage certificate, and I was like, no.
What do you need that for?
Well, and I'm not exactly sure, and she told the guy, they've been married a long time, it'll probably be fine, but if you have it, it would be just better to send it off so that we don't have a problem, so I ran home and made a copy.
Because Kevin, when he was getting his license, my name is on all of our bills that might have our address because we have a PO box, such a thing, right? But, so he had to have the marriage certificate if he was married to me, so that would be okay, but I didn't.
I'm not sure, I didn't argue or ask questions, I just was like, oh, okay, I'll go get it.
Whereas when we come, I bring all of our documents. Because I can't just go home in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I also the NVD, I do the same thing, I just put.
Well, and yeah, I usually put extra, so I had my social security card, and so that wasn't on the list, just in case,
Oh,
but
yeah.
for some reason, I didn't think to bring the marriage license.
you have to take the marriage?
If you have one, I would bring it in case.
Okay.
It wasn't on the list, so I didn't bring it, and then I ended up going home and making a copy and bringing
She
it.
wanted to get into the Corewell
So,
Health
I would bring it in
portal
case
so that
if
she
you
could
have
look
it.
at all the labs that were drawn. But she needed for social security, the last 4 numbers. So she texted Dan and asked for it, and he gave her the numbers, but she could not get in. It kept saying that the information was wrong, and she's like, I don't understand. So when we were talking on FaceTime, I was, let me go get your
You couldn't get it.
social security card. And sure enough, he had given her the last 4 digits of Tice's social security.
Oh.
They won't give it because
And then
they have to get child
she couldn't get
support.
in because she had tried too many times with bad information.
Yeah,
Oh,
So
yep.
now she has to call them and blah, blah.
Maybe the marriage certificate is because your
I have
birth
it. Oh,
certificate
that's right.
says your maiden name.
Possibly. Oh, yeah.
Michelle thought of that. She's smart.
Yeah, she is.
I'm sorry, Michelle, I'm going the wrong way.
Tastes
Yeah.
really good, Michelle.
Sorry if I jumped in front of you.
Kevin, or Meg's last 4
It was
digits
over there, but this makes
are
more sense, the plates are.
my, or Kevin's birth year, 76, and then mine is 78. Oh, so yeah, so I just have, and the first three are the same as Isaac's. So I just have to remember the middle ones. So she was asking me for it the other day, and I didn't even have to go look at her card.
Yeah, I don't have the kids memorized.
Oh.
Of what card, what memory?
Social Security.
Security.
I have
All
Mexican
your
card.
kids' social security number memorized?
But she just
No.
told us it's because she has a secret trick that.
I do, because it's Kevin's birthday or my birthday.
Oh, my. Lucky her. I have to look it up every time.
Uh-huh.
I don't really know mine.
I was thankful for working at Burger King as a teen because you had to type that in as you're like clocking.
Oh,
So I learned to memorize it. Then
I memorized Kevin's real quick.
That's how you found out your grades when I was in college at IU. They posted your grade by your social security.
really?
That's
Wow, you just know this stuff. Everybody's
I assume without your
security
name.
number?
That was without our name, that's the trick.
Yeah.
Without your name, that is your social security number.
I mean,
That
this was before it, so then I
Also,
already had it memorized.
53 years ago before we
But-
had.
I don't know that I used my social security number at college.
Yeah,
You were supposed to. What would I have used it for?
Yeah, Meg applied for
Online
colleges, and
portal.
she already has her online portals for like 4 different colleges.
Yeah, I remember that. It made me feel so official.
Where
I was like, what did you mean though?
did you go?
Taylor University.
Okay.
Yeah.
Meg wants to go to Whitman.
I went to school with Abby Mulder.
Yeah.
Who's known. Did Meg look at APU? I wonder.
Lisa?
This is playing on this recruit.
No, she doesn't like big city.
Oh, okay.
She didn't
Gotcha.
have any interest in California schools.
I only asked because that kid from, who visited us was looking at it for
Right.
music education.
No, and for a while, Copes, not Xander. No. Yeah, Xander. Sorry, we went to school with Jed Copes. Anyways. He was, one of the tops there. In music program. No, she didn't want big city, but she also doesn't, I mean, she's probably gonna end up at Dordt, and she doesn't want that either. When it's as cheap as it is for her. Music scholarships do wonders.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask when you said how much the cost was, it's like, how on earth is she doing that?
I always
that
do that.
much only? Like 5,000, it's like, good heavens.
Yeah, Dordt, she would only have to pay 5,000 to 7,000.
A semester or a year?
A year.
That's amazing.
Music scholarships, anywhere she applied is around $10,000. And so that. Other scholarships that
Right,
were
right. Oh, did somebody call so I can hear Brian's over here? Thank you. So, where you were.
Oh, that was.
Oh, no, it's not mine, because mine's SU. Can I throw this way?
Yeah, we were showing, music scholarship was incredible, and then we told her we would pay whatever we had paid for tuition at LC, so we could continue that. She left Dordt without any debt.
That's great.
That
Yeah,
was
but
20
that's
years
2
ago.
years she had,
2 years, and then 2 years that she was there, she had half tuition,
because
because we were teaching.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I don't.
In fact, the last year, when she got married, she was on the FAFSA, and then they were going on their income.
Oh, perfect.
And Mitchell had been here at SUNY the year before with zero income, basically.
Yeah.
And Rochelle didn't make much that summer, so they did their FAFSA. She came to me when it was registration and said, Mom, I don't know what I'm gonna do. We don't have any money if I've gotta pay anything on my tuition. I said, well, just take my checkbook and he says, how much you can write? And she came back a little while later and she just giggled and she said, they handed me a check. I got money back from Dordt. So she took that and paid it towards the little bit she had to borrow and left Dordt without any.
That's awesome.
Pretty good.
I don't know when I would not have gone to school without scholarships.
That was always like the whole store.
You're telling me I bought this for $300 and you're gonna give it back to me for
5 cents.
No, dude, ours was $1.
Are you kidding me?
If you took a book back, you got $1.
My sixth grade.
So I got real good at scoping out the like lower class. I mean, like you
If he
can
does, like
$50. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait till you look at your doctor.
No.
Some of my textbooks were over $200. And they wouldn't even buy them back.
Well, yeah, science ones, they change the edition every year, so they never repeated. And if you tried, like, I tried one time, like, how different can it be? I'm gonna use the old zoology book. So annoying because all the questions at the end of things, like, they don't match.
And then they started making like a textbook with an online platform. So you had to buy the recent textbook because it had a new code in it. So like the textbook is the same, but the code is different. So.
Levi had that problem.
Yeah.
When he was a senior in high school, he did.
I mean,
his
it's
first year of college.
Like band, you mean just the band?
Yeah.
I mean,
He thought he could kind of shoot through it, you know, a
Right,
little bit.
but Abby was like first
Taught
on,
him,
right?
right,
So,
right, can't do it. That much for books, so.
so I mean, so if there's still work for her to do on those, then yeah, who knows? But if not,
You pick parts, the one piece in particular that she's having a hard time keeping up.
Yeah.
Like a
That
doubt.
first day, you bring your checkbook and I
That's
tell you how much it is, and you're like, there goes every penny that I just worked all summer for.
No, that's what's on one check. That was the beat of college for me. Work all the summer, but work winter break, put it all in. I was like, I have nothing. I did
because I mean, they
it
played yesterday, so they had band on Thursday, but he had it for.
My last 2 years, I got the GIs out.
Oh, yeah.
And then, but at first it was it was
He likes
pathetic
the block
because they hadn't
band,
changed it.
but you
for
do miss out
30
on
years.
just everyday playing.
And they were
Like, he
still
doesn't mind,
paying
he's
you
like, it
according
kind
to
of
what
washes out in
it
the end.
was,
But
years
for that
and
week,
years before.
they
But
have
then all of a
They
sudden,
have band
I think
Monday,
in my
Wednesday.
first year, about halfway through school, they
Right,
said,
no,
that
they have
can't
band
work.
Tuesday,
This guy's-
Thursday. So
it cost them
and
way
Monday,
more than that.
Wednesday,
Then they
he's gonna
bumped
have
it
to
way up,
come
which was really nice.
just for running through those
But,
pieces kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just that consistent
It made it a
playing,
lot
and they don't
easier.
forget, yes. Mhm.
That's not good timing.
No, really not.
Right before state.
And, but maybe having a
Okay,
break
so
for a week
taught.
and then coming back and doing
Every
every
year
day
you-
might
Well,
be
yeah,
great.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Every year you taught, they
Oh,
would
good.
take a certain portion of it.
Are they ready for?
They were finished when they feel like
Yeah.
100.
Kind of. I mean, Tice could
the
maybe,
National Defense.
Try to figure out the
Team,
end
of
that
the
time
do
was-
some-
That's what it
well, he's got
You know, if
some.
you taught school, you got
Have you
some
played it
back.
at all?
If you went to an area where it was really poor, they almost paid it off. It's kind of like they do now. They do that with Indian Health Service, a lot of these people,
And other people have it later on, but he's kind of by himself.
college debt, they can go to work for Indian Health Service.
It's
and
the
get
first
so
half
much
is great.
taken off every
And
year.
he's got
Or
some,
VA
and the
hospital.
second half, just kind of
That's
loses
why
the
they,
rhythm.
that's why they get so many that come in and they leave.
So if this man young
It's
band
because
has
they
solo,
work for so
or
many years to
saxophone
get
player,
rid of some of their
those
debt,
five.
and then they're gone.
yeah,
You would think if they were gonna choose these with a saxophone.
you would think. They don't have any trombones.
I'd rather not having kids to send to college.
Well, and I was in the reserves at
Yeah.
the same time, so I would go to reserve, you know, some money.
Oh,
I
yeah.
got paid for that.
Yeah,
you
I mean,
know,
if
I was
it
in
just-
college.
Even if you just say, hey, I heard you got a piece, a part that is just like you, and kind of say,
Where two
wow.
or three of them are in college at the same time.
And it's in
your
Ruckus.
FAFSA is really good.
I'll have to go get it. 'Cause I know that-
That was the best year, right, FAFSA for us. The one year where my sisters and I overlapped.
Nice.
Yes.
I didn't even fill out a FAFSA form because when I went, because my parents made too much money. And they didn't help me at all, so it was.
So then you're like shot in the foot.
Yeah. But then, you know, at that time, I hate to say this, but at that time, if you worked about off in the summer, and if you went home at Christmas and you worked, and any other time, you could just about pay your tuition.
That's awesome.
So my loan was,
I know, now you can't even work your butt off all summer and pay for what's left over.
Yeah.
well, and then I worked when I was there too.
Yeah, me too. That's
But
why
you
I'm
know,
like, what
the
can I
years
do?
that we worked at Dordt, you know, it was amazing how much parents wanted the kind of services they wanted for their kid in college. That was such an interesting thing. I never even knew anything about Dordt College. I just went.
I was out in Calvin.
Yeah, you go. And now parents sometimes make 3-4 trips to check it out, And I knew of one family that we knew of in Florida. They came with their daughter and they didn't like the carpet, so they went home with their daughter.
The carpet?
Yeah, they liked the carpet in the dorm room, so they took them home.
I mean, it is.
They wanted all these services, you know. I helped with someone with the computer services, and they had to have internet in every room. They had to have their, you know, all this stuff.
And this was 20-some years ago.
Yeah,
When I was in
and it
college.
cost a lot of money, you know, to do that. You don't have all this computer stuff, which I know they need, but without a lot of cost. You're paying computer techs, you know, to do that, and they have to move the computers out every so many years, and they start all over again, and that costs a huge amount of money. And
I brought my big box thing to the
yeah,
help a lot. Help me, it's not working.
you know, you gotta have a big, you know, facility for activities, and you gotta have, you know, all that stuff. I mean, we went, you know, so what?
It was just some red brick buildings that we went to.
You know, and it's the way it is today, and all of that adds
It was just some
tremendous amount of
I don't know
cost
why I didn't.
to your tuition.
Back in the day when we had to go to computer labs
Yeah.
to use a computer.
Meg mostly cares about the atmosphere of the campus life.
Yeah,
Like people being friendly and open and,
yeah.
I don't know,
Yeah, and that's really
willing
neat.
to do stuff.
That's wonderful to hear, but that's not, even when we were there and parents would come around to visit, like the education department, they had this whole long list of things that they wanted their kids to have.
Because I see those lists of, we have this, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
like, who
Yeah.
cares?
Yeah.
I also feel like all colleges are kind of the same.
Yeah.
They're gonna take care of my kid, she'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, you know,
I have been super impressed with how Calvin has like the personal care that Juliana has received has been stellar.
Oh, I
Yeah.
shouldn't say that. We're most
Really,
concerned.
really.
but even
the
healthcare,
program.
but I mean, when I was there, you never had,
That's what my kids go to college.
You get sick,
So you
go
are
to
one of those
So we
parents.
are.
You get sick, you better fix it yourself.
If the band is bad, she will not.
but now they, you know, healthcare on campus and all those
Yeah.
kinds of things.
I used the nurse on Calvin's campus.
Yeah.
We did. Long ago.
When we were there, what we did when we taught there,
Oh, okay.
yeah, they had all of that. They were adding more all the time.
Yeah.
Well, and it was always a competition because what college, well, we might go here or we might go here. And to get those kids to go where you want them, I mean, you've got to start adding these things because they look for that.
Coming from 2,000 miles away, it was helpful to have health options on
Right.
campus. Isaac
Definitely.
doesn't at Northwestern, or if he does, he's never used them. But he just goes to the doctor and.
Calvin's has a full doctor's office now.
Oh, wow.
And I praise God for it.
Yeah.
Because it's like a real doctor. She has a personal
Ours is
doctor. And like,
That's cool.
there's like two doctors and then 2 nurse practitioners or something like that. And they just have an office on campus and it's primarily for students. And then if they don't have enough students as their primary care, then they do open it up to like people outside in the neighborhood and it just becomes like a doctor's office. You know?
I wondered about that when we looked at the cost that the college had to pay for healthcare for the staff, for employees.
If there should just be an office.
I wondered about that. Why don't you just hire a doctor, set up a clinic?
Yeah.
I mean, how much would it cost you? And then, like you say, if the students had access to it,
Yeah.
you know, how much could you save? Then you could Because the cost was just going up and up and up, and every time it went up a lot, they raised tuition.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like it's.
Yeah, what, I think it's 69,000.
So you might sign up, there's like a promotional stuff, right? Like
Oh, I was just saying.
fundraising thing for, type 1 diabetes right now, that's
Because
like
they
2
put out
miles a
flags,
day.
you
Oh.
look, and you're like, what does that mean?
There they are.
And then we talked about the
Just sign up for it, then I have to do it.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
I can remember some of them, but not
That's
very
like-
many.
And we're always gonna remember W for whiskey.
Yeah, oh,
yeah.
30 to 40 minutes. Aaron.
I sure don't remember
If you
very
see me
many of
disappear,
them.
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
One of them is like, we're gonna explode, be careful. One of them is like, we have a man on the border.
yeah, there's,
They all got
you know
the
what,
flags on the wall.
The
I
signal
hardly
flag.
ever used them.
Mhm.
I had to learn them all, I had to memorize them. And the only ones we used is that when you
That might
flew,
be good.
when you were out,
They,
you had to fly
Mental
the
health
four
for middle schoolers.
letters that
Oh,
designate
like
your
fly.
ship.
Signal flag?
A
And every
signal
ship
flag.
That's a
of,
great
I'm gonna
idea.
explode.
You talked to me about it, how you used to do it with them. in the
Oh,
field.
yeah, that I did with, are you
I was talking about
connecting to
using
her or
these
connecting to him? Oh, yeah, I used to do an activity with 8th graders when we studied the Civil War, that they would have to like make an alphabet or whatever with different flags, and they got to create their own flags, and then they had to like one day send messages and whatever. It was very
No, I
fun.
say mental health.
Yeah,
You said, I'm about to explode, Dane, watch out, right? You could just have a kid and then put up that flag, you're like, okay. I know
Okay.
that.
You're good, I need help, I need medical. That's hilarious.
No, that reminds me too much of what is that, kind of teaching that you do, and the kids have the American flag and the Christian flag, and if they need something, one thing, they hold up.
Oh, that was as they had to go to the bathroom, they were exploding.
Oh.
That was at a school, where was?
That was a school in Florida.
That's hilarious.
They just do this.
They didn't really have a teacher, they just worked independently in their books all the time, but there was someone there who kind of meandered around and they could ask questions. So when they needed a question, they would raise the American flag, and when they needed to use the bathroom, they raised the Christian flag. Because they were all kind of in their little cuppies, you know.
Oh, that's wild.
Just-
I would not be able to take my job seriously.
No, yeah, it's like, oh, oh.
AEA
I would be a kid and I would like print out like a
Accelerated
Russian flag or something.
Christian
with it.
Education.
They're like, what are
Yeah,
you doing?
ACE.
ACE, Accelerated Christian Education.
Okay. I need to use the bathroom, but in another country. But in French.
Get a European flag.
Exactly. All right, guys, I would like to
Okay.
give a couple other people a chance to introduce themselves here.
I am Jackie Dugan, and I'm here in California, and I'm retired, and Nana, basically a Nana. So
My name is Mark Hugan. I'm also from California. I'm a retired math teacher. I'm good friends with Tim and Michelle Wexford and also Robin, Carolyn Kamstra. So we're looking forward to the trip.
Is Mark from Dordt?
Yay!
Yes, they're both from Dordt, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're both from Dordt.
Look, you don't
They
need
were
to.
there.
Really?
We were there.
You know Mark and Jackie? Oh my
Well, no, not,
goodness.
I mean,
I just,
no, of the.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay. All right, fantastic. Oh, good stuff. All right. Here's two more.
Wow, these folks really got on there, didn't they?
hi, I'm Carolyn Kamstra. My name's Rob. I teach second grade at Valley Christian Elementary School, and we're friends with experts, so we lived out here. Our son Joseph was on the cross country team with Tim and James, both of our boys, so it was awesome. We're really looking forward to the trip.
And I'm Rob. I am a public school teacher for the city of Bellflower for the last 20-something years, 27 years. I teach third grade. I taught second, kinder, and fourth. We know Tim and Michelle from Bethany Christian Reformed Church as well, and we wanted to just send a quick video clip of who we are. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, Mark and Jackie, Rob and Carolyn, for doing that. I appreciate that. Get a chance to meet you guys before we meet you, so to speak. Okay. All right, can we pull out the maps again? There's not your big one necessarily, but there's one that I gave you. It's two, the Galilee ones. Yep, there's two of them. The exact same copy. I don't know. It was either put two on one or put one way too big on it or cut them in half or something like that. And I thought,
Make a mistake.
there you go. There we go. Even better. All right. So we can mark up one and you can leave the other one there or what have you, or mark them up both or something like that. No, not necessarily, I don't think. If you want to, you're welcome to there, but I didn't necessarily plan specific colors for the Sea of Galilee here. One thing about the Sea of Galilee that I'd like you to notice is the scale of things here. It's not, I don't know what you think is big or not. I grew up 3 miles away from Lake Michigan, right? So when I looked at this, I was like, oh, this is not big. And its widest point from west to east is about 7 miles. And from north to south is about 14 at its longest. Okay, that's from way over here.
It's like Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, probably. And
Yeah.
kind of similar shape.
Yeah.
Even, yeah. Okay. So, but it's the Sea of Galilee. It's with how rare and important fresh water is in that part of the world, it's a pretty significant body of fresh water there. But it's not super big in terms of that. All right. Here's a little picture from out on the Sea of Galilee, looking back towards, I think that's where we're going to be. I think that's where our hotel is about there. And that's the backdrop there you can see behind there. The surface of the Sea of Galilee itself is already below sea level. All right, it's about 600 feet down of sea level. So the Jordan River runs down from the snow melt top of Mount Carmel. It's about 9,000 feet up. By the time it's coming into the Sea of Galilee, it's gone about 9,600 feet down, which is the name Jordan means to go down. So that's where that comes from in terms of that there. All right. About Galilee, Galilee is a fascinating area still. Okay. Then too, it was filled with lots of different people. And I'd like to just take a look at where they lived, because as it does today, people of a similar mind tend to collect in their own places and tend to almost self-separate from each other. I'd like to take a look with you about where they lived here. There's 3 cities around here that you all highlighted, I think, in green on your other map. Okay, and those 3 cities are Capernaum, Bethsaida, and Chorazin. All right. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Got that. Yeah. Yep. We got one. No, that's okay. You're good. And those 3 cities, it's not big. Okay. The longest side of that triangle is maybe about 3 miles, maybe 3.5. Okay, from Bethsaida to Chorazin. So it's not a super big triangle, but I'd like you to think of it in terms of that. All right. So again, we're kind of going to do like a little map or a word association thing there. And the people that lived in these cities were the religious Jews. Now, I don't mean that in a pejorative sense at all. These are the people who tried hard to follow what they believed God wanted them to do. Did they get it right 100% of the time? No, of course not. Okay, neither do you or I. But they tried hard to understand what God wanted them to do, and they tried hard to do it. There are some things that Jesus did a lot of his Galilean ministry in that triangle, or in one of those 3 cities. Okay, so Jesus spent a lot of his Galilee time there. Capernaum was one of the places that he called home, in fact. All right, so if I say triangle, you guys say religious Jews. If I say religious Jews, you guys say triangle. All right, and that's in the northern end of the Sea of Galilee there. All right, and by the way, more than a few of Jesus' disciples came from that little city of Bethsaida as well. Anyway. If we, kind of that area-ish over there, all right? If we move here, there's a little city up there called Gamla. Okay, Gamla sounds like the Hebrew word for a camel. And if you look at Gamla, you can see like, oh yeah, kind of looks like a camel hump as it goes down there, and the city is kind of one of the camel humps. Not so much the area, but the city of Gamla itself was a hot spot for zealots. Okay, these guys, man, they wanted to follow God hard, and they believed their understanding of that was the implications of that were our allegiance is due only to God. So when the Roman government asks us to show allegiance to them, or paying taxes or tribute or what have you, then we have to have a strong response to that, which often took the form of a military opposition to that. So if I say Gamla, you guys say zealots. Gamla, zealots. And if I say zealots, you guys say Gamla. All right, triangle, religious Jews. Religious Jews, triangle. Gamla, zealots. Zealots, Gamla. All right, very good. Around that city was kind of it was a half and half. They're between the religious Jews and something else. There's another city down here on the east side that is called Susita. Susita. And this area was known as the Decapolis. Decapolis is a Greek word meaning 10 cities. There are really about 17 or 18 big cities. Susita is one of them. And the people who lived in this place over here were the pagans, more or less. These were the people that did not really care about the God that these people worshipped over here and tried to follow. In fact, they had their own gods, the Greek gods, and they were trying to keep them happy or keep them occupied or whatever. So they wouldn't do that. It did come around just a little bit past the Jordan River over here. There's one of the Decapolis cities that is on this side of the Jordan River. We'll go there. Okay, it's a city called Scythopolis or Beit Shan. It's its Old Testament name. We'll also, Lord willing, be in Susita here on this side of the Sea of Galilee. All right. But this was, even though it was close to where the religious Jews lived, this place was, my professor says, this place is comfortably Jewish with corridors of Hellenism, but comfortably Jewish, right? This place is the opposite, okay? This place is thoroughly pagan. So even though close geographically, worlds apart in terms of worldview and philosophy, these people. And this area around the Zealots, kind of oddly, was this half and half mix between those things. All right? So if I say Susita, you guys say Decapolis pagans. Yep, if I say Decapolis pagans, you guys say Susita. All right? And I say Gamla, Zealots, Gamla, triangle, religious Jews, triangle. Fantastic. And the last part that we're going to cover here, there's a city here called Tiberias. And the people who lived in Tiberias were the people who were okay with the Romans. All right, this was where kind of the Roman seat of government in the area was. And the people who lived there were the Herodians, the people that were okay, let's say, with Herod and his family and his descendants and just the government in general. All right, so when it talks about how people, I'm not going to do this whole lesson right now, but when people got together with Jesus and there were they took with them some Herodians, they didn't have to go far to find him, right? And they asked him a question about paying taxes, right? And probably also in Jesus' audience were some people from here, okay? And that would have been, a tricky conversation. And we'll talk about those things as we get to those things, all right? So if I say Tiberias, you guys say Herodians, Tiberias, Susita, Decapolis pagans, Susita, Gamla, Zealots, Gamla, triangle, religious Jews, triangle. Okay. Again, by the way, Jesus tells a story in Luke 15, right? Pastor James just looked at this recently about a man who had a son, and the son went off to a place where he was feeding pigs. And it's like, man, that must have been a long ways away. Maybe not. Okay. I mean, we don't know where exactly Jesus puts that story. But if he's telling it to people who are here, okay, you just look across the lake and you could see where his boy might have been, right? Okay, so there's the Sea of Galilee. So it's a tricky little place, right? If you got, 10 square miles by 20 square miles is the whole map over here. You got a lot of different things going on in that little charged up little spot there, all right? So a little bit of an introduction for the Galilee area there. Okay. Oh man, Jerusalem. go ahead and pull out this map on Jerusalem there. Okay. Again, a question on your map is, whose Jerusalem am I looking at here? And, but okay, it's God's Jerusalem. Yeah, granted. Okay, but I mean, with the city here and the Temple Mount here, what king would have been in charge of this city at this time? This is about what Solomon's Jerusalem looked like. Okay, if you take this off, okay, then it's David's Jerusalem, right? But with the Temple Mount and the temple building on here, we're really looking at Solomon's Jerusalem as far as that goes. All right, so who's Jerusalem? This is Solomon's Jerusalem. Jerusalem sits on 3 hills and 3 valleys. East is up on this map, which is very, very Hebrew of them. It's not exactly strictly up, but it's kind of that way. And I'd like to take a look with you guys at this. I know that it's going to be tough to write on where that valley is, especially that first one is there. We'll start in the east, and this hill over here is called the Mount of Olives. The Mount of Olives is an elevation of about 2,700 feet, so it's not super high up in the air. There's no snow there, not snow-capped mountain peaks. But from the top of the Mount of Olives, you can look down onto this. This hill here is actually a little bit lower than that, right? But the Mount of Olives, you've heard about that perhaps in some of the stories. That's where that is. The valley between the Mount of Olives and the next hill there is called the Kidron Valley. The Kidron Valley is very narrow, very steep, and today it's the floor of that valley is about 60 feet up from where it was in Jesus' time. Okay, so there's a lot of silt and a lot of, there's not so much garbage there today, but yeah, they just kind of let whatever gather in that valley, and it just kind of fills up. So when you get there, you're like, man, this was 60 feet farther down? That's crazy. All right, so it's this deep, deep valley that cuts this way, and then it hits here, and it turns left, and it goes all the way out to the Dead Sea. Okay, so this valley just carves through the land all the way out to the Dead Sea. And if you remind me on the bus, I'll point out where it comes out as we're driving along. The next hill, we're going to call the next hill David's City, because that's where the city was when David was the king and when Solomon was the king and so forth. That's the oldest part of the city, which ironically today is not called the old city today. The old city is about here, right? But the oldest part of the city is a little bit south of it over there. Archaeologists call this sometimes the Moriah Ridge. So remember from the Abraham story that you guys mentioned earlier about Abraham and Isaac, that's the part that we're talking about right here, okay, where the temple was, right? The Moriah Ridge, David's City Hill. The next valley is really tough to see today. It's called the Tyropoeon Valley. Say Tyropoeon. Tyropoeon. Woo, that's a fun word to spell. Tyropoeon. Tyropoeon. Sounds like an old McDonald's song almost, right? Tyropoeon Valley. Sometimes that's called the Central Valley. We'll call it the Tyropoeon Valley. It's hard to see today. We'll walk down a street that's called Al-Wad in Jerusalem, which comes from the Arabic phrase for the valley, and that's the valley that it's talking about. But the stuff has been built up around it there. It's tricky to see today, but I'll try to point it out when we're in the Tyropoeon Valley. The next hill is called, we're going to call it the Western Hill because it's the western side of the city of David and so forth. Part of this hill is called Mount Zion. The southern part of this is today. Back then, Mount Zion would have been this. So like the name moved, which is wild, but we'll talk about that when we get there, I think. All right, the Western Hill. And that's kind of the newer-ish part of Jerusalem as well. And the valley that goes around the outside of this thing is the Hinnom Valley. Hinnom Valley goes around, joins the Tyropoeon, joins the Kidron, becomes the Kidron, and heads out towards all the way out to the Dead Sea as a kind of a canyon there, right? The Hinnom Valley. From the Hinnom Valley, we get into Greek, it's Gehenna. And from there, that goes into English as hell, right? There's this picture here that was kind of the trash dump, okay? Or where you would put like dead bodies that couldn't be buried for whatever ceremonial reason. And it's this place of where you're burning trash and it smells terrible and there's death and there's people who are mourning there. This place of weeping and gnashing of teeth, as the Bible talks about here. So this is their picture of separation from God. Nothing wrong with the valley today, but that's the picture of that. Okay. Can we do the hills and valleys going across, guys, as a group? Just kind of doing that. We'll alternate hills and valleys, starting with the east always here. Okay, let's say them together. Ready? Mount of Olives, Kidron Valley, David City, Tyropian Valley, Western Hill, Hinnom Valley. Very good. Let's go the other direction. Ready? Hinnom Valley, Western Hill, Tyropian Valley, David City, Kidron Valley, Mount of Olives. Okay, and again, just being aware of that, okay, and aware of what you're looking at and so forth there, you've got a great advantage over people that just roll up to Jerusalem. It's like, oh, I guess this is Jerusalem. Because Jerusalem is already, like Megiddo, a bit of an archaeological jumble. Okay, you'll see things that were not there yesterday, and you'll see things that are thousands and thousands of years old. And that's kind of how Jerusalem goes. But it's helpful, a little helpful shelf there. All right, we did that already. You don't need to write any of this stuff down here, but I want to show you like what Jerusalem looked like through its times here. The old city wall goes around here. It's like a chocolate square that's been melted and drooped a little bit on the left-hand side. That's how someone described that to me, right? If you could push it back up to a square, it's about 1 kilometer on a side, right? So it's not super big, which you're going to be surprised at once we walk around Jerusalem for a little bit. You're like, man, it feels like it's huge, all right? But the roads today are twisty and turny and all that type of stuff. David's Jerusalem was not in what is the present day. It's just down over here. Solomon's Jerusalem comes up and includes the Temple Mount a little bit. King Hezekiah expanded a little bit significantly to the west. We will, I hope, see one of King Hezekiah's walls that he built, which they've excavated.
So on this map, north is at the top.
Correct. This map, north is at the top. Sorry.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Nope. I should have said that. Yep. You're right. After King Hezekiah and they came back from the exile, the city shrank down again, significantly again. The Hasmoneans, think of the Maccabees, think the Hanukkah story. It grew up to about Hezekiah's time. Herod expanded it significantly to the north as well. And it was its biggest before the destruction of the temple. Again, I put the yellow outline around the old city over there. It was its biggest, then it was destroyed, and then it shrank and grew and it grew and grew and grew. But that's as far as we'll take that here. I'd like to take a look at this map with you now, if you've got it. Whose Jerusalem is this? It's God's Jerusalem still. This is what Jerusalem looked like, as far as we can tell, at the time of Jesus. If you're looking for like who was the king at this time, it was Herod. All right, this is Herod the Great's Jerusalem, but also Jerusalem approximately at the time of Jesus. Okay, you recognize perhaps. Here's the Mount of Olives. Here's the Kidron Valley, and then just all the way out into the Western Hill. You can hardly see the Tyropian Valley anymore. Kind of spills up this way. And then this is all on the Western Hill. You couldn't really build across the Kidron Valley because it was too deep. Okay, so they didn't. They stopped there. All right. What are the districts that I've got labeled over here? I've got it kind of divided up, and this will maybe be helpful to us so we can take a look at it here. This is the Temple Mount. Okay, the temple, Solomon built it, and that temple lasted until 586 BC when Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonians destroyed it. It was rebuilt about 70 years later by Zerubbabel, and it was modified significantly. You remember when Zerubbabel built it, like there were some people there, some of the older folks there, when they saw it, they wept because they remembered the beauty of Solomon's temple, and this one was nothing like it. Okay, not in terms of beauty at least. Okay, Herod remodeled it. That's an understatement there, to make it one of the biggest and most beautiful and largest religious buildings of his time in the known world, which is pretty wild. Okay, but that little spot is the Temple Mount. And then going around kind of clockwise here, David City is the next over here. We're going to call it that because that's the oldest part of Jerusalem. Think Society Hill if you're thinking about a city of a comparable size. The next one around is called the Lower City. This is where you see it's kind of divided up into about 6 districts. About 40% of the people who lived in Jerusalem lived in the Lower City. So this was small houses, big population, common folks lived in the Lower City. All right, you're kind of near the Hinnom Valley as it snakes around. You're in maybe the Tyropian Valley here as well, but that's the Lower City. Next door to it, and you can see the artist's rendition of this right away. It's like, oh, it's bigger houses, Okay, there's a theater here. Okay, there's a hippodrome there. Okay, there's like a palace looking thing over here. That is the upper city, and that's up on the western hill. And that's going to be kind of the high rent district, so to speak, okay, of the place. Bless you.
Thank you.
All right. If we follow along kind of in a, I guess, like a Z type of thing over here, this is the business district. Okay, there were a lot of houses here yet, but these were people who also owned businesses. And as you'll discover as we walk in the streets of Jerusalem, sometimes the place that you live is above your shop. Okay, like this will be your shop, but then there's like a whole other level above that where that's where people live. And the same thing was going on in Jesus' time. At the time of Jesus here, this next part, the new city, was not walled in yet. A little bit after Jesus' time, it would have been, but at this time it wasn't. We're going to call this the new city. There were certainly some dwellings around here. There was clearly an idea of expansion in this direction, but Herod didn't wall it around, and it wasn't walled when Jesus was there either. It was considered part of the city of Jerusalem. Right? The one that's a question mark here, 15 question mark, you see 15 question mark. Okay, those are, if you looked at the legend for the map over there, that would be a possible site of Jesus' crucifixion and burial and resurrection, we believe. All right, we'll take a look at a couple of those spots when we get there. And the last one I'd like to point out is Herod's palace over here. Okay, Herod had a pretty opulent palace over here in a fortress, and again, part of the Herod picture. When we get to Jerusalem, we'll talk a little bit about Herod some more. You get a chance to see some stuff. What's that? It's in this little area over here, but these towers that are here in the picture are also a part of Herod's palace. Okay, to the point where he named the towers. Okay, one of them was named, I think, after his father. One was named after his brother who died. One of them was named after his favorite wife, who he had killed. You know,
As you do.
like you do. Okay, if you're Herod. All right, if you're Herod. Okay, can we walk around to that kind of Z-shaped zigzag over here for the different districts? And then we'll go backwards. And then, backwards Z-shape for this thing. We'll start at the Temple Mount over here and kind of wind our way around. Ready? Here we go. Temple Mount, David City, Lower City, Upper City, Business District, New City, Herod's Palace. All right, let's go backwards. Herod's Palace, New City, Business District, Upper City, Lower City, David City, Temple Mount. All right, fantastic. All right, any questions on the maps? It's a lot of maps, okay? I'm going to set the maps aside for a bit now.
Tim,
Yes.
what's like the distance between the north and the south end? So like the lower city to the edge of the new city.
Okay.
What would you guess?
Yeah, what would I guess? Maybe 3 kilometers, probably 2.5.
Okay.
You can walk it for sure. Yeah. The corner at the expansion, the largest that it was before it was destroyed in AD 70 by the Romans, is a post office now. It's on Jaffa Street. And you can for sure walk from there to the old city and be there in a matter of minutes.
Okay.
Yep.
To clarify, the Tyropian Valley,
Mm-hmm.
that is kind of between Lower City and David City, or?
Yes,
is that-
mhm, that's right. Yep. No, you're exactly right. Right here, then it runs kind of underneath the retaining wall for the Temple Mount here. Like when you're standing up against the Temple Mount wall, and this wall right here, by the way, is the Western Wall. Yeah, Wailing Wall is the Western Wall today. And your feet are in the Tyropian Valley if you're there, but it also goes behind that. Herod built this retaining wall out into this valley. Solomon made the Temple Mount about as big as he thought he could, right? And Herod was like, nope, we're going to go bigger. And it's like, we're going to go to the north and south. People are like, okay. And we're also going to push it to the west. And they were like, Herod, you can't do that. Herod said, yes, we can and we will. Here's what we're going to do. All right, and he built the retaining wall out into the valley, much to the surprise and probably chagrin of his engineers and architects.
Okay, so basically, if we were gonna do north and south, we would just take this and tip it on its side.
Yep.
Correct.
This way is east still. Yep. North. South.
And where about on this map, I was always confused about where Hezekiah's tunnel is located
Okay.
roughly.
No, that's great. 17 is the Gihon Spring. That's the water source, primary water source for Jerusalem. And you notice it's outside the city wall of David's city. This square right here, which does not have a number by it, this is the pool of Siloam.
Okay.
So Hezekiah's tunnel wanders from 17 this way to the pool of Siloam, right there. Yep. So you're going underneath Society Hill, basically, underneath David's city, the pool of Siloam. Great question. Any other questions about the maps? Sweet. Get just one more thing to go here. All right. Do we need a break for restroom or anything like that now or not? Ready to press on? Press on. All right, fantastic. Okay. One more time. Can we do this and can we say it together? Can we try it together this time? All right. Let's try it together this time. Okay. You know, grab some more a second first. We're just standing up. Break.
Yoga.
Here we go. All right, let's try it together. Here we go. Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Ve'ahavta et Adonai Eloheka, be'kol levavka, uve'kol nafsheka, uve'kol meodeka, ve'ahavta l'reaka kamocha. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord alone. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your might, and love your neighbor as yourself. Amen. Have a seat, guys. Go ahead and pull out the paper with the general time periods thing at the top of it over there. This should be like the last one in your stack, I think. Okay. I want to give you a little bit of historical context because otherwise it's like, all right, I know that's old. I have no idea what that means or who was around when this thing was also around. Okay, so just so if you hear like Middle Bronze Age, you'll be like, all right, I've got an idea for a number, and I've got an idea for a person for that thing. All right, all that good stuff. So let's talk about 2000 BC, about. The little wavy line before there means about. Okay, the super duper scholars will be like, no, you should, okay, yeah, about 2000. Okay, think Abraham. Okay, so if you see, oh, this is 2000 BC, that means Abraham was kind of running around here, and that is Middle Bronze Age. So if you see early Bronze Age, that's before Abraham. So about 2000, Abraham, Middle Bronze Age. Okay, about 1500, okay, so we'll do it in 500-year chunks over here. In 1500, we're talking about Moses, and truth be told, whoever you talk to, that's a little bit early for Moses, okay? Maybe Moses' birth, if you're talking about people who set Moses back about as early as he can be. So, yeah, okay. Maybe then the sojourn in Egypt, right? People are slaves in Egypt then for that one, right? It's about Moses, and that is called late Bronze Age. So if you see late Bronze, you think, oh, Moses or the people are in Egypt, okay? Skipping ahead, another 500 years to 1000 BC. Okay, we have David. That one, not many, well, a few people will argue about that one, but not many will. All right, 1000 BC, David. And David as king at this point, not David as a shepherd boy anymore. David is about 10 years into his kingship here at this point. And that is called Iron Age 2 in that part of the world. And by the way, you might ask yourself, like, what do we mean bronze or, iron? What does that mean? It's named after the tools that were used in those things. So the Bronze Age, most people are dealing with farming implements and weapons that are made of bronze, okay, which is a combination of copper and tin, okay, to make it stronger. In Iron Age, I shouldn't say that. Some people are dealing with tools made out of iron, okay? You notice, like, what happened to Iron 1? Think Judges, okay? Iron 1 would be like 1,200 to 1,000, and think the Judges in Israel, right? Iron 1. This next one here is going on the very bottom of your page, guys. All right, the next one that's coming across here, about 5,000. We'll fill in the gaps there in just a moment. Okay, about 500 BC, think the return from exile. All right, so the people have been exiled, they've been in Babylon now, and now they're coming back. And that is called Iron Age 3. Right? So Iron 1 is Judges, Iron 2 is David, about 1,000, about 500 BC is the return from exile. All right? Now I'm going to pull that down, and then we're going to fill in some of those gaps that we got in the middle. The magic of PowerPoint. I know it, right? Okay, here are some more specific dates that will help us here. 930 BC is the end of King Solomon's reign and the beginning of his son Rehoboam's reign, which means that is when the kingdom splits. That is when the northern tribes say, nuts to you, we're out of here. Okay, that is 930 BC. All right. The next date there is 722 BC. This is when the northern kingdom, sometimes called the kingdom of Israel, when there's the split, comes to an end. This is when the Assyrians come and they basically wipe out the northern kingdom. Fall of Samaria. And they take the people of that kingdom and they leave maybe about a tenth of them, and they just scatter the rest to the ends of their empire. Right? Their philosophy is, if they don't speak the same language, if they're not united, then they're not going to revolt. Is their philosophy. In 586, this is when the temple is destroyed in Jerusalem, and a lot of the people in that area are brought as a group this time to Babylon. Their philosophy is, when they see how awesome Babylon is, they're going to want to be a part of the awesomeness, and they're not going to revolt. So because of these points over here, Iron 2 is split up into A, B, and C. So the United Kingdom between 1010 and 930 is Iron 2A. All right, between 930, the divided kingdom, and 722 is Iron 2B. All right, and between 722 and 586, the solitary kingdom period we call, because the northern kingdom doesn't exist, it's just a southern kingdom, is called Iron 2C. So if you need to divide that up over there, it's like Iron 2B. What's going on again? Oh yeah, divided kingdom. All right. Iron 2A, that's David and Saul and Solomon. That's united. Right? So if you want to divide it further, you can. Just in case you see that on a sign or something like that, this is Iron 2B. You'll have something to put that in there. All right? It gets divided that way. Any questions on those general time periods for that one?
Will these be like on site?
They might be, probably as we're walking around and visiting some of the sites. Something else that will be really helpful in your little notebook that comes across, on each page that has a site on it, there's this timeline bar across the bottom that has got like these little dividing lines over here. So that can be super helpful for you as well. All right. One more thing, just to make clear in this one, some of you maybe already know this, but just in case you don't, if you see a designation on a date that says this is 1000 BCE, it's like, what does that mean? Or it's like, this is 70 CE. What are we talking about? These are commonly accepted secular divisions for BC and for AD. And the reason that they do that is because BC stands for before Christ, right? Now, Christ is not a name, that is a title, right? So we believe that Jesus was the Christ. Christ means Messiah, God's anointed king. Not everybody believes that. So they're like, well, if I say something is before Christ, I'm like acknowledging that. I don't believe that. So BCE is before the Common Era, sometimes before the Christian era, but it's the same designation. So 1000 BCE is the same thing as 1000 BC. All right. CE means the Common Era, because AD, that designation that we often use, is Latin for Anno Domini, which means in the year of our Lord. It's like, well, what if I don't believe that Jesus is Lord? Then, I'm like, I'm using that, but I'm not believing it. So CE means in the common era, the Christian era, and the number's interchangeable. So 70 CE is the same thing as AD 70, as you and I understand it. So I didn't want you to see that in a sign and be like, whoa, we didn't talk about this. What does that mean? That's what that means, right? As far as that goes. Okay? Cool. Any questions on the dates, etc.? All right. I've just got one more thing for you here today, guys. And it is, oops. Here we go. Okay, just a little bit about archaeology. Okay, since we'll be seeing all kinds of things here, and this will hopefully help you peel away the layers of archaeology. See what I did there? All right. Here's what archaeology can do. It can set the general historical setting. Archaeology is pretty good at that. It cannot, for instance, prove the Bible true. Okay, so putting that out there right away. Sometimes archaeology can verify some names or some actions, like military campaigns especially, sometimes even some really specific things. They found this stone at Caesarea. We'll be there. We'll take a look at the replica. The real one is in the Israel Museum right now. Okay, but if you look at that closely, you'll notice there's a name on here. It's been kind of muddled out right here, but Iberium, you don't have to guess too hard to say like, oh, he's talking about Tiberius. All right. Then you look over here and you see an IUS and PILATUS. Okay, the V in Latin is a U. All right. Okay, this is Pontius Pilate. Okay, people like argue about like, was that a real guy or was that not a real guy? The Bible talks a lot about him. Was he a real guy? They found this in a seat. This was a seat that Pontius Pilate paid some money to dedicate so that the emperor, when he came, could have a seat at the theater in Caesarea whenever he came. Okay, it's like, there's his name. His name is right there, Pilate. Okay, wow. Sometimes you run across that stuff. That's pretty special when you see it, but it's not all the time. Sometimes some specific events, like I said, usually military campaigns, if there's a burn layer someplace, there that is. But we also have this. The absence of evidence is not the same thing as evidence of absence. Right? So just because it hasn't been found yet doesn't mean that it's not going to be found or that it didn't happen or that doesn't exist. But the greatest value of archaeology, biblical archaeology at least, is this. Its ability to increase the understanding of the cultural and the material setting within which the truths of God were given. And that's what I get excited about. Yeah, it's nice when you catch a name of somebody. Okay? But if you can learn what's going on at the time of this Bible setting over here, that's pretty fantastic. Just because it's going to come up everywhere we go, I want to show you about where archaeologists do their digging. And sometimes it's like, this is my how to tell a tell. A tell, either with one L or with two L's, it depends on how that goes over there, is an ancient city. And it has a pretty regular shape, okay? It looks like that. It looks like a little hill, except the top of the hill is way too flat and the sides of the hill are way too regular for it to be a natural hill. So it's like, well, how did that happen? How did that hill get there? And how do you know that that's what it is? Oh, here, you can see a picture of it here. You see this guy over here? All right, it's like there, it's just kind of sitting there. It's not on here. It's big and it's flat on the top and it's really regular sides. What do we have there? It's got to be an ancient mound. There's another one. Okay, bigger one. There's one with the Sea of Galilee in the background as well. So if you get used to seeing them, it's like, oh, there they are. And the answer is because this is where the people lived. When you were trying to figure out where you're going to live or settle down, you had to find three things. The first thing you had to have, if you're going to have a city or any kind of dwelling of any kind of permanence in that land, is water. So if you have a source of water there, the second thing you need after you have water is food. You're going to have food. So we've got some farmable land nearby, right? And the third thing that you need, even if you have water and food, that's not enough for permanent settlement, you got to be able to defend it. Because if you have water and food, other people are going to want to be there too. All right. So you look at this spot over here, it's like, oh, we got water. We got a place where we can grow our food. And we got a little bit of a hilltop over here. We can start building over there. All right. So we start off maybe living in tents. Okay. Then maybe some houses come on over there. Maybe if the city gets big enough or important enough, it's like, ooh, we got to have a governor or a king or something like that. And now it's worth protecting. So now we put up walls. All right. Now we got ourselves a little city going on. All right. That's kind of fun. Okay. Well, it's also kind of fun for other people as well. They're like, ooh, look at these people. Okay. They got all kinds of stuff going on. And due to the magic of PowerPoint, all right, they come in there.
Nice.
All right. And they level stuff off. But of course, you never really get rid of all the stuff. Okay. So there's still some building materials over there. And eventually either the army leaves or they get distracted by something else. And somebody else comes along and they say, look, I got water. I got food. And if I level this out a little bit, I got a defensible place. So they build their own things. Maybe it's just tents at first, but then it's buildings and maybe a bigger building and some kind of city things. And then they build a wall. Sometimes those walls are built on top of the exact same walls. All right. And then guess what happens? All right. Okay. We do the whole thing again. All right. And somebody else comes along and they do the same type of thing over here. Somebody else comes along and takes them out. Okay. And we do the whole thing again. And what you end up with is like a layer cake of civilization, with the most recent stuff on top, and the older stuff, as far as you go down, you hit underneath until you finally hit bedrock or something that nobody's messed with over here. All right. So when you look at those tells before, it's like, okay, the newest stuff is on top, and the farther down you go, you get to some of the older stuff. Archaeologists call it the law of superposition, which means in undisturbed systems, that's pretty important, a layer is more recent than any layer underneath it. So the top stuff is the newer, the lower stuff is the older one. And you can see that here. Look, in floors, they found these mosaics over here. And then it's got another mosaic underneath it, another mosaic underneath that one, and another mosaic underneath that. There's 4 levels we're looking at here. And now you see the inherent difficulty in archaeology. All right. Because if you want to see what's on this mosaic floor, what do you have to do? You got to get rid of the top one. Okay. What if this is the most beautiful one and this one is garbage over here? This is the dilemma of archaeologists. It has been called the unrepeatable experiment. Okay. If you screw it up, nobody can come after you and do it right again. That dirt's gone. It's dug and it ain't coming back. You can snap all the pictures you want to, but it's an inherently destructive process, which makes it tricky. All right. So there's at least 4 layers over there they've uncovered. Which one is the most recent? That's right. Which one is the oldest? Okay, between B and C, which one is younger? B is very good. All right, you guys got it. Nice work. Okay. All right. Here, okay, the undisturbed is the underlying phrase over here. Let's say we got these layers over here. Sometimes you get someone that says like, ooh, we want to dig a footing for a house or a post hole or something like that. And then you dig that, and you dig that, and you dig that, okay, and you drop something in it, and you fill in whatever there. And then an archaeologist comes along, and they happen to start digging right here. What layer are they actually hitting first? The oldest one, and then this one, and then you got this really thick layer, and then it's like, oh, now we got this again, and now we got this again. So it's tricky, guys. It's tricky a lot of different ways, but that's a really, quick view of archaeology, but it's not an exact science. One of my professors, someone asked, like, how would you define archaeology? And his definition is this: it's the science of digging a square hole and the art of telling a story about what you find in it. All right. So it's this funky combination of science and not imagination, but creativity for sure in that one there. All right. Guys, that's a lot of information all at once over there. But I just wanted to give you some of the basic stuff for, shelves to fit on what you're going to see there in a little bit so you can understand it's like, why are we looking at this? This is how they came up with this. All right. But that's what I've got for today. Unless there are other questions, you're welcome to hang out over here. I want to for sure get you out by 2:00 because I promised that. I think we're ahead of that by half an hour. But there it is.
It's kind of like, you go to the visitor center here, they have dug down 30 feet.
Oh, yeah.
And found different layers all the way down. And I've always wondered, why is there a hill right there? But there isn't anywhere around it.
Yep.
It's probably because they just built on that spot. thousands of years.
Right. My understanding is that Zuni is, you wouldn't use a tell, but it's the same type of thing. That the old part there in the Pueblo. Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. Which is pretty cool. So it's not a uniquely Middle Eastern phenomenon. Hold on. There's a few comments on here that I've got here. Oh, okay. Sorry. Older comments first. Jonathan Burkhart says, what's 3 kilometers in American? Fair enough, Jonathan. 3 kilometers is about 1.8 miles or so, a little bit less than 2 miles. Fair enough. I'm American as well, but that's good. Okay. Carly says the picture from Michelle is great. I don't know what that is, but there you go. Oh, here's a question. Do we need any immunization shots? The short answer to that is no. Okay, none will be required, and that goes with visas as well. Okay, you don't need to go and pursue your own visa. Passport, yes, but visas, no. That's a really good question, Cynthia. Thank you for that. Okay, and okay, all right. And here's Cynthia. Cynthia introduced herself on a chat here. She says, "Hi, I'm Cynthia Demientieff. Forgive me if I'm saying that wrong, Cynthia." She says, "I live in Oklahoma, and my son Azariah is a senior at Rehoboth. I'm so excited to come along." Cynthia, we're glad to have you and Azariah along as well. So thank you for sending us that too. All right. And I think that is it. All questions have answered in the chat. So yes.
When you had the what archaeology can do slide, I got you were like, this is the most important thing, and I wrote down almost all of it.
I have another question.
Yeah.
So, you're gonna send this all to us again? So if we miss something, you could just.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. I'm going to send my understanding, and I'm so excited that this is actually still telling me I'm live. This is great. This is the first time I've done a live stream. Okay. So the length of the YouTube video is almost 5 hours now. It's 4:45, about to click over to. My understanding is that as soon as I hit end stream, YouTube will be like, okay, now we're going to turn it into a YouTube video. As soon as that happens, I'll send the link out on the same email thing, probably with some timestamps. Like, here's when we did introductions. Here's when we did the first thing. Here's when we did the second thing. Here's maps. Here's this one. So you're not feeling like, wow, I got to sift through 5 hours of video for the one thing that I missed. And that doesn't sound like fun, but you'll have an idea of where that is in there. That's my plan, at least. That's not all going to happen in a minute, guys, but that's my hope for this thing, if you want to look back at it. Cool. Good question. All right. Anything else? Okay, then I'm going to end the live stream. Guys, thank you for joining us on the live stream. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for joining us as well. We're excited for this journey. We'll be in touch via email. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me back or, call or text or all those good stuff. All right, great. All right, thanks, guys.